Picture a city at the height of its power, streets filled with merchants and priests, grand temples reaching for the heavens, a vibrant community alive with ambition and culture. Now imagine that same city silent, its monuments buried under centuries of sand, its palaces consumed by relentless jungle vines, its very memory fading into myth. This is the haunting reality of lost cities. For as long as civilizations have risen, they have also fallen, leaving behind empty shells of stone and legend that whisper to us across the ages. These places are more than just ruins. They are frozen moments in time, holding secrets of forgotten knowledge, epic triumphs, and devastating collapses. They represent one of history's most captivating mysteries, a tangible link to our collective past that is simultaneously a blank page, an unsolved riddle waiting for its answer. The allure of these lost worlds is undeniable. It taps into something deep within us, a primal curiosity, a drive to explore the unknown and solve the ultimate puzzle. Think of the legends that have fueled imaginations for generations. El Dorado, the city of gold; Atlantis, the advanced empire swallowed by the sea; Shangri-La, the hidden valley of peace. These stories persist because they speak to our desire for discovery, for uncovering wonders we thought only existed in fables. But what if I told you that for every mythical city, there are countless real, tangible ones that have genuinely vanished? Places that were once bustling centers of trade, religion, and power, now sleeping beneath dunes, hidden within impenetrable rainforests, or lying forgotten on remote mountain peaks. Their stories are not fiction, they are history interrupted, waiting for someone to turn the next page. Today, we embark on a journey to find them. This is an expedition into the heart of historical mystery, a countdown of 50 lost cities from across our world and across time itself. We will travel from the sun-scorched deserts of the Middle East to the deepest jungles of Southeast Asia, from the high Andes to the coast of the Mediterranean. We will explore cities you've likely heard of, like the fabled Troy or the enigmatic Petra, and we will uncover others so obscure their names are known only to a handful of specialists. Each one has a story to tell, a story of human achievement, of catastrophic disaster, or simply of the slow, patient reclamation of nature. This is not just a list, it is an adventure. It is an invitation to join a quest for knowledge, to feel the thrill of the search, and to wonder what incredible discoveries might still be waiting just beneath our feet. So, let's begin our journey to the corners of the map where the word here has been replaced by a question mark, and uncover the secrets of the 50 lost cities waiting to be rediscovered. And so we begin our quest with perhaps the most famous legend of them all, a story that has become synonymous with the very idea of a lost city, El Dorado, the Gilded One. The name alone conjures images of a metropolis paved with gold, where treasures beyond imagining await the bold explorer. But the true origin of this legend is far more fascinating and complex than the simple fairy tale. It did not start as a city at all, but as a person. High in the Andes mountains of what is now Colombia, the Muisca people practiced a breathtaking ritual for a new leader. The chosen chief, the Zipa, would be covered from head to toe in sticky resin and then blown with gold dust until he shone like the sun itself. He was, for that ceremony, El Hombre Dorado, the Golden Man. Boarding a raft laden with more golden offerings and emeralds, he would journey to the center of Lake Guatavita. As the raft reached the middle, the crowd would fall silent, and the new leader would plunge into the sacred waters, washing the gold from his body as an offering to the gods. It was this incredible ceremony, this man of gold, that Spanish conquistadors first heard whispers of in the early 16th century. Through translation and the natural exaggeration of a game of historical telephone, the story transformed. The Golden Man became a golden king, and that king was said to rule a golden city. For the Spanish, who were driven by an insatiable lust for precious metals, this was the ultimate prize. Their minds raced with visions of a place where gold was as common as stone, a city of such wealth it would dwarf all the treasures of Europe. This belief launched one of the most epic and tragic quests in the history of exploration. Figures like Gonzalo Pizarro and Gonzalo Jimenez de Quesada led hundreds of men on brutal expeditions deep into the uncharted heart of South America. They hacked their way through relentless jungles, crossed treacherous mountains, and faced starvation, disease, and hostile tribes, all chasing a shimmering mirage. They even attempted to drain Lake Guatavita, finding some gold artifacts at its edges, but never the legendary hoard they so desperately sought. These searches cost countless lives, both European and indigenous, all in pursuit of a city that, in its original form, never physically existed. Yet, the story doesn't end there. The modern search for El Dorado has evolved from a hunt for treasure into a quest for understanding. Archaeologists now believe the legend may have held a kernel of truth about the Muisca Confederation's vast wealth and sophisticated culture. The Muisca were master goldsmiths, and their incredible artifacts, like the famous golden raft depicting the ceremony itself, prove that the region was indeed rich in gold and cultural achievement. So, was El Dorado a real city? In the literal sense of streets and buildings made of gold, almost certainly not. But as a powerful symbol of a lost world, a civilization whose rituals and wealth were so magnificent they spawned a centuries-long obsession, El Dorado is very real. It stands as a permanent monument to the power of a story, a reminder that sometimes the greatest treasure a lost city offers is not gold, but the enduring mystery of its legend. This evolution from a hunt for a physical city to a search for a lost civilization marks a fascinating turning point in the story of El Dorado. While conquistadors scoured the continent for golden rooftops, the real marvels were hidden in plain sight, though shrouded by the dense foliage of the Colombian jungle. A powerful example of this is the discovery of Ciudad Perdida, the lost city, built by the Tarona people, neighbors and contemporaries of the Muisca. For centuries, this magnificent stone city, with its intricate network of terraces, plazas, and tiled roads, remained a secret known only to local indigenous communities. It wasn't until the 1970s that treasure hunters, ironically still chasing legends of gold, stumbled upon its moss-covered steps. This accidental rediscovery revealed not a city of metal, but a city of stone and incredible engineering, a testament to a sophisticated society that thrived in the mountains long before European arrival. Ciudad Perdida serves as a potent reality check against the myth of El Dorado. It proves that the true riches of these lost cultures were their achievements, their architecture, and their way of life. This shift in perspective has been supercharged by 21st century technology, fundamentally changing how we explore these ancient landscapes. The most revolutionary tool in the modern archaeologist's kit is LIDAR, which stands for light detection and ranging. Think of it as a form of high-tech echolocation. A plane or drone flies over a vast, impenetrable area like the Amazon rainforest, firing millions of laser pulses down through the canopy. These pulses bounce off everything they hit: the tops of trees, the forest floor, and crucially, any man-made structures hidden beneath the vegetation. By stripping away the digital leaves, scientists can create a detailed, three-dimensional map of the ground surface, revealing patterns that are completely invisible to the naked eye. What LIDAR has unveiled in the Amazon basin is nothing short of revolutionary. Instead of a pristine wilderness, the scans show a landscape once densely populated by complex societies. They've uncovered vast networks of roads connecting large settlements, sophisticated agricultural fields, and massive geometric earthworks. These findings suggest that the Amazon was in fact a hotspot of cultural development, home to potentially millions of people before diseases brought by Europeans decimated the population. This new evidence leads us to a compelling possibility. the legend of El Dorado might not have been about a single, solitary city of gold, but a distorted memory of these thriving, interconnected civilizations. The stories that reached the Spanish could have been tales of the grandeur and wealth of these large chiefdoms, their knowledge of metallurgy, and their trade networks that moved gold and precious stones across the continent. The city they dreamed of may have actually been a constellation of settlements, a civilization so advanced and prosperous that its description passed through multiple cultures and languages, transformed into the ultimate prize. So the quest for El Dorado continues, but its goal has been beautifully redefined. We are no longer draining lakes for treasure. We are scanning the skies for knowledge, piecing together the true story of the Americas, one laser pulse at a time. But if El Dorado represents a legend born from ritual and misinterpretation, our next lost city presents the opposite scenario, a place so deeply embedded in sacred texts that its very existence was considered a matter of faith until archaeology began to provide stunning, tangible evidence. We travel now from the jungles of South America to the western coast of India, to the legendary city of Dwarka. In Hindu scriptures, particularly the Mahabharata and the Puranas, Dwarka is described as the magnificent celestial capital of Lord Krishna. It was a city of immense prosperity, said to be built on the mainland but later abandoned and claimed by the ocean after Krishna's departure from the earthly realm. For centuries, this story was revered as powerful mythology, a divine narrative explaining the transience of even the greatest worldly power. The idea that a vast, advanced city could be swallowed by the sea was understood as a profound spiritual metaphor, not a historical record. That is, until the waves themselves began to yield their secrets. The modern search for Dwarka began to gain serious momentum in the 1960s and 70s. Archaeologists, inspired by the precise descriptions in the ancient texts, turned their attention to the coastal waters near the modern town of Dwarka in Gujarat. What they started to uncover was nothing short of extraordinary. Divers began to find large man-made stone structures scattered across the seabed. These weren't random blocks, they were remnants of massive walls, laid out in a grid-like pattern that suggested a carefully planned urban settlement. Further explorations revealed a trove of artifacts that pointed to a once thriving port city. Ancient stone anchors used to moor trading vessels and thousands of pieces of pottery, some dating back an astonishing 3,500 years. The sheer scale of the submerged ruins indicated that this was no small village, but a significant maritime center, exactly as the old stories had described. What makes the discovery of Dwarka so compelling is the remarkable alignment between the archaeological evidence and the ancient texts. The scriptures describe Dwarka as a well-fortified city with several sectors and gates, eventually submerged by the rising sea. The underwater findings show a layout consistent with a large, fortified settlement. The presence of so many anchors strongly supports the description of Dwarka as a bustling port, a hub for trade across the Arabian Sea. Perhaps most strikingly, the dating of the artifacts places the city's peak around the same era traditionally associated with Lord Krishna. This doesn't prove the divine elements of the story, of course, but it powerfully suggests that the legend is rooted in a real historical event. The catastrophic submergence of a major coastal city, likely due to a combination of rising sea levels and possible tectonic activity. The memory of this devastating loss was passed down through generations, gradually woven into the epic spiritual narratives of Hinduism. The ongoing exploration of Dwarka opens a fascinating window into the field of marine archaeology and the phenomenon of sunken cities. It forces us to reconsider the lines we draw between myth and history. So many ancient cultures have flood myths and stories of lands lost beneath the waves, from the biblical Great Flood to the Greek legend of Atlantis. For a long time, these were often dismissed as purely allegorical tales, but discoveries like Dwarka suggest that many of these stories could be distant echoes of real, catastrophic events that traumatized early civilizations. A massive tsunami, a sudden shift in coastline, or rapid glacial melt at the end of the last ice age could have wiped out entire settlements, leaving survivors with a story of divine punishment or a world consumed by water. Dwarka stands as a powerful testament to this idea, a place where faith and science are converging to rewrite our understanding of the ancient world. It shows us that sometimes the most enduring myths are not pure invention, but are instead the remembered history of a profound and real loss, preserved for millennia in the stories we tell. From the sunken temples of Dwarka, we now turn to a city lost not to the sea, but to the shifting, unforgiving sands of the desert. Our journey takes us to the heart of the Arabian Peninsula, to a legend that has captivated explorers and scholars for centuries, the mysterious Iram of the Pillars, often called the Atlantis of the Sands. Its story is etched not in stone but in sacred text. The Quran tells of a people known as the Ad, a tribe gifted with immense power and prosperity. They built a magnificent city, Iram, renowned for its soaring pillars and towering structures, a testament to their engineering skill and their overwhelming pride. But according to the narrative, the people of Ad grew arrogant, turning away from divine guidance and indulging in corruption. As a consequence for their hubris, the city was utterly erased from the earth, smothered by a savage, sand-laden wind that blew for 7 nights and 8 days, burying Iram and its people forever beneath the dunes. This powerful story serves as a stark moral lesson on the perils of arrogance, but for centuries it also presented a tantalizing historical mystery. Was Iram a purely allegorical tale, or could a city of such grandeur have truly existed? The quest to find a historical Iram became one of the great obsessions of 20th century exploration, largely fueled by the figure of Lawrence of Arabia. He was the one who famously coined the romantic nickname Atlantis of the Sands, and his fascination set the stage for a real-world search. A primary candidate for its location has always been the Rub al-Khali, or the Empty Quarter, the largest contiguous sand desert on the planet. This is a place of almost mythical harshness, a vast ocean of dunes where temperatures soar and water is a distant dream. For a long time, the idea that a major city could have thrived in such an environment seemed impossible. But archaeology has begun to reveal a different story about ancient Arabia. We now know that the peninsula was not always a barren wilderness. Periods of a wetter climate, known as green periods, transformed parts of it into savannas capable of supporting life. Furthermore, the ancestors of the Arabs were masters of water management, building sophisticated irrigation systems to support agriculture and sustain settlements. This new understanding made the existence of a lost city in the desert far more plausible. The search seemed to hit a monumental breakthrough in the early 1990s with a discovery that made headlines around the world. A team led by explorer and archaeologist Nicholas Clapp, using satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar, identified a site in modern-day Oman that showed clear signs of a major ancient settlement. This was Ubar, a name known from historical records as a wealthy frankincense trading hub. Frankincense was one of the most valuable commodities in the ancient world, worth its weight in gold, and the trade routes that carried it across the desert were the economic lifeblood of the region. The excavation at the site revealed a large fortification with 8 towers, and most dramatically, a massive sinkhole that appeared to have swallowed a significant portion of the structures. It was a compelling find, a rich city that met a sudden, catastrophic end, seemingly swallowed by the earth. Many immediately connected Ubar with the legendary Iram, suggesting that the story of its destruction by a wind could be a folk memory of its collapse into a cavern system beneath the sand. However, the world of archaeology is rarely so simple, and the identification of this site as Iram remains a subject of intense debate. While Ubar was almost certainly an important and wealthy frankincense trading center, the connection to the specific descriptions of Iram is not clear-cut. The site, though significant, does not reveal evidence of the uniquely towering pillars described in the Quran. This has led other scholars to propose alternative locations deeper within the uncharted vastness of the empty quarter. They argue that the real Iram, if it existed, must have been a city of even greater scale and grandeur, still waiting to be found under the most remote dunes. The truth may be that the legend of Iram is a composite story, weaving together the fate of several desert trading cities that prospered from the incense trade and then fell victim to shifting trade routes, climate change, or geological disasters. The name Iram could have become a catch-all for a lost golden age of the Ad people. What makes Iram so enduringly fascinating is this very ambiguity. It exists at the perfect crossroads of faith, history, and exploration. For believers, its story in the Quran carries a profound spiritual truth. For historians, it represents a potential key to understanding the rise and fall of the early Bedouin civilizations that mastered the desert. And for adventurers, it symbolizes the ultimate prize, a city of immense wealth and power, hidden in the most hostile environment on Earth, waiting for its secrets to be uncovered. The story of Iram challenges us to consider how historical catastrophes are processed and remembered across generations. A real event, the collapse of a thriving oasis city, could have been transformed over centuries into a powerful moral parable. The search for the Atlantis of the sands continues, not just for buried pillars of stone, but for a deeper understanding of how legends are born from the dust of forgotten history. While Iram represents a city lost to the harshness of the desert, our next story takes us into a different kind of wilderness, one defined not by sand, but by an almost impenetrable green curtain, the Amazon rainforest. And this tale is not just about a lost city, but about the man who became obsessed with finding it, a figure whose own disappearance is as legendary as the city he sought. This is the story of Colonel Percy Fawcett and his quest for the lost city of Z. In the early 20th century, Fawcett was a renowned explorer, a man of immense physical stamina and iron will, commissioned by the Royal Geographical Society to map the uncharted borders of Bolivia and Brazil. It was during these grueling expeditions that Fawcett began to form a radical hypothesis. While most of the Western world viewed the Amazon as a counterfeit paradise, a green hell incapable of supporting advanced civilization, Fawcett became convinced otherwise. He had found ancient pottery shards, heard persistent local legends of stone cities, and observed strange geometric earthworks. He came to believe that hidden deep within the jungle was the remnants of a sophisticated ancient society, which he simply referred to as City Z. Fawcett's belief was fueled by a mixture of genuine archaeological clues and his own romantic, almost mystical interpretation of them. He was heavily influenced by a document known as Manuscript 512, which he discovered in the National Library of Rio de Janeiro. This 18th century Portuguese manuscript described a sprawling, abandoned city of stone arches, statues, and hieroglyphs that its author claimed to have found in the unexplored Mato Grosso region. For Fawcett, this was the smoking gun. He wasn't searching for a city of gold like the conquistadors. He was searching for something he believed was far more valuable, proof of a primordial, advanced culture that he speculated could have links to Atlantis. His quest became a personal crusade, an obsession that would ultimately consume him. He meticulously planned a final, definitive expedition, one that would not return until Z was found. In April 1925, Fawcett, accompanied by his eldest son Jack and Jack's best friend Rolly Riemel, set out into the Brazilian wilderness. Their last known contact was a letter sent from a remote outpost called Dead Horse Camp, in which Fawcett wrote with characteristic optimism that he was on the verge of a great discovery. Then, silence, they vanished without a trace. Their disappearance created an international sensation, and set off one of the most dangerous rescue missions in the history of exploration. Over the next decades, more than 100 expeditions, lured by the mystery and the potential for fame, ventured into the Amazon to find Fawcett or his city. Tragically, many of these would-be rescuers themselves fell victim to the jungle, succumbing to disease, starvation, or hostile encounters with isolated indigenous groups. The quest for Z had become a cursed endeavor, a siren's call that led countless adventurers to their doom. For years, the fate of Fawcett's party remained one of the world's greatest unsolved mysteries. Wild theories abounded that he had found his city and chosen to live there in seclusion, that he had been killed by jaguars or a tropical illness, or that he had been captured by a hostile tribe. It wasn't until much later that anthropologists and journalists, piecing together accounts from various indigenous communities, developed the most likely scenario. Evidence suggests that Fawcett, in his unwavering determination, may have inadvertently offended a local tribe, perhaps by crossing a sacred boundary or refusing to share gifts. In a region where isolated groups had learned to fear outsiders due to generations of violence from rubber tappers and slave traders, such a trespass could easily have been met with lethal force. It is probable that Fawcett and his small party were killed, their bodies hidden in the immense, unforgiving forest. The true legacy of Percy Fawcett, however, extends far beyond his tragic end. For decades, he was largely dismissed as a deluded eccentric, a man who chased a fantasy. The academic consensus held that the Amazon's poor soil could never have supported the large, sedentary populations required for a complex civilization. But in a stunning twist of historical vindication, modern science has begun to prove that Fawcett's core hypothesis was right. The recent LIDAR discoveries we discussed earlier, revealing vast networks of settlements and geoglyphs, have completely overturned the old view of the Amazon. We now know that sophisticated, large-scale societies did indeed flourish there. Fawcett was simply decades ahead of his time. He lacked the technology to see through the canopy, but he had the intuition to sense the hidden history beneath his feet. The lost city of Z may not have been a single, solitary metropolis, but Fawcett's vision of a lost Amazonian civilization was profoundly accurate. His story is a poignant reminder that the line between obsession and vision is often drawn by the tools of the era, and that sometimes the greatest explorers are those who dare to believe in a truth that the world is not yet ready to see. Leaving behind the tragic fate of Percy Fawcett, we venture now into another part of the Americas where a remarkably similar legend persisted for centuries, one that has only recently been spectacularly validated by the very technology Fawcett lacked. Deep within the vast and virtually unexplored Mosquitia region of Honduras, there existed a tale of a mythical place known as La Ciudad Blanca, the White City. Local indigenous stories and early Spanish accounts spoke of a magnificent settlement, a city of immense wealth where buildings were made of white stone, hence its name. It was often referred to by another, more evocative title, the City of the Monkey God, a place of such power and prestige that it was said to be protected by a curse, hidden away by the dense, perilous jungle that had claimed the lives of many who dared to search for it. For generations, this legend was the Honduran equivalent of El Dorado, a siren's call that drew explorers and treasure hunters into one of the most dangerous rainforests on Earth, a place teeming with deadly snakes, jaguars, and diseases. The modern quest for the White City gained significant traction in the 1930s and 40s, propelled by adventurers like Theodore Maud, who claimed to have found ruins and even brought back artifacts, but who took the precise location to his grave after a mysterious death. The challenge was the environment itself. The Mosquitia jungle is a realm of almost supernatural difficulty. The canopy is so thick that sunlight barely reaches the forest floor, and the terrain is a brutal combination of steep ravines and swampland. Explorers could be standing mere meters from a massive stone structure and have no idea it was there. It was the perfect hiding place for a lost civilization. a natural fortress that preserved its secrets through sheer inaccessibility. For decades, credible archaeologists held out hope, believing the legends pointed to a major pre-Columbian settlement, but the logistical nightmare of mounting a thorough search made definitive proof elusive. The city remained a ghost, a story told on maps with the ancient phrase, "Here there be dragons." The breakthrough, when it finally came, was as dramatic as the legend itself, and it hinged on a technological marvel we've already seen revolutionize the search for El Dorado, LIDAR. In 2012, a team of documentary filmmakers and scientists backed by the Honduran government conducted an ambitious aerial survey of a targeted valley within the Mosquitia. Flying over the impenetrable green canopy, their LIDAR equipment fired millions of laser pulses downward, digitally stripping away the vegetation to reveal the naked topography of the ground below. What appeared on their screens left them astounded. The data revealed not just a few scattered ruins, but evidence of an entire urban settlement. There were large plazas, irrigation canals, reservoirs, and a network of roads and terraces. Most strikingly, the scans showed the unmistakable shape of a massive, man-made pyramid, its summit hidden for centuries by the jungle's embrace. The LIDAR map was a revelation. It was the blueprint of a lost city. Armed with this digital treasure map, a ground expedition was launched in 2015. This was no simple trek. It involved support from the Honduran Special Forces to reach the remote location and survive in the hostile environment. When the team of archaeologists finally hacked their way to the coordinates pinpointed by LIDAR, they found themselves in a place untouched by time. They didn't find buildings of white stone, but they discovered something arguably more valuable, a cache of more than 500 stone sculptures left in a ceremonial offering at the base of the pyramid. These weren't just random artifacts, they were exquisite works of art, including beautifully carved vessels, metates for grinding grain, and a stunningly preserved head of what appeared to be a jaguar, a powerful shamanic figure from local mythology. The most chilling find was a ceremonial cache of objects arranged with clear intention, seemingly left undisturbed since the day the city was abandoned centuries ago. It was a snapshot of a sacred moment frozen in the jungle's grip. The discovery of this site, now often referred to as the City of the Jaguar, has profound implications. It confirms that the legends of the White City were based on a real, sophisticated culture that thrived in the region, likely belonging to a people that scholars are still working to identify. The scale of the settlement suggests a complex society with the ability to organize labor, manage water resources, and support a sizable population. Importantly, the site is just one of many potential settlements revealed by further LIDAR scans, hinting at a previously unknown network of cities hidden throughout the Mosquitia, a lost civilization in its own right. The discovery also presents an urgent challenge: preservation. The moment the location was revealed, it became vulnerable to looting and deforestation. The very curse that supposedly protected the city of the monkey god may have been the jungle itself, and now that its veil has been lifted, a new race has begun, not to find the city, but to save it for future generations, ensuring that its secrets are studied and understood rather than lost forever to modern threats. From the steamy jungles of Honduras, we now travel to the windswept, dramatic coast of Cornwall in southwestern England, where the legend is not of a city, but of an entire kingdom lost to the sea. This is the realm of Lyoness, a land deeply woven into the fabric of Arthurian romance. The tales describe it as a fertile and prosperous territory, stretching from the mainland out to the Isles of Scilly, a place of fair cities and noble knights. It was said to be the home of the hero Tristan of Tristan and Isolde fame, and a land closely connected to the court of King Arthur, but its glory was not to last. According to the legend, a catastrophic storm surge combined with a mighty earthquake caused the ocean to rush in, swallowing Lyoness in a single night. All its people, its towns, and its fields were drowned, leaving only the highest hilltops as the scattered isles of Scilly we see today. It is a story of tragic, sudden loss, a Celtic Atlantis that has haunted the imagination of Britain for 1,000 years. What makes Lyoness so captivating is the powerful blend of poetic myth and tantalizing geological reality. While the Arthurian details are the stuff of epic poetry, the fundamental idea of a sunken land in this specific location is not as far-fetched as it might seem. The stretch of sea between Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, known as the Celtic Sea, is indeed very shallow. This entire area, called the Celtic Shelf, was not always underwater. During the last ice age, when vast amounts of water were locked up in glaciers, global sea levels were much lower. What is now a turbulent seaway was for thousands of years a dry, inhabited landmass, a continuation of the Cornish peninsula. This lost landscape, which archaeologists call Doggerland after a similar landmass in the North Sea, was a rolling plain with hills, valleys, and rivers, a place where Mesolithic hunter-gatherers almost certainly lived and hunted. As the world warmed and the glaciers melted, starting around 12,000 years ago, the seas began their relentless rise. The gradual inundation of this plain would have been a slow-motion catastrophe for any human communities living there, forcing a constant, generations-long retreat to higher ground. The final separation of the Isles of Scilly from the mainland likely occurred around 4,000 years ago. This real geological event provides a perfect foundation for the legend of Lyoness. The folk memory of watching the sea claim familiar forests and hunting grounds over centuries could have been compressed over countless retellings into the more dramatic and poignant story of a single night of destruction. The legend preserves a kernel of truth about a profound environmental change that shaped the very identity of the coastal peoples. This connection between geology and folklore is made even more tangible by local stories that persist to this day. Fishermen and sailors off the coast of Cornwall have long reported a strange phenomenon. On quiet, foggy mornings, they claim to hear the faint, melodic tolling of church bells rising from beneath the waves. These spectral chimes are said to be the bells of the drowned churches of Lyoness, still ringing for the souls lost in the flood. Such tales are common in coastal communities that have experienced land loss, serving as an auditory ghost, a haunting reminder of what lies beneath. It's a beautiful and melancholic idea, suggesting that the past is never truly gone but merely submerged, its presence felt in the mysterious sounds carried by the sea wind. These stories are not just fanciful superstition, they are a form of oral history, a way for a community to process and remember a lost homeland. The romantic pull of Lyoness has inevitably inspired attempts to find physical evidence. In the 19th century, a writer named William Bottrell documented local stories of fishermen occasionally snagging their nets on the rooftops of submerged buildings. There have been reports of ancient stone walls being visible at extremely low tides, and of the remains of a fossilized forest being exposed on a beach near the town of Mounts Bay after a storm, a direct glimpse of the pre-flood landscape. While conclusive proof of a kingdom as described in the Arthurian cycles remains elusive, these fragments of evidence point to a landscape that was indeed inhabited and then abandoned to the sea. The lost kingdom of Lyoness, therefore, exists in a fascinating space. It is simultaneously a literary creation of medieval romance, a folk memory of geological change, and a symbol of the constant, dynamic battle between land and ocean. It reminds us that the coastlines we see today are not permanent, but are merely a snapshot in an endless cycle of erosion and submersion, a cycle that has always shaped human settlement and, in turn, our most enduring legends. But the legend of a city hidden deep within the South American jungle does not belong solely to the Amazon basin. Far to the west, nestled on the eastern slopes of the Andes, lies perhaps the greatest prize in all of South American exploration, the lost city of Paititi. If El Dorado was a legend born from a misunderstanding, Paititi is a legend born from a desperate last hope. As the Spanish conquistadors tightened their grip on the Inca Empire in the 16th century, the story spread that the last Inca rulers had not surrendered but had instead fled. With a remnant of their court and a vast portion of their remaining treasure, they were said to have journeyed east over the treacherous peaks of the Andes and into the vast, unknown rainforests beyond. There, in a hidden valley, they founded a new capital, a magnificent city called Paititi, a final sanctuary where their culture and wealth would be preserved, safe from the ravages of the invaders. This wasn't just a city of gold, it was a city of survival, the last breath of a mighty empire. The search for Paititi is fundamentally different from the quest for El Dorado because it is grounded in solid historical context. We know that after the Spanish captured the Inca Emperor Atahualpa, resistance did not immediately cease. Inca holdouts continued to fight from a remote jungle fortress known as Vilcabamba, which was indeed rediscovered by Hiram Bingham, the same explorer who found Machu Picchu. But many believe Vilcabamba was merely an outpost and that the true refuge, the real Paititi, lay even deeper in the wilderness. Spanish chronicles from the colonial era contain tantalizing references to a rich city called Paititi, situated to the east, and missionary accounts speak of converting indigenous peoples who told of a powerful king living in a stone city in the jungle. These clues have fueled expeditions for centuries, drawing explorers into some of the most remote and perilous terrain on the continent. The challenge of finding Paititi is monumental, defined by a geography that seems designed to keep secrets. The proposed location is in a region known as the Andean Eyebrow, where the eastern slopes of the Andes plunge dramatically into the Amazon basin. This creates a landscape of impossibly steep cloud forests, deep river gorges, and tangled vegetation. The area is also home to isolated indigenous communities, some of whom have had little contact with the outside world and are rightfully protective of their lands. For an explorer, this means navigating not only natural obstacles but also complex cultural sensitivities. The journey is a test of endurance, requiring weeks of trekking and river travel into a void on the map. Despite the challenges, the modern search has been energized by a series of tantalizing clues that keep the legend very much alive. In 2001, a team led by the Italian archaeologist Mario Poglia discovered a fascinating report in the Vatican's secret archives. Written by a 17th-century Jesuit missionary, the document described a large city rich in gold, silver, and jewels, located in the middle of a tropical forest near a waterfall. The description was so precise that it felt like a treasure map. Then there are the petroglyphs. In remote areas of the Peruvian jungle, explorers have found massive stone carvings, including a huge wall known as the Pyramid of Paratori. Visible from the air, these formations look like man-made pyramids, though their exact origin remains hotly debated. They could be natural sandstone formations shaped by erosion, or they could be the overgrown ruins of a monumental structure. The most compelling recent evidence comes once again from above. Satellite imagery and LIDAR technology have begun to peer through the dense canopy of the Andean Eyebrow, revealing patterns that are difficult to explain naturally. Scientists have identified what appear to be large, geometric shapes and linear features suggestive of terraces and roads, hidden in areas so remote they have never been properly explored on foot. These digital glimpses are the strongest hint yet that the legends of Paititi may be based on something real, not necessarily a city overflowing with gold, but certainly a significant settlement built by a sophisticated culture, perhaps even the final refuge of the Incas they were searching for. The search for Paititi continues to evolve, driven by a mix of historical detective work, cutting-edge technology, and the enduring human spirit of exploration, all focused on solving one of the Americas' most persistent and captivating mysteries. While the legend of Paititi centers on an empire's final refuge, our next lost city takes us across the Atlantic to a culture whose entire existence was defined by trade and openness, only to vanish with startling suddenness. On the sun-drenched southwestern coast of Spain, where the Guadalquivir River meets the Atlantic, lies the location of one of the ancient Mediterranean's most enigmatic civilizations, Tartessos. Greek and Roman writers like Herodotus and Strabo described Tartessos as a fabulously wealthy harbor kingdom, a land of abundant silver and other precious metals, ruled by a wise monarch named Argenthonius. For the seafaring Greeks, Tartessos was a legendary trading partner at the very edge of the known world, a source of immense riches and a beacon of civilization in the far west. Its fame was such that many scholars strongly associate it with the biblical Tarshish, the distant port from which King Solomon received shipments of gold, silver, ivory, and apes. For centuries, Tartessos existed primarily in the realm of classical literature, a semi-mythical place like Atlantis. The big question was whether this wealthy kingdom was purely a legend or a historical reality. The turning point came in the mid-20th century with a series of spectacular archaeological discoveries. Near the modern city of Seville, two elaborate treasure hoards were unearthed, the Carambolo treasure and the Aliceta treasure. These were not simple collections of coins, they were stunning examples of goldsmithing, featuring intricate bracelets, necklaces, and pectorals with exquisite orientalizing motifs. The artifacts pointed to a society with tremendous wealth, sophisticated artistic tastes, and strong cultural links to the Phoenicians, the master traders from the eastern Mediterranean who established colonies along the Spanish coast. This was the first tangible proof that the stories of a rich kingdom in the region were true. The true nature of Tartessian culture, however, is best understood not from treasure, but from a unique and mysterious site known as Cancho Rono. Located further inland, Cancho Rono is not a city in the traditional sense, but a large, solitary sanctuary or palace complex. It was a series of concentric square buildings with a central shrine and rooms that seemed designed for ritual feasting and the storage of valuable offerings. What makes Cancho Rono so fascinating is its clear blend of influences. The architecture shows traits from the local Iberian people, but the religious and cultural artifacts found within are profoundly Phoenician. This suggests that Tartessos was not an isolated kingdom, but a hybrid society that flourished through its deep and symbiotic relationship with its Phoenician trading partners. The Tartessians likely provided the precious metals from their rich mines, and in return, the Phoenicians brought advanced technology, artistic styles, and connections to the wider Mediterranean world. This vibrant culture, however, did not last. Around 500 years before the Common Era, Tartessos simply vanishes from the historical record. The thriving trade disappears, the sophisticated sites are abandoned, and the civilization fades into obscurity. The mystery of its disappearance is as compelling as the discovery of its wealth. Archaeologists have proposed several theories. One leading idea is environmental catastrophe. The region is seismically active, and it is possible that a massive earthquake altered the course of the Guadalquivir River, silted up the vital harbor, or even caused a tsunami that devastated the coastal settlements. Without their port, the lifeblood of Tartessian wealth and power would have been cut off. Another theory points to economic and political collapse. As Carthage, the successor to Phoenician power, grew more dominant in the western Mediterranean, it may have deliberately disrupted the trade routes that made Tartessos prosperous. Alternatively, incursions by Celtic tribes from the north could have destabilized the region. It's also possible that the very source of their wealth, the silver mines, eventually became exhausted, leading to a gradual decline. The truth may be a combination of these factors. A society weakened by the loss of trade could have been finished off by a natural disaster. The silence that follows Tartessos is profound. A culture that was so open to the world, that achieved such artistic heights, simply melted away, leaving behind beautiful golden artifacts and the haunting ruins of places like Cancho Rono as the only clues to its brief, brilliant existence. Our journey from the sunken cities of legend now takes us to a desert that seems, at first glance, to be the most unlikely place for a lost civilization. We travel to southern Africa, to the vast, arid expanse of the Kalahari, and to one of exploration's most peculiar and persistent puzzles, the lost city of the Kalahari. The story begins not with an ancient manuscript or a local legend, but with a man who was, by all accounts, a showman. In 1885, a Canadian adventurer and entertainer named Guillermo Farini, born William Leonard Hunt, published a book detailing his expedition across the Kalahari Desert. Farini was a fascinating character, a former tightrope walker and promoter, which immediately led many in the stuffy academic circles of the time to view his claims with deep suspicion. Yet within his account was a description that would ignite a century of debate. He wrote of stumbling upon a massive, horseshoe-shaped formation of stone ruins partly buried by the sand. He described immense walls, paved roads, and a central arena, all suggesting the work of a sophisticated, unknown culture that had thrived in what is now one of the harshest environments on Earth. The skepticism was immediate and intense. Farini's background as a promoter made it easy for critics to dismiss his discovery as a hoax, perhaps a natural rock formation exaggerated into a grand tale to sell books. Furthermore, he failed to provide precise coordinates, making verification nearly impossible. For decades, the lost city of the Kalahari was relegated to the status of a fringe myth, a story for treasure hunters and romantics, but not for serious archaeologists. The prevailing scientific view was that the Kalahari had always been a dry, marginal environment, incapable of supporting the large, settled population needed to build a city of stone. It was seen as a place for nomadic hunter-gatherers like the Sand People, not for urban architects. This dismissal, however, failed to extinguish the allure of the mystery. Throughout the 20th century, a series of expeditions armed with increasingly better maps and technology set out to find Farini's city. They were driven by a simple question: what if the showman was actually telling the truth? The searches produced a swirl of conflicting reports. Some expeditions found nothing but endless dunes and rock outcrops. Others returned with tantalizing, but ultimately inconclusive, photographs of unusual linear rock formations that could be interpreted as man-made. The most promising lead came in the 1960s when a pilot named Captain Jack Houseman took aerial photographs of an area in southwestern Botswana that showed a distinct, large-scale geometric pattern on the ground. The site, located near Lake Ngame, became a prime candidate. Ground investigations, however, were frustrating. The walls often appeared to be natural dolerite dikes, long, linear intrusions of igneous rock that can look eerily like constructed fortifications, especially when viewed from above or after being partially buried by shifting sands. Each potential discovery seemed to dissolve under closer scrutiny, leaving the lost city as elusive as ever. The real breakthrough in this mystery, however, did not come from finding a specific set of ruins, but from a dramatic shift in our understanding of the Kalahari's ancient climate. Modern geological and archaeological research has revealed a startling truth: the Kalahari was not always a desert. We now know that Africa has undergone profound climatic shifts over the past 100,000 years. During wet periods or pluvials, the Sahara and the Kalahari were transformed. What are now barren deserts were once savannas and grasslands, crisscrossed by rivers and dotted with large, permanent lakes. Lake Makgadikgadi, for instance, was a mega-lake in Botswana that was larger than modern-day Switzerland, supporting a vast ecosystem. This changes everything. A region that is arid today could have been a well-watered, fertile paradise capable of supporting substantial sedentary populations in the distant past. This new climate model provides a powerful, plausible context for Farini's story. It is entirely possible that a sophisticated culture, perhaps ancestors of the modern Bantu-speaking peoples or even an earlier, unknown group, did indeed build stone settlements in the heart of the Kalahari during a green period. As the climate dried out over centuries, these communities would have been forced to abandon their homes. The relentless desert sands would have slowly encroached, burying the structures and preserving them just as Farini described. His lost city may not have been a grand metropolis in the classical sense, but rather a significant regional center, a hub for trade and culture that was lost to time when the water disappeared. The story of the lost city of the Kalahari, therefore, evolves from a simple question of authenticity into a far more profound narrative about the fragility of civilization in the face of environmental change. It serves as a powerful reminder that the maps of our world are not fixed and that the empty spaces on them may not have always been so empty. The desert, it seems, holds secrets not just in its sands but in the very memory of the rain that once fell there. But if the legend of Lyoness is a haunting folk memory of gradual geological change, the story of Helike is a historical event of such sudden and terrifying violence that it became seared into the ancient consciousness. In the winter of 373 BC, the powerful Greek city-state of Helike, a leading member of the Achaean League, was a thriving center of commerce and culture on the northern coast of the Peloponnese. It was so renowned that it had established colonies in Italy and Asia Minor and was a proud rival of its neighbor, Athens. Helike was also the primary center for the worship of Poseidon, the god of the sea, earthquakes, and horses. An immense statue of the god riding a chariot drawn by hippocamps stood in its sacred grove, and the city's very identity was intertwined with his power. Then, in a single night, it was all gone. Ancient historians like Strabo and Diodorus Siculus recorded the catastrophe with chilling detail. First came the signs. For several days before the disaster, animals, mice, snakes, and worms fled the city in a mass exodus, a phenomenon we now recognize as a potential precursor to seismic activity. Then, on a fateful night, a massive earthquake struck. The ground shook with such force that every building in Helike was reduced to rubble, but the horror was only beginning. As the city lay broken, a tremendous tsunami generated by the quakes undersea landslide swept in from the Corinthian Gulf. The wave did not just flood the ruins, it submerged them entirely. When the sun rose, Helike had vanished. Where a prosperous city had stood, there was only an expanse of salt water. All that remained visible were the tops of the city's sacred trees, poking above the waves like skeletal fingers, a grim memorial to the thousands who had perished. The destruction was so complete that when Spartan soldiers arrived a few days later to loot the city, they found nothing to plunder. For the ancient Greeks, this was not a random natural disaster, it was divine punishment. The prevailing story, recorded by later writers, was that the people of Helike had angered Poseidon. The most common version tells of a bitter dispute with the city of Ithaca over a beloved statue of the god. When the Helicans refused to return the statue to the Ithacans appealed directly to Poseidon. Enraged by the arrogance of his own worshippers, the god unleashed his full fury upon them. The city's fate became a powerful moral lesson, a stark warning about the consequences of hubris against the gods. It was a story so dramatic, so emblematic of a civilization being erased by the sea, that many scholars believe it served as a direct inspiration for Plato's later tale of Atlantis. The parallels are striking: an advanced, powerful city that angered the gods and was swallowed by the ocean in a single day and night of misfortune. For centuries, the location of Helike was one of archaeology's great mysteries. Ancient sources agreed it was somewhere on the coast of the Gulf of Corinth, but the landscape had changed so dramatically that the ruins remained hidden. Some searched on land while others looked under the sea. The breakthrough finally came in the late 1980s when two Greek archaeologists, Dora Katsanopoulou and Stephen Soter, began a systematic search that combined classical texts with modern geology. They theorized that the tsunami had not only destroyed the city but had also caused the coastline to sink, submerging the ruins. Over time, river sediments from the nearby Selinus and Curonites rivers silted up the inlet, creating a coastal plain that buried the sunken city under layers of earth and mud. Helike wasn't just underwater, it was underground. Their painstaking work involving core drilling and geological surveys paid off. In 2001, they made a spectacular discovery. Not out in the sea, but beneath a nearby olive grove and a modern roadway, they unearthed the remains of classical Helike. They found the foundations of buildings, pottery, coins, and most poignantly, the skeleton of a man who had been crushed while trying to flee the destruction. The ruins were precisely where the ancient text had suggested, but they were buried several meters below the modern surface, preserved in a layer of clay that had sealed them like a time capsule. This confirmed the theory that the city had sunk into a lagoon, which was later filled in by sediment, hiding it from view for over 2 millennia. The rediscovery of Helike is more than just the finding of a lost city. It is a powerful case study in the convergence of myth and science. The ancient story of Poseidon's wrath is a poetic interpretation of a very real and terrifying geological event. The city is located directly on a major fault line, and its destruction fits the pattern of a submarine landslide triggered by a powerful earthquake. The story of the city's sin and punishment is a human attempt to make sense of an incomprehensible tragedy. Helike stands as a profound reminder that the myths of the ancient world are often layered over real historical catastrophes. It provides a tangible, archaeological foundation for one of the world's most enduring legends, suggesting that the lost city of Atlantis may itself be a magnified memory of a very real and terrifying event that shook the Greek world to its core. But the story of a people's journey from a forgotten homeland is not unique to the legends of the Andes or the Amazon. Now we travel to the heart of what would become one of the most formidable empires in the Americas, to explore a mystery that lies not at the end of its history, but at its very beginning. This is the search for Aztlan, the mythical homeland of the Aztec people. The Aztecs, or more accurately the Mexica, had a powerful foundation story. They recounted that their ancestors originated from a place called Aztlan, which in their Nahuatl language translates to the place of whiteness or the place of herons. It was described as an island in a lake, a verdant paradise from which they were guided by their patron god, Huitzilopochtli. He commanded them to wander until they found the prophesied sign, an eagle perched on a cactus devouring a snake. This vision, which they would eventually see on an island in Lake Texcoco, led them to found their magnificent capital, Tenochtitlan, the precursor to modern Mexico City. But Aztlan itself, the cradle of their civilization, was left behind, its location fading into the mists of time and becoming a subject of intense speculation. What makes the quest for Aztlan so complex is that it exists in a space between history and myth. Unlike the search for a city like Helike, which is tied to a specific historical event, the search for Aztlan is an attempt to anchor a foundational narrative to a physical place on the map. The primary historical sources are codices created after the Spanish conquest, like the Codex Boturini, which depicts the Mexica's long migration as a series of footprints leading away from a symbol of Aztlan. These sources provide clues, but they are often symbolic rather than literal. Was Aztlan a real, single geographical location, or was it a spiritual concept, an idealized homeland common to the origin stories of many migratory peoples? This question lies at the core of the mystery and has led to a fascinating array of theories spanning the North American continent. One major school of thought places Aztlan far to the north in what is now the southwestern United States. Proponents of this theory point to linguistic and archaeological connections between the Aztec language, Nahuatl, and the Uto-Aztecan language families spoken by indigenous groups in the American Southwest. The idea is that the Mexica were part of a broader migration of peoples moving southwards over centuries. Some have even proposed specific sites, such as an area around Laguna Mormona in Baja California or the vicinity of Phoenix, Arizona. suggesting that the complex canal systems built by the ancient Hohokam culture could have been a cultural memory that influenced the Aztecs' own impressive hydraulic engineering in Tenochtitlan. This northern theory gained significant traction because it fits a broader pattern of population movements and creates a grand narrative of a long, epic journey. However, other researchers argue for a location much closer to the Aztec heartland. They suggest that Aztlan could have been an island in one of central Mexico's many lakes, perhaps even Lake Texcoco itself, with the migration story representing a shorter, more symbolic journey of a splinter group that rose to power. Another compelling theory identifies the island of Mexcalteton off the Pacific coast of the state of Nayarit as a prime candidate. Often called the Mexican Venice, Mexcalteton is a town built on an artificial island with streets that become canals during the rainy season. Its layout, its island nature, and its name, which echoes Mexico, make it a visually persuasive potential Aztlan. Yet, despite these intriguing possibilities, no archaeological evidence has been found that definitively links any of these sites to the specific pre-Aztec culture described in the migration accounts. Beyond the academic and archaeological debate, the concept of Aztlan has taken on a powerful second life, evolving into a potent cultural and political symbol. In the 1960s, during the Chicano movement, a civil rights struggle for Mexican Americans, the name Aztlan was reclaimed and redefined. It became a symbol of a spiritual homeland, a connection to an indigenous past that predated the current border between the United States and Mexico. The term Aztlan was used to refer to the vast territories of the American Southwest that were part of Mexico before the Mexican-American War, framing the Chicano community not as immigrants but as a people returning to a part of their ancestral land. This ideological Aztlan became a source of cultural pride and a call for political self-determination, a powerful idea that resonated far beyond the search for a physical ruin. This dual identity of Aztlan, as both a potential archaeological site and a living cultural symbol, makes it one of the most unique entries on our list. The search for the historical Aztlan continues, with scholars using every tool from linguistics to satellite imagery, but its true power may lie in its elusiveness. Because its precise location remains unknown, Aztlan can live in the imagination. It can be a specific island for an archaeologist, a vast region for a historian, and a unifying idea for a community seeking to reaffirm its identity. It represents the profound need for people to understand their origins, to have a place on the map that says, "We began here." Whether that place is ever physically found, the story of Aztlan endures, a testament to the fact that a lost city's greatest legacy is not always its stones, but the spirit of the people who remember it. From the sunken ruins of Helike and the ancestral homeland of Aztlan, we now journey to the windswept coast of Brittany in northwestern France, where a legend of a different kind of downfall has been told for over 1,000 years. This is the haunting story of the City of Wise, a tale not of divine punishment for hubris, but of a tragic error born from love and deception. According to the myth, Wise was the most beautiful city in the world, a place of immense wealth and splendor built by King Gradlon the Great. Its uniqueness lay in its daring location. Constructed on land reclaimed from the sea, the entire city sat in a basin below sea level. To protect his magnificent creation from the relentless ocean, King Gradlon commissioned a massive dike, and at its only gate he installed an immense, impenetrable lock. The king held the only key to this lock, a golden key that he wore around his neck at all times. Each day, the gates were opened at low tide to let fishermen out, and securely locked again at high tide, keeping the city safe and dry. It was a marvel of engineering, a testament to humanity's defiance of the sea. The peace of Wise, however, was threatened from within the palace walls. King Gradlon had a daughter, Princess Dahat, who was as wild and reckless as her father was pious and cautious. Dahat loved the city's lavish parties and sought ever greater thrills, and her behavior grew increasingly scandalous. The legend takes a dark turn when a mysterious, handsome knight dressed in red arrives in Wise. He swiftly captures Dahat's heart, and at a great feast in his honor, he persuades her that the city would be even more glorious if its gates were left open at night, allowing them to hear the beautiful sound of the waves. Despite knowing her father's strict decree, and perhaps under some enchantment, the infatuated princess steals the golden key from around the sleeping king's neck. She unlocks the massive gate, and the knight reveals his true form, a demon. The sea, no longer held back, surges through the opening with apocalyptic force. King Gradlon is awakened by the roaring waters and the screams of his people. He seizes his daughter, mounts his magical horse, Morvark, and desperately tries to flee the inundation. As they gallop up the rising slopes, the waves clawing at the horse's heels, a divine voice rings out. It is Saint Gainale, the king's own spiritual advisor, who cries out that Gradlon must choose between his own salvation and the sinful daughter clinging to his back. "Cast the demon behind you into the sea," the saint commands. With a heart-wrenching cry, the king pushes Dahat from the horse. The moment she hits the water, the furious waves calm, allowing Gradlon to escape. But the city of Wise is lost forever, submerged beneath the Bay of Dwarnenes. The tale ends with the king founding the city of Quimper, living out his days in penance for his failure to curb his daughter's ways, while Wise becomes a legend of a paradise lost to the ocean's depths. Like Lyoness, the power of Wise is amplified by the persistent folk traditions that keep its memory alive. Fishermen and sailors along the Breton coast have long told stories of glimpsing the city's stone buildings and spires through the clear water on exceptionally calm days. More hauntingly, they speak of hearing the mournful tolling of church bells rising from beneath the waves, especially just before a storm. These spectral chimes are said to be the bells of the drowned cathedrals of Wise, still ringing for the souls lost in the flood. This auditory ghost story is a powerful element of local lore, a sensory connection to the tragedy that transforms the bay from a simple body of water into a sacred, melancholic gravesite. It is a narrative device found in many coastal flood myths, serving as an eternal reminder of the catastrophe and a warning against tempting the sea's power. While the story of Wise is rich with fantastical elements, many historians and archaeologists believe it is grounded in a real, collective memory of catastrophic coastal flooding. The coastline of Brittany, like many parts of the world, has changed dramatically since the end of the last ice age. As sea levels rose, numerous low-lying settlements would have been gradually or suddenly inundated. The legend could be a compressed, dramatized memory of such events, passed down through generations. Furthermore, the region has a history of successful maritime cultures, like the Veneti, a Gallic tribe known for their sophisticated seafaring and trading. The concept of a wealthy, sea-focused city would have been entirely plausible to the ancient Bretons. Some researchers have even proposed that the story of Wise might contain a distorted memory of the Roman withdrawal from Gaul, a period of political and social collapse that might have felt like a great flood washing away an established order. The most tangible link between the legend and reality lies beneath the waters of the Bay of Dwarnenes itself. In recent decades, marine archaeologists have identified the remains of submerged forests and what appear to be ancient stone structures on the seabed. These findings confirm that parts of the bay were indeed dry land in the distant past, supporting human habitation long before the legend of Wise was first recorded. While no definitive ruins of a grand city have been found, the evidence of a lost landscape is compelling. The legend of Wise, therefore, exists in a fascinating middle ground. It is a profound moral fable about the dangers of temptation and the consequences of disobeying divine law, but it is also likely a poetic interpretation of genuine geological and historical events. It captures the ever-present tension between the people of Brittany and the sea that both sustains and threatens them, immortalizing the memory of a lost world in a story that continues to resonate with the sound of ghostly bells. Our journey now takes a dramatic turn, from cities swallowed by the sea to a treasure hidden deep within the most unforgiving mountains of the American Southwest. This is not the story of a sprawling metropolis, but of a lost mine so vast and legendary that it has come to represent an entire lost world of wealth and peril. We venture into the heart of Arizona's Superstition Mountains, a place of jagged peaks and blistering aridity, to unravel the enduring enigma of the Lost Dutchman's gold mine. The legend is one of the most famous in the world, a siren's call that has lured countless prospectors to their doom for over a century. But unlike many myths, this one is grounded in a surprisingly detailed and bloody history, suggesting that a fortune in gold may genuinely be waiting for someone to find the right hidden canyon. The story begins not with a Dutchman, but with a Mexican family named Peralta. In the early 19th century, they operated incredibly rich gold mines in these mountains under a land grant from the Spanish crown. The Peraltas would lead large mining expeditions north from Sonora, extracting gold and then hiding the entrances to their diggings to protect them until the next season. According to the law, in 1848, a large Peralta party was ambushed by Apache warriors. The miners were slaughtered, and the secret of their primary mine, a vein so rich you could pluck nuggets from the surface, was seemingly lost with them. The stage was set for a treasure to be found. Decades later, a German immigrant named Jacob Waltz entered the picture. Despite his origin, he became known in the local vernacular as the Dutchman. In the 1870s, Waltz and his partner, Jacob Weiser, somehow located the old Peralta mine. They began appearing in the nearby settlement of Phoenix with extraordinarily high-grade gold ore, enough to make them wealthy men. But they were famously secretive, guarding the location with their lives. The tale then descends into a classic Western mystery of death and deception. Weiser reportedly vanished, with Waltz claiming he was killed by Apaches, though many suspected foul play. Waltz himself never revealed the secret, only offering cryptic, delirious clues on his deathbed in 1891. He spoke of a mine visible from a certain trail, but impossible to find unless you stood in the right spot. He mentioned a landmark called the Weaver's Needle, a distinctive volcanic spire that dominates the Superstition skyline. He said the gold was in a canyon that faced the rising sun, and that a military trail ran nearby. These dying words became a kind of sacred text for generations of treasure hunters, a puzzle that seemed to promise unimaginable riches to anyone clever enough to solve it. And so, the hunt began in earnest, a hunt that would turn the Superstition Mountains into a landscape of obsession and tragedy. What followed is one of the darkest chapters in the history of treasure seeking. The Superstition Mountains are not merely rugged, they are a natural fortress of sheer cliffs, labyrinthine canyons, and extreme temperatures. Yet, drawn by the promise of Waltz's gold, thousands of men and women have ventured into this wilderness. Many have never returned. The official count of those who have died searching for the lost Dutchman's mine is over 200, and that number is likely a conservative estimate. Some succumbed to the environment, dehydration, heat stroke, or fatal falls. Others met more violent ends. There are numerous stories of prospectors being found shot, their claims staked not just on the land but with their own lives. The mountains have cultivated an aura of curse and menace, fueled by these grim discoveries and by tales of mysterious lights and phantom Apaches guarding the treasure. This pervasive danger has only deepened the legend, transforming the search from a simple prospecting trip into a test of courage and a potential death sentence. But is there any real substance behind the bloodshed and the folklore? Geologists point out that the Superstition Mountains are volcanic in origin, and while not traditionally known as a major gold-bearing region like California's Mother Lode, it is not impossible for rich pockets of gold, known as placer deposits, to have formed in certain canyons from eroded volcanic rock. Furthermore, historians have found evidence that supports the core of the Peralta story. land grants to the family did exist, and Apache attacks on Mexican mining parties in the region were common. Even Jacob Waltz's gold is a matter of record. Assayer's reports from the time confirm that the ore he sold was exceptionally pure. This compelling combination of geological possibility and historical fact suggests that Waltz did indeed find a significant source of gold somewhere in those mountains. The question that has tormented searchers for 130 years is not if the gold exists but where. The modern search for the lost Dutchman's mine has evolved, employing technology just as the quest for El Dorado has. Prospectors now use metal detectors, ground-penetrating radar, and satellite imagery to scour the canyons. Yet, the mountain's complex geology and the cryptic nature of Waltz's clues have prevented a definitive discovery. Some theorists believe the mine was simply buried by a massive landslide, hidden under millions of tons of rock. Others argue that the landmarks have changed over time, or that Waltz's directions were intentionally misleading to protect his secret. The mystery endures because it sits perfectly at the intersection of verifiable history and unverifiable myth. The Lost Dutchman's gold mine is more than a potential physical location. It is a powerful symbol of the American frontier spirit, the relentless, often reckless pursuit of fortune, and the belief that a life-changing secret is still out there, waiting in the vast, silent desert for the one person determined and lucky enough to uncover it. Venturing south from the deserts of Arizona, our quest now plunges us into a landscape so surreal it seems lifted from a dream. This is the Gran Sabana of Venezuela, a vast, rolling grassland dotted with geological wonders that defy imagination, the tepuis. These are not typical mountains. They are colossal, flat-topped plateaus, ancient remnants of a sandstone plateau that once covered the region, eroded over hundreds of millions of years into isolated islands in the sky. Their sheer, towering cliffs, often shrouded in mist, make them virtually inaccessible, creating unique ecosystems that have evolved in complete isolation. It is upon these misty, alien summits that legends have taken root, whispers of a lost city built not by gods or gold seekers, but by a mysterious civilization known as the Jaguar people. The indigenous Peman people, who have inhabited the foothills of the tepuis for centuries, speak of these places with a mix of reverence and caution. They believe the summits are the abode of powerful spirits and are not to be disturbed lightly. Woven into their oral traditions are stories of a powerful, ancient culture that once thrived on one of these high plateaus. This was not a city of gold, but a society deeply connected to the most powerful predator of the South American jungle, the jaguar. The legends describe them as fierce and sophisticated, masters of their isolated domain, perhaps even adorning themselves with jaguar pelts or believing they were descended from the great cat. The concept of a jaguar people is not unique to this region. Jaguar symbolism is pervasive in many pre-Columbian cultures, often associated with shamanism, strength, and the underworld. But here, the legend is given a specific, tantalizing location, hidden atop a fortress of stone. These local tales found a global audience and were dramatically amplified by one of the most famous adventure novels ever written, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's The Lost World, published in 1912. Doyle, better known for creating Sherlock Holmes, was inspired by the early explorations of tepuis like Mount Roraima. In his story, a group of explorers discovers a plateau exactly like a tepui, cut off from the world for eons, where dinosaurs and other prehistoric creatures still roam. While the novel is fiction, it tapped directly into the genuine mystery of these unexplored landscapes. For readers around the world, the Gran Sabana became synonymous with the possibility of a lost world, a place where time stood still and anything could be hiding just beyond the next veil of cloud. The novel transformed the tepuis from remote geological curiosities into symbols of the ultimate undiscovered country, fueling the idea that a lost city of the Jaguar people wasn't just a folk tale, but a plausible reality waiting for a brave enough expedition. The primary obstacle to discovery, however, is the sheer, breathtaking difficulty of the terrain. A tepui is a natural fortress. The cliffsides are often vertical, slick with constant moisture, and shrouded in clouds that reduce visibility to zero. The summits themselves are alien worlds, with bizarre, sculpted rock formations carved by wind and rain, unique carnivorous plants, and black, nutrient-poor soils. Reaching the top is a major mountaineering challenge that has only become feasible in the last century. Even today, with modern climbing gear, the ascent is perilous. Furthermore, the summits are so vast that a thorough archaeological survey is a monumental task. A ruined city, overgrown by the unique, low-lying vegetation of the tepui, could easily remain hidden just a few hundred meters from a well-trodden path. The environment itself is the perfect guardian of its own secrets. So, is there any tangible evidence to support the legend? While no sprawling stone metropolis has been found, explorers and scientists have made intriguing discoveries that keep the mystery alive. On the summit of Oyon Tepui, the same mountain from which Angel falls, the world's highest waterfall, cascades, pilots and explorers have reported sightings of strange, linear patterns in the rock that resemble paved pathways or the foundations of structures. More concretely, there have been finds of ancient, sophisticated petroglyphs rock carvings in caves and on rock faces on some of the more accessible tepuis. These carvings, whose origins and meanings are still debated, prove that humans did, against all odds, reach these summits in the distant past. They were not completely untouched. The question is whether these visits were brief, spiritual pilgrimages or evidence of a more permanent, settled presence. The most compelling theory is that the legend of the Jaguar People's City may be a folk memory of a unique form of adaptation. Rather than a grand city with pyramids and palaces, the lost civilization might have been a culture that used the tepuis as seasonal refuges or sacred ceremonial centers. In times of conflict or climatic stress, a community could have retreated to the summit, using its natural defenses for protection. Their city would have been built from organic materials, wood and thatch, which would have decayed completely over the centuries, leaving behind only the most subtle traces, those enigmatic rock carvings, perhaps a few shards of pottery in the soil, or the leveled areas that look like foundations. The true lost city of the Jaguar people, then, may not be a literal buried metropolis, but the lost knowledge of a people who mastered the art of living in one of the most challenging and mystical environments on Earth. The tepuis stand as eternal sentinels, their summits still largely unexplored, holding onto the possibility that a unique chapter of human history is waiting silently in the clouds. Now let's journey from the cloud-shrouded tepuis to the sun-drenched waters of the Mediterranean, where a different kind of discovery has rewritten the history of an entire civilization. For over 1,000 years, the existence of Thonis-Heracleion was little more than a whisper in ancient texts. Greek historians like Herodotus wrote of a fabulously wealthy Egyptian port city, a vital gateway where all trade from the Greek world had to enter before sailing up the Nile to the city of Naucratis. It was a place of immense importance, a bustling, cosmopolitan hub where Egyptian and Greek cultures met and mingled. Yet, after the 8th century of the Common Era, the city vanished completely from historical records. It simply disappeared, leaving scholars to wonder if it had ever existed at all, or if it was just another legendary city like Atlantis. The mystery persisted until a French archaeologist named Frank Godiot made a decision to look not on land but beneath the sea. The challenge was knowing where to start. The ancient texts pointed to a location somewhere near the canopic mouth of the Nile, but centuries of silt deposition had dramatically altered the coastline. What was once a vibrant delta was now miles of underwater sediment. Godiot and his team employed a combination of ancient historical research and cutting-edge technology, using magnetic and bathymetric surveys to map the seabed in the Abaukia Bay, east of Alexandria. In the year 2000, after years of painstaking survey work, their efforts were rewarded with one of the most spectacular underwater discoveries of all time. Emerging from the murky depths were not just scattered ruins, but an entire city frozen in time. The sight was breathtaking. Colossal statues of pharaohs and gods, toppled pillars, the remains of grand temples, and even the hulls of ancient ships, all resting on the seafloor as if placed there by a giant's hand. They had found Thonis-Heracleion not as a legend, but as a stunning, tangible reality. The scale of the underwater city is almost beyond comprehension. Excavations have revealed a vast religious complex dedicated to the god Ammon, complete with a main temple and smaller sanctuaries. The most awe-inspiring finds are the monumental statues. A 16-foot-tall statue of a red granite pharaoh, a symbol of royal power, lies next to a magnificent 5.4-meter-high statue of the god Hapi, the deity of the Nile flood, a figure rarely depicted on such a colossal scale. Perhaps the most poignant discovery is the Stele of Thonis-Heracleion, a massive stone slab inscribed with a decree from Pharaoh Nectanebo I. This stele was crucial because it finally confirmed what historians had suspected. Thonis and Heracleion were not two separate cities, but the Egyptian and Greek names for the very same place. This single artifact solved a centuries-old scholarly debate, proving the city was the mandatory customs and tax collection point for all international trade entering Egypt. But how does an entire city, a center of such immense power and wealth, simply sink beneath the waves? The answer lies not in a single cataclysmic event, but in a perfect storm of geological vulnerability. The city was built on the unstable clay and silt of the Nile Delta. This ground, while fertile, is highly compressible. The weight of the city's massive stone buildings themselves, combined with the constant pressure of a growing population, would have caused the land to slowly compact and sink. This gradual subsidence was then catastrophically accelerated by natural disasters. Geologists believe that a series of earthquakes, followed by soil liquefaction, a process where solid ground temporarily behaves like a liquid, would have caused entire sections of the city to collapse into the water. Rising sea levels and a tsunami triggered by an earthquake on the nearby fault line likely delivered the final blow, submerging Thonis-Heracleion completely by the 8th century. It was a slow-motion collapse that eventually culminated in a rapid, final disappearance. The ongoing excavation of Thonis-Heracleion is a masterclass in marine archaeology, a delicate ballet of science and preservation. Divers work in challenging conditions with limited visibility, carefully uncovering artifacts that have been submerged for over 12 centuries. Every object recovered must go through a meticulous process of desalination and conservation to prevent it from crumbling into dust once exposed to the air. The discoveries continue to reshape our understanding of ancient Egypt's relationship with the wider world. The sheer volume of Greek artifacts, coins, pottery, and weapons found alongside traditional Egyptian items paints a vivid picture of a truly international port, a melting pot where cultures exchanged not just goods, but ideas and beliefs long before the rise of Alexandria. The city's rediscovery forces us to look beyond the pyramids and the Valley of the Kings, to see ancient Egypt as a formidable maritime power, whose prosperity depended on its control of the sea and its welcome of foreign merchants. Thonis-Heracleion is no longer a lost legend. It is a sunken archive, its stones and statues slowly yielding their secrets and reminding us that some of history's greatest chapters are written not on papyrus but on the ocean floor. From the sunken archives of Thonis-Heracleion, we now travel to the very end of the earth, to a land of wind-sculpted peaks and glacial valleys so remote it has long been a canvas for the most extravagant legends. This is the story of the lost city of the Caesars, a phantom metropolis said to lie hidden in the vast, untamed wilderness of Patagonia, straddling the border between Chile and Argentina. Unlike cities with a foundation in a single historical event, the legend of this place is a shapeshifter, a story that has evolved over centuries, absorbing the hopes, fears, and discoveries of everyone who ventured into that formidable landscape. It has been known by many names: the Wandering City, the Enchanted City, the City of the Cessaires, each title hinting at a different aspect of its elusive and magical nature. The origins of the legend are as dramatic as the Patagonian landscape itself. The story begins with the tragic wreck of a Spanish ship, the San Lesmes, part of the expedition of Garcia Joffa de Loyosa in the 1520s. Survivors of the shipwreck, along with other European castaways and perhaps even deserters from early settlements like Nombre de Jesus, were said to have banded together in the wilderness. Isolated and struggling to survive, they supposedly encountered and integrated with local indigenous tribes, most notably the giant-like Tehuelche people, whose impressive stature was famously recorded by Magellan's crew. From this fusion of European and native cultures, the legend says, a magnificent city was born. It was a place of refuge and immense wealth, built with grand architecture and overflowing with gold and silver mined from the nearby Andes. This version of the City of the Caesars was a beacon of hope, a story of human resilience creating a utopian society in one of the world's most challenging environments. But as the tale was told and retold around campfires and in port taverns, it began to acquire more supernatural and ominous layers. This is where the city earned its names as the Wandering or Enchanted City. Many accounts described it as being protected by a powerful magic. Some said it was invisible, appearing only at certain times of the day or under very specific conditions, such as at dawn or under a full moon, before vanishing again into the mist. Others believed the city itself was not fixed to one location, but wandered endlessly across the Patagonian steppe, its streets and buildings shifting with the mountain winds, making it impossible to pin down on any map. The inhabitants were no longer just shipwreck survivors. They were described as ghosts, giants, or even immortal beings, living in splendor but eternally trapped, unable to leave their enchanted domain. These fantastical elements transformed the city from a potential historical settlement into a full-fledged myth, a reflection of the awe and terror that the vast, empty spaces of Patagonia inspired in European explorers. The primary allure, as with so many lost city legends, was the promise of unimaginable wealth. Stories circulated of massive nuggets of gold just lying on the ground, of silver veins so rich they could be mined with bare hands. This vision of a mountain of treasure in the distant south became a powerful magnet for explorers and fortune hunters for over 300 years. Spanish officials, Chilean adventurers, and even Jesuit missionaries mounted expeditions into the Andes, driven by a mix of greed and a genuine curiosity to uncover the truth. The Jesuit priest Nicolas Mascardi conducted one of the most famous searches in the late 17th century, convinced the city was a refuge for indigenous people who had converted to Christianity. He explored the Nahuel-Huapi Lake region extensively, but like all the others, he found no city of gold, only the breathtaking and unforgiving beauty of the Patagonian wilderness. His disappearance and death during his quest only added to the legend's mystique and its aura of danger. The greatest guardian of the city's secret, however, has never been magic or giants, but the sheer, overwhelming harshness of Patagonia itself. The proposed location for the City of the Caesars is some of the most inaccessible terrain on the planet. The Andes in this region are a jagged spine of young, volcanic mountains, perpetually capped with ice and battered by some of the strongest and most consistent winds on Earth. Dense temperate rainforests, known as the Valdivian forest, cloak the western slopes, a saturated tangle of vegetation that is brutally difficult to penetrate. To the east lies the arid, treeless steppe, a vast expanse of scrubland offering little shelter or resources. The weather is notoriously volatile, with conditions shifting from brilliant sunshine to blinding blizzards in a matter of hours. For any expedition, whether in the 16th century or the 21st, the environment presents an almost insurmountable barrier, a natural fortress that has protected its mysteries with relentless efficiency. So, was the city of the Caesars ever a real place? Most historians and archaeologists agree that it is almost certainly a composite legend, a beautiful mosaic pieced together from many different sources. The kernel of truth likely lies with the very real stories of survival. Shipwrecks did occur along the treacherous Patagonian coast, and survivors did sometimes live with indigenous groups. There were also rumors of a hidden Incan refuge, a last bastion of their empire established far to the south to escape the Spanish conquest. The tales of giants are easily explained by the tall stature of the Tehuelche people. Their wealth could have been based on sightings of the rich obsidian or other valuable minerals known to the region. The legend served a practical purpose too. It encouraged exploration and settlement of a territory that Spain and Chile were eager to claim. The story of the lost city of the Caesars, therefore, is not a map to a hidden treasure but a cultural artifact. It is a testament to the power of a landscape to ignite the human imagination, to transform stories of survival into epics, and to create, out of wind and rock, a dream of a city that wanders forever just beyond our reach. Our journey now takes us from the windswept plains of Patagonia to a stark and dramatic plateau on a very different frontier, a place where history is etched not just in stone, but in the very fault lines of culture and conflict. High on a remote plateau in eastern Turkey, mere whispers from the modern border with Armenia, stand the silent, spectral ruins of a city that was once called the City of 1001 Churches, a rival to Constantinople itself. This is Ani, the magnificent capital of a vanished Armenian empire, a ghost whose grandeur still echoes across the empty grasslands. To stand there today is to feel the presence of a metropolis frozen in time, a place that embodied the peak of medieval civilization before suffering a fall of almost biblical proportions, succumbing not to a single enemy, but to a relentless succession of conquest, earthquake, and ultimate abandonment. Ani's rise to glory was fueled by its perfect position on the legendary Silk Road. During the 10th century, under the powerful Bagratid dynasty, it became the capital of a kingdom that stretched across the Armenian highlands. This wasn't just a strategic military location, it was a colossal, bustling crossroads of global trade. Caravans laden with silk, spices, and jewels from as far away as China and India would converge here, meeting merchants bringing goods from Byzantium, Persia, and Europe. The taxes and tariffs from this immense flow of wealth transformed Ani into one of the largest and most prosperous cities in the entire world, with a population that historians estimate may have reached 200,000 people. Its wealth funded an explosion of architectural and cultural achievement, earning it a reputation for sophistication and power that made even the Byzantine emperors in Constantinople view it with a mixture of respect and envy. Ani was a beacon of Christian civilization in the Caucasus, a center of learning and art that stood as a testament to Armenian ingenuity. This golden age reached its zenith under the reign of King Gagik I, who embarked on a building program of staggering ambition. The city was encircled by immense, formidable double walls, punctuated by massive towers and gates designed to repel any army, but it was within these walls that Ani's true soul was built. The city became a living canvas for some of the most innovative architects of the age, who pioneered a new style that blended traditional Armenian forms with Byzantine and Islamic influences. They mastered the use of finely carved volcanic stone, creating structures of breathtaking elegance and scale. The nickname, the City of 1001 Churches, was only a slight exaggeration. Dozens of churches, cathedrals, and chapels soared towards the sky, each one more elaborate than the last. The Cathedral of Ani, completed in the year 1001, was a marvel of its time, with a massive dome and an interior designed to create a sense of heavenly awe. But perhaps the most striking survivor is the Church of the Redeemer, a unique polygonal structure that was built to house a fragment of the true cross. its precise stonework a symbol of both deep faith and supreme technical skill. This age of splendor, however, could not last forever. Ani's very wealth and strategic location made it a coveted prize, a jewel that every expanding empire wanted to possess. The first major blow fell in 1064 when the Seljuk Turks, a powerful new force from Central Asia, besieged and captured the city. While the Seljuks did not destroy Ani completely, the conquest marked the beginning of the end of its independence and its unbroken prosperity. The city changed hands multiple times over the next centuries, caught in the tug of war between Byzantine, Georgian, and various Turkic powers. Its fate was temporarily improved under the Zernoq dynasty, a Georgian-Armenian family who drove out the Seljuks and presided over a period of revival in the 12th and 13th centuries. But the death knell for Ani was truly sounded by an event from the Far East, the arrival of the Mongols. In 1236, the unstoppable Mongol horde swept through the region, sacking Ani with a brutality that shattered its economic foundations. The Silk Road trade routes, the city's lifeblood, were disrupted, and Ani began a long, slow decline from a global capital to a provincial town. Then came the final, unkindest cut of all, delivered not by man but by nature. In 1319, a massive earthquake struck the region. The tremors ripped through the already weakened city, toppling the great cathedral's dome and reducing many of the proud 1001 churches to piles of rubble. The earthquake was a catastrophe from which Ani could not recover. Its political importance had already faded, its trade routes were gone, and now its magnificent architecture lay in ruins. The surviving population gradually drifted away, seeking stability and opportunity elsewhere. By the 17th century, Ani was completely abandoned, a ghost city left to the mercy of the elements. The winds that once carried the sounds of merchants and prayers now only whistled through empty doorways and across crumbling walls. For centuries, it was largely forgotten by the outside world, a collection of haunting silhouettes on a deserted plateau. The modern story of Ani is as complex as its ancient history. Its location on the highly sensitive border between Turkey and Armenia placed it in a political no-man's land for much of the 20th century, part of a militarized zone that made access and archaeological study extremely difficult. This isolation, while tragic, ironically helped preserve the ruins from modern development, but it also left them vulnerable to neglect and the slow, steady decay caused by rain, frost, and invasive vegetation. In recent decades, as tensions have eased slightly, there has been a renewed international effort to conserve what remains. Teams of archaeologists and restoration experts are engaged in a delicate race against time, stabilizing walls, documenting frescoes, and trying to prevent the complete collapse of these irreplaceable structures. The ongoing work has revealed even more wonders, such as incredibly well-preserved frescoes inside a cave church along the nearby Arpace River, depicting scenes from the Bible and the lives of saints with vibrant color and emotion. Visiting Ani today is an experience that is both profoundly beautiful and deeply melancholy. You walk along the same streets where Silk Road merchants once haggled, now silent except for the call of birds. You stand in the shell of the cathedral, where the dome that once inspired awe now opens to an empty sky. You can trace the intricate carvings of saints and geometric patterns on the walls of the Church of St. Gregory, a testament to the artisans whose names are lost to history. The city feels suspended between worlds, a powerful symbol of both the heights of human achievement and the transience of all earthly power. It is not just a lost city, it is a palimpsest of history where the layers of Armenian, Georgian, Byzantine, Seljuk, and Mongol influence are all visible in the stone. Ani's silence speaks volumes about the rise and fall of empires, the fragility of cultural memory, and the enduring power of place. It stands as a solemn reminder that even the greatest of cities can vanish, leaving behind only echoes in the wind and stones that stubbornly refuse to tell all their secrets. Now let's sail across the Atlantic to a different kind of legend, one born not from ancient texts or sunken ruins, but from the first, awe-struck European glimpses of a new world. Imagine you are a 16th century French or English explorer charting the uncharted coastline of North America. You've heard rumors of Spanish gold to the south, but your own voyages have revealed something else entirely. A seemingly endless forested coastline dotted with thriving indigenous communities. Then you hear a story passed from sailor to sailor, perhaps through a game of linguistic telephone with the local Algonquian peoples. The name echoes with a sense of grandeur, Norumbega. It is described as a city of incredible wealth, with houses made of crystal, towers adorned with precious gems, and a king who rules over a vast and prosperous territory. This was the legend that began to appear on European maps, a phantom city of immense riches, located somewhere on the coast between New England and modern-day Canada, a northern rival to the fabled El Dorado. The cartographic evidence for Norumbega is both compelling and wonderfully illustrative of how myths can solidify into perceived fact. For over a century, the name Norumbega held a prominent place on the most respected maps of the era. The Italian explorer Giovanni da Verrazzano first recorded a version of the name in 1524 after encountering what was likely the Penobscot Bay area in Maine. Later, the influential mapmaker Gerardus Mercator, in his seminal world map of 1569, depicted Norumbega as a large inland city near a river. Another cartographer, Abraham Ortelius, showed it as a significant region on his map of the Americas. For European audiences, these maps were not just navigational aids, they were statements of fact. The persistent placement of Norumbega gave it a reality that fueled the ambitions of monarchs and the dreams of adventurers. It became a tangible goal, a place that, according to the best available knowledge, simply had to exist. But where did this captivating idea truly come from? The most plausible explanation points to a classic case of cultural misunderstanding and wishful thinking. Early European explorers, particularly those like Samuel de Champlain, who later searched diligently for the city, did indeed find something remarkable along the northeastern coast, large seasonal villages of the eastern Algonquian peoples. These were not nomadic bands, but substantial communities, sometimes hosting hundreds of people. The villages were often situated at prime locations for fishing and trade, and their longhouses, built with impressive wooden frames and covered in birch bark, could be quite large. To European eyes, accustomed to the crowded, stone-built cities of their homeland, these prosperous settlements, set against a backdrop of abundant natural resources, could easily have been interpreted as the outskirts of a much larger civilization. The name Norumbega itself is now widely thought to be a corruption of an Algonquian word, perhaps Nalambeki, meaning a place of a fine stretch of water or something similar. The legend was likely born when a simple, descriptive place name was filtered through the lens of explorers who were desperately hoping to find their own source of wealth and prestige in the New World. The search for the physical location of this mythical city has focused heavily on the great rivers of the Northeast, which were the highways into the interior. Champlain, in the early 1600s, was convinced the Penobscot River in Maine was the key. He journeyed upriver, expecting to find the gleaming city at any bend, but found only more forest and Native American villages. Others believed the mysterious city lay farther north, perhaps on the St. John River in New Brunswick, or even as far as the Bay of Fundy in Nova Scotia. Each expedition that failed to find towers of crystal simply pushed the legend a little further into the unknown, adapting the myth to fit the expanding map. The dream of Norumbega only truly began to fade when the region became more thoroughly mapped and settled by Europeans. As colonists established towns like Boston and Quebec, it became increasingly clear that there was no great native metropolis hidden in the woods, no city of the scale and grandeur that the legends had described. Yet the story of Norumbega did not simply vanish, it evolved. In a fascinating twist, the name found a new life in the 19th century through the work of a Harvard scholar named Eben Norton Horsford. Horsford, a chemist, became obsessed with the idea that Norse Vikings had traveled far south of their known settlement at Elland's Orks Meadows in Newfoundland. He theorized that Norumbega was not a Native American city at all, but was actually a corruption of Norvega, the Old Norse word for Norway. He even identified specific sites along the Charles River near Boston, such as a place now called Norumbega Tower in western Massachusetts, as the location of a supposed Viking fort. While modern archaeology has largely dismissed Horsford's specific claims, his enthusiastic promotion of the theory repopularized the name and linked it to a different but equally romantic narrative of pre-Columbian exploration. Ultimately, the legacy of Norumbega is not about a lost city of gold, but about a lost opportunity for understanding. The European fixation on finding a literal city of wealth blinded them to the very real, sophisticated cultures that were already flourishing along the Atlantic coast. The riches of Norumbega were not gold and jewels, but the abundant fisheries, the fertile land, and the established trade networks of the indigenous peoples. The legend represents a profound moment of cross-cultural contact, where a reality was seen only as a reflection of a fantasy. Norumbega remains on the map not as a physical location, but as a ghost, a permanent reminder of the power of stories to shape exploration and of the vast, unknowable quality that the New World held for the first Europeans who dared to chart its shores. But what if a lost city wasn't just found in a remote jungle or under the sea, but was hiding in plain sight for centuries, its story preserved in ancient texts, yet its physical location remaining a tantalizing mystery just a few miles from a modern town? This is the remarkable case of Tenya, a city of ancient Greece whose existence long hovered in the hazy realm between legend and history. The story of Tenya is unique, rooted not in mythic gods or cursed treasure, but in one of the most famous conflicts of the ancient world, the Trojan War. Greek historians like Pausanias recorded that after the fall of Troy, the victorious Agamemnon allowed Trojan prisoners of war to settle in the northeastern Peloponnese. According to this tradition, these survivors, far from their decimated homeland, were granted permission to build their own city. They named it Tenya after their patron goddess, Athena of Tenya, and they thrived, becoming known for their wealth and skill, particularly in horse breeding. For centuries, this was the extent of our knowledge, a compelling footnote in the epics, a ghost city mentioned in a handful of sources, but with no physical proof it had ever been more than a story. The primary challenge in finding Tenya was the specificity, or lack thereof, in the ancient sources. While writers mentioned the city, they gave only general clues to its location, suggesting it was situated somewhere between the major ancient centers of Corinth and Mycenae. This is a significant area, a landscape rich with archaeological sites where the soil is thick with the remnants of history. For generations, archaeologists surveyed the region, knowing they were looking for a needle in a very ancient haystack. The breakthrough, however, did not come from a grand, planned expedition, but from a combination of chance and persistence. For years, local authorities in the village of Chiliomodi had been battling a rampant problem of illegal antiquities trafficking. Looters, using metal detectors under cover of darkness, were systematically plundering an area near the village, a clear sign that there was something of immense historical value buried there. The sheer volume of artifacts appearing on the black market, ancient coins, jewelry, and pottery was a powerful, if illicit, clue that a major settlement lay undiscovered. This looting crisis prompted the Greek Ministry of Culture to grant official permission for a systematic archaeological investigation, led by Dr. Elena Korka, a scholar who had long been fascinated by the legend of Tenya. Beginning in 2013, her team began a meticulous survey of the area. The initial results were promising, but it was in 2018 that the excavation truly struck gold. The team unearthed the first undeniable signs of urban life. the remains of well-built houses laid out in an organized street plan, complete with clay and stone floors. They discovered storage areas filled with large pottery vessels, and they uncovered a complex network of sewage pipes, a clear indicator of a sophisticated, planned community, not just a simple village. But the most dramatic discoveries came from beneath the ground, a series of richly furnished tombs. Inside, they found the skeletal remains of individuals buried with grave goods that spoke of immense wealth and status. There were delicate gold rings, exquisite bronze vessels, and more than 200 rare gold and silver coins, some minted as far away as Rome and Gaul, proving that Tenea was a prosperous hub in a vast Mediterranean trade network. The artifacts told a story that perfectly aligned with, and then dramatically expanded upon, the ancient legends. The wealth of the tombs confirmed the historical accounts of Tenea's prosperity. But the real stunner was the cultural evidence, the pottery styles, the architectural techniques, and the types of jewelry found in the earliest layers of the settlement showed a distinct blend of influences. There were clear elements of typical Greek styles, but also pronounced artistic traditions that echoed Anatolian or Turkish origins. This was the material proof that the legend of the Trojan founders held a kernel of truth. It suggested that the city was indeed established by a population with roots in the region of Troy, who maintained their unique cultural identity for generations while integrating into the Greek world. This wasn't just the discovery of a lost city, it was the discovery of a refugee community that had not only survived a catastrophic war, but had gone on to build a flourishing and influential city-state. The story of Tenea's rediscovery adds a profound new layer to our understanding of the aftermath of the Trojan War. For millennia, the conflict has been viewed through the lens of Homer's epic poetry, a tale of heroes, gods, and the utter destruction of Troy. The legend of Tenea provides a human counterpoint to that narrative. It suggests that history is written not only by the victors but also by the survivors. The people of Tenea, likely a mix of actual Trojan captives and local Greek populations, carved out a new identity for themselves, turning their tragic origins into a source of strength and prosperity. Their city's location on the trade route between the powerful city-states of Corinth and Argos was key to their success, allowing them to accumulate the wealth that so impressed ancient writers. The discovery of Tenea transforms a legendary footnote into a powerful historical reality, a testament to human resilience and the complex, interwoven fabric of the ancient Mediterranean world, where even the most devastating wars could give rise to new beginnings. From the tangible rediscovery of Tenea, a city born from the ashes of Troy, we now ascend into the realm of pure aspiration, to a legend that represents not a lost past but a desired future. High in the frozen reaches of the Himalayas, where the air is thin and the mountains touch the sky, lies the idea of a place untouched by time, conflict, and decay. This is the mythical Shangri-La, a name that has become synonymous with the ultimate earthly paradise, a secret sanctuary of perpetual peace and wisdom. While its popularity in the Western world is largely thanks to a single novel, its roots delve deep into spiritual traditions that are centuries old, creating a fascinating blend of modern fiction and ancient belief. The story of Shangri-La, as we commonly know it, was introduced to the world in 1933 through James Hilton's best-selling novel, Lost Horizon. The book tells the tale of a British diplomat named Hugh Conway, whose plane is hijacked and crash lands deep in the Tibetan Himalayas. He and his fellow survivors are rescued and taken to a mysterious, secluded valley monastery called Shangri-La. This hidden world is a breathtaking utopia. The climate is miraculously temperate, the landscape is lush and beautiful, and the community, led by a centuries-old High Lama, lives in perfect harmony. The central marvel of Shangri-La is its effect on aging. Time moves so slowly here that residents live for hundreds of years, dedicating their extended lives to study, meditation, and the preservation of all the world's great cultural treasures, which are safeguarded within the monastery's library against the coming apocalypse outside. Hilton's novel captured the global imagination at a time of deep anxiety between the two world wars, offering a powerful fantasy of escape and a repository of hope in a world that seemed intent on self-destruction. What makes the concept so enduring, however, is that Hilton did not simply invent it from whole cloth. He skillfully wove his fictional paradise from threads of genuine Tibetan Buddhist tradition, most notably the legend of Shambhala. In Buddhist scriptures, Shambhala is a hidden kingdom, a pure land that exists somewhere to the north. It is not a place of escape, but a kingdom of righteousness that will one day play a crucial role in the world's destiny. The Kalachakra teachings describe a time in the future when the world will be overrun by greed and hatred. At that point of ultimate darkness, the king of Shambhala will emerge with a vast army to defeat the forces of evil and usher in a new golden age. So, while Shangri-La is a passive sanctuary, a place to wait out the storm, Shambhala is a proactive, spiritual fortress destined to fight and win the final battle for enlightenment. Hilton took the core idea of a hidden Himalayan paradise, but adapted its purpose to suit a Western longing for peace and preservation, rather than a final, cosmic confrontation. The enormous popularity of Lost Horizon and the subsequent Oscar-winning film adaptation created a powerful cultural phenomenon. The name Shangri-La entered the common lexicon as a shorthand for any idyllic, unspoiled haven. This, in turn, sparked a very real-world competition, the quest to pinpoint Shangri-La's physical location. If such a perfect valley existed, surely it must be based on a real place. Several stunning locations in the Himalayas have since laid claim to the title, each with compelling arguments. One of the most prominent is the Hunza Valley in northern Pakistan. Nestled among dramatic peaks, the Hunza Valley is renowned for its extraordinary beauty, with terraced fields, apricot orchards, and a turquoise river running through it. For a time, it was also famous for the purported longevity of its people, with stories of inhabitants living well beyond 100 years. This combination of breathtaking scenery and claims of extended life made it a perfect candidate for the real-world inspiration behind Hilton's novel. On the other side of the Himalayas, in China's Yunnan province, another contender emerged with such conviction that it officially renamed itself. The Tibetan town of Zhongdian, perched at over 10,000 feet, possessed a landscape that seemed lifted directly from Hilton's pages: snow-capped mountains, deep gorges, pristine forests, and a large monastery. Capitalizing on the legend and the booming tourist trade, the Chinese government officially renamed Zhongdian to Shangri-La in 2001, a move that firmly placed the mythical paradise on the map. The town now markets itself as the ultimate destination for those seeking the authentic Shangri-La experience. Meanwhile, the entire kingdom of Bhutan, with its philosophy of gross national happiness and its policy of high-value, low-impact tourism, presents itself as a national-scale Shangri-La, a country that has consciously chosen to prioritize spiritual well-being and environmental preservation over rampant modernization. This real-world branding of Shangri-La raises a profound question about the nature of the legend itself. Is the search for a physical location missing the entire point? For many, the true power of Shangri-La is not as a place on a map, but as a state of mind or a philosophical ideal. It represents the universal human yearning for a simpler, more meaningful existence, free from the stress and strife of modern life. It is the dream of a balanced life where one has the time to pursue knowledge, cultivate inner peace, and live in harmony with nature and community. In this sense, Shangri-La is not a destination to be found, but a way of living to be created. The myth endures because it speaks to a deep-seated feeling that our current world is out of balance, and it offers a vision of what could be if we prioritized different values. The various towns that claim the title are, in effect, selling not just a vacation, but the promise of this ideal, allowing visitors to briefly step into the fantasy. Ultimately, the legend of Shangri-La stands apart from every other entry on our list. It is not a city that was lost to time, war, or natural disaster, waiting for an archaeologist's trowel to uncover it. It is a paradise that was imagined into being, a reflection of our deepest hopes rather than a relic of our past. It shows us that sometimes the most powerful lost cities are the ones that have never existed at all, because their purpose is not to be rediscovered, but to inspire us to build a better world. The enduring quest for Shangri-La, whether on a map or within ourselves, is a testament to humanity's unshakable belief that somewhere, whether hidden in a remote valley or waiting to be realized in our own communities, a more perfect way of life is possible. But our journey now turns from legends of paradise to a historical enigma etched into the very soil of the New World, a mystery that began not with gold or giants, but with a single cryptic word. We travel to the outer banks of present-day North Carolina, to the story of the lost colony of Roanoke. While it was a settlement rather than a sprawling city, its complete and unexplained disappearance has cemented its place as one of America's most enduring and haunting historical puzzles. This is a tale of ambition, desperation, and a clue that has tantalized historians and the public for over 4 centuries. The story begins in 1587 during the reign of Queen Elizabeth I. A group of approximately 115 English men, women, and children, led by Governor John White, established a settlement on Roanoke Island. Their mission was to create a permanent English foothold in the Americas, a venture sponsored by Sir Walter Raleigh. The colony's start was fraught with tension with the local Akhetaten people, and supplies quickly ran low. Just a few months after their arrival, Governor White was compelled to sail back to England to secure more resources and reinforcements. His departure was agonizing as he left behind his own daughter, Elena, and his newborn granddaughter, Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the New World. White expected to return within a year, but history had other plans. His timing could not have been worse. His arrival in England coincided with the nation's desperate preparations to face the Spanish Armada, a naval invasion that threatened its very existence. Every seaworthy ship was commandeered for the war effort, and White found himself stranded, unable to secure passage back to Roanoke for 3 long years. When John White finally managed to return to Roanoke in 1590, he arrived to a scene of utter desolation. The settlement was completely abandoned. The houses and fortifications had been carefully dismantled, suggesting a planned departure, not a panicked flight. There were no signs of a struggle, no graves, and no cross, a prearranged signal the colonists agreed to carve if they were in distress. The only clues were 2 carvings. On a post of the fort's entrance, the word Croatoan was carved in capital letters. On a nearby tree, the letters Crow were found. To White, this was a message of hope. The Croatoan were the name of a friendly indigenous group who lived on a nearby island, now known as Hatteras Island. The lack of a Maltese cross beneath the word suggested to him that the colonists had moved voluntarily to live with their allies. Yet his relief was short-lived. A sudden hurricane and a near mutiny from his sailors forced him to abandon his search and return to England, never learning the ultimate fate of his family and the colonists he had left behind. The mystery was sealed. For centuries, the word Croatoan has been the focal point of intense speculation. The primary and most widely accepted theory is that the colonists did exactly as the carving implied. They assimilated with the Croatoan people. As supplies dwindled and tensions with other tribes grew, integration would have been a logical strategy for survival. Over generations, the English settlers would have intermarried and been absorbed into the tribal community. This theory is supported by intriguing reports from later English colonists who arrived at Jamestown in 1607. Captain John Smith and others recorded stories from local indigenous people about individuals living further south who dressed like Europeans, lived in stone houses, and could read from a book. Furthermore, there were persistent accounts of Powhatan, the powerful chief in Virginia, confessing that he had ordered an attack on the Roanoke colonists because they were living with a tribe he considered an enemy, killing most of them but keeping a few as metalworkers. A fascinating thread of evidence comes from the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina. For generations, members of the Lumbee have claimed partial descent from the Roanoke settlers, pointing to their distinctive last names like Locklear, Dial, and Oxendine, which bear a striking resemblance to names on the Roanoke colony roster. Their oral history, distinctive physical features, and early facility with the English language have been cited as potential proof of this ancestral link. While genetic studies have yet to provide conclusive evidence, the possibility remains a powerful and compelling narrative of cultural fusion and survival against the odds. However, other, darker theories persist. Perhaps the colonists fell victim to a catastrophic disease, a fate that befell many early settlements. Or maybe they were wiped out in a conflict with the Akhetaten or another hostile group. Some have suggested a more desperate scenario, that the colonists attempted to build boats to sail back to England themselves but were lost at sea. There is even a fringe theory that they ventured inland and were absorbed by a different tribe, perhaps settling near the mysterious lost colony Rock in Georgia, which bears enigmatic carvings. Each theory has its proponents, but none can fully account for the complete lack of definitive archaeological evidence on Roanoke Island itself. The mystery has only deepened with modern archaeological work, which has shifted focus from the original settlement site to Hatteras Island. Recent excavations there have uncovered a tantalizing mix of European and Native American artifacts from the correct time period. A rapier hilt, a slate writing tablet, fragments of late 16th century English pottery, and a gold signet ring have all been found intermingled with indigenous tools and ornaments. These finds do not conclusively prove the assimilation theory, but they strongly indicate sustained contact and trade between Europeans and the Croatoan people at the very time the colony vanished. The evidence suggests that at least some of the Roanoke colonists may have lived among the Croatoan for a period, their belongings slowly becoming part of the local material culture. The ultimate fate of the lost colony may never be known with absolute certainty, and perhaps that is the source of its enduring power. It is not a story of a city of gold, but a deeply human story of a community that vanished, leaving behind a single word that has become a permanent question mark at the heart of American history. While many lost cities fell to conquest or were abandoned over centuries, some met a far more dramatic and immediate fate, vanishing beneath the waves in a single catastrophic event. Now we dive into the crystal-clear waters off the southern coast of Greece to explore a city that offers a unique, almost photographic glimpse into the daily life of a civilization that thrived 1,000 years before the Parthenon was even a dream. This is Pavlopetri, the oldest known submerged city in the world, a sprawling Bronze Age settlement that now lies just a few meters beneath the surface, its secrets preserved by the sea itself. The story of Pavlopetri's modern discovery began not with a grand expedition, but with the keen eye of a local. In the early 1960s, a geologist named Nicholas Fleming was surveying the coastline of Laconia when he noticed something extraordinary just below the water's surface. Through the pristine Mediterranean water, he could make out the unmistakable lines of man-made structures, walls, courtyards, and even the outlines of streets. He alerted archaeologists, and subsequent dives confirmed he had stumbled upon a major find. Initial surveys mapped a city covering an area of nearly 10 acres, a significant urban center for its time. But it wasn't until decades later, with the advent of more sophisticated technology, that the true scale and importance of Pavlopetri were fully revealed. A major project led by the University of Nottingham, in collaboration with the Hellenic Centre for Maritime Research, began in 2009, using advanced underwater sonar mapping to create a detailed digital plan of the entire site. What emerged from this digital survey was nothing short of breathtaking. unlike many ruins that are little more than scattered foundations, Pavlopetri is astonishingly complete. The team mapped out an entire urban grid, a network of streets and alleyways that still define the city's layout. They identified the foundations of more than 15 buildings, including what were clearly homes, workshops, and larger public or religious structures. They found courtyards, staircases leading to second stories, and a complex system of water management, including rock-cut tombs and chambers. The most striking feature is the city's clear organization. It was a planned settlement, not a haphazard collection of buildings. This level of preservation is almost unparalleled in archaeology. Because the city was submerged and then gently covered by sand, it was protected from the plowing, building, and erosion that have destroyed so many terrestrial Bronze Age sites. It is a time capsule frozen in a moment of disaster. Dating the city has revealed its truly ancient origins. Ceramic fragments and other artifacts pulled from the seabed show that Pavlopetri was first occupied around 5,000 years ago in the early Bronze Age. It continued to be a thriving community throughout the Middle and Late Bronze Age, meaning it was contemporary with the great Minoan civilization on Crete and the rise of the Mycenaeans on the Greek mainland. This timeline makes Pavlopetri a vital piece in the puzzle of early Aegean trade and culture. Its location was strategically perfect, situated on a narrow isthmus with a natural harbor on one side and a sheltered bay on the other. It would have been an ideal stopover for merchant ships sailing between the Peloponnese, Crete, and the wider eastern Mediterranean. The artifacts found on the seabed, fragments of pottery from Crete, obsidian tools from the island of Milos, and other imported goods, confirm that Pavlopetri was a well-connected trading hub, a cosmopolitan center where ideas and goods were exchanged freely. The question of how this bustling port ended up underwater is a story written in geology. The primary cause was almost certainly a combination of sea level rise and local tectonic activity. At the end of the last ice age, global sea levels began a slow but steady climb, a process that continued for millennia. Coastal settlements worldwide had to constantly adapt to the encroaching ocean. For Pavlopetri, this gradual threat was likely accelerated by earthquakes. The entire Mediterranean region is seismically active, and the land around Pavlopetri is crisscrossed with fault lines. A series of significant quakes could have caused the land to subside or liquefied the ground upon which the city was built, leading to a rapid and catastrophic sinking. Unlike the sudden tsunami that destroyed Helike, the end for Pavlopetri may have been a slower, incremental process, with a major seismic event delivering the final blow that sent the city's foundations below the waterline for good. The inhabitants would have had little choice but to abandon their homes to the sea, leaving behind a perfectly preserved snapshot of their world. The true value of Pavlopetri lies in this snapshot. It provides an unparalleled window into the ordinary life of a Bronze Age community. On land, archaeologists usually find the grand structures, the palaces, the fortresses, the royal tombs. But at Pavlopetri, we see the entire city, from the likely ruler's house to the simple homes of fishermen and artisans. The layout of the streets tells us about urban planning and social organization. The presence of large courtyards in many homes suggests a culture that valued communal living and outdoor workspaces. The discovery of stone-lined graves within the city limits, a practice that changed in later Greek periods, gives us insight into their spiritual beliefs and relationship with their ancestors. By studying the distribution of artifacts, archaeologists can even begin to map out the city's economy, identifying which areas were dedicated to pottery making, textile production, or metalworking. Pavlopetri is not a city of legendary kings or epic poems. It is a city of people, and its silent, sunken streets speak volumes about how they lived, worked, and traded over 1,000 years of history. Today, Pavlopetri faces a new threat, one far more insidious than earthquakes. Its very accessibility, lying in shallow, clear water, makes it vulnerable to looting by unscrupulous divers and damage from boat anchors and fishing nets. The gentle currents that once covered it with protective sand can now shift and expose fragile structures to erosion. Recognizing its immense cultural value, UNESCO has placed Pavlopetri on its World Heritage Tentative List, and ongoing conservation efforts focus on monitoring the site and promoting responsible educational tourism. The story of this sunken city is a powerful reminder that the past is not always buried deep. Sometimes it lies just beneath the surface, a fragile world where the ghosts of a 5,000-year-old community walk streets that are now navigated by fish, waiting for us to listen to the stories they have to tell. From the silent, sunken streets of Pavlopetri, we now cross the Atlantic to a quest driven by a different kind of treasure. One that shimmered so brightly in the minds of conquistadors that it propelled them across an ocean and into the heart of an entirely unknown continent. This is the story of the 7 cities of gold and the legend of Quivira, a tale of desperate hope, brutal disappointment, and a mystery that reshaped the map of North America. The journey begins not on the plains but with a shipwreck. In 1528, a Spanish vessel carrying a treasure-hungry official named Panfilo de Narvaez foundered off the coast of Florida. The few survivors, led by Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, endured an 8-year odyssey of survival wandering across the American Southwest. When they finally stumbled upon a Spanish outpost in Mexico in 1536, they brought with them an incredible story. They had heard whispers from Native American tribes of 7 magnificent cities to the north, cities so wealthy that their inhabitants decorated their doorways with turquoise and possessed gold in unimaginable quantities. The Spanish colonists, already flush with the plunder of the Aztec and Inca empires, were electrified. The legend of the 7 cities of Cibola was born. The man tasked with turning this rumor into reality was the young and ambitious governor of New Galicia, Francisco Vázquez de Coronado. In 1540, he assembled one of the most formidable expeditions the New World had ever seen. A column of over 300 Spanish soldiers, hundreds more indigenous Mexican allies, and a vast herd of livestock and supplies. They were an army on the march, equipped for conquest, not exploration. Their guide was a Franciscan friar named Marcos de Niza, who claimed to have seen one of the cities from a distance, describing it as larger than Mexico City. Coronado's hopes soared as his army trudged northwards, fueled by the vision of a prize that would dwarf even the treasures of Montezuma. When they finally reached the first of the alleged 7 cities, the Zuni pueblo of Jauja in present-day New Mexico, the reality was a crushing blow. Instead of a metropolis of gold, they found a multi-storied adobe village, a formidable community to be sure, but one built of earth and stone. A bitter battle ensued, and the Spanish captured the pueblo, but their dream of gold had evaporated into the dry desert air. Yet the quest was not over. While camped near the Rio Grande, Coronado encountered a figure who would redirect his entire mission, a man the Spanish called El Turco, or the Turk. El Turco, who was likely a Pawnee or Wichita man who had been taken captive by another tribe, spun a new and even more tantalizing tale. He spoke of a wealthy land far to the east called Quivira, where the ruler napped under a tree hung with tiny golden bells that lulled him to sleep, and where even the commoners ate from plates of wrought gold. Desperate to believe and grasping at any straw, Coronado took the bait. He split his massive force, sending the main body back to base camp, while he led a smaller, hand-picked group of 30 soldiers, priests, and servants, with El Turco as their guide, on a desperate trek across the endless sea of grass that was the Great Plains. The journey was a test of endurance unlike anything the Spaniards had experienced. They marched for weeks, their metal armor baking in the sun, their horses struggling on the unfamiliar terrain. They encountered vast herds of thundering bison, creatures so immense they called them hump-backed cows. They met bands of nomadic Querecho and Taya peoples who followed the buffalo and lived in portable tipis, a way of life completely alien to the sedentary, city-building cultures the Spanish knew. As the weeks stretched into months, Coronado's suspicions grew. El Turco's directions seemed to lead them in circles, and the promised golden land remained a mirage on the horizon. The conquistadors eventually concluded that El Turco was deliberately misleading them, perhaps to lead them to their deaths or to help them get lost so his own people could attack. The situation reached a breaking point, and in a grim turn, El Turco was executed for his deception. Pressing on with other guides, Coronado's depleted party finally reached their destination, the fabled Quivira, in what is now central Kansas. The sight that greeted them was the final, crushing disappointment of their 2-year, 4,000-mile expedition. Quivira was not a city of gold. It was a cluster of thatched, circular lodges belonging to the Wichita people. These were sedentary farmers who grew corn, beans, and squash, and lived in large, prosperous villages, but their wealth was measured in food, hides, and beautifully crafted pottery, not in precious metals. The gold that El Turco had described was likely nothing more than polished copper, or perhaps a complete fabrication. Coronado and his men spent several weeks among the Wichita, exploring the region, but they found no treasure. They erected a simple cross to claim the land for Spain, and with spirits broken and their mission a catastrophic failure, they began the long, defeated march back to Mexico. The grand quest for the 7 cities of gold had ended not with a king's ransom, but with the humble reality of a Native American village. Yet, like the legend of El Dorado, the story of Quivira did not die with Coronado's return. It simply shifted and transformed. Later Spanish explorers and mapmakers kept the name Quivira on their charts, but it began to drift, moving further north and east, always remaining just beyond the frontier of explored territory. It became a placeholder for the unknown, a symbol of the unexplored wealth that many still believed lay hidden in the heart of the continent. This persistent legend actually played a crucial role in driving further exploration, pushing Europeans to map the American interior long after the age of conquistadors had passed. The modern search for the truth behind Quivira is no longer about gold. It is an archaeological detective story aimed at understanding the sophisticated cultures that Coronado encountered and misunderstood. The Wichita and their ancestors, often referred to as the Great Plains Village tradition, did indeed build significant permanent settlements. While they were not cities of stone, they were large, complex communities. A key site is the Thompson Bridge site near present-day Arkansas City, Kansas. Here, archaeologists have found evidence of a substantial village that was occupied around the time of Coronado's expedition, with remains of large, circular lodges that could house extended families. These were not temporary camps. They were centers of agriculture and trade, part of a network of communities that dotted the river valleys of the Central Plains. The real mystery that archaeologists are now unraveling is the scale of these settlements. There is growing evidence that before and even during Coronado's time, some of these plains villages were far larger and more influential than previously thought. The story of Etzanoa, a massive settlement discovered near Arkansas City, Kansas, is a perfect example. For years, local historians and archaeologists pieced together accounts from Coronado's expedition and a later Spanish encounter in 1601 that described a sprawling city of 20,000 people or more, with countless houses stretching for miles along the Walnut and Arkansas rivers. For a long time, this was dismissed as a wild exaggeration, but systematic archaeological surveys have begun to confirm a staggering truth. They have identified a vast concentration of artifacts and house sites covering an area of at least 12 square miles, suggesting a population in the thousands, potentially one of the largest settlements in all of North America at the time. The discovery of Etzanoa is revolutionizing our understanding of pre-colonial America, revealing a landscape not of empty wilderness, but of large, sophisticated, and interconnected societies. So, was Quivira a real city of gold? In the literal sense that Coronado dreamed of? Absolutely not. But in a far more meaningful sense, the legend was pointing to a real and remarkable truth. The Wichita and their neighbors were wealthy not in gold, but in their successful adaptation to a challenging environment, their complex social structures, and their extensive trade networks. Coronado, blinded by his lust for precious metal, was completely unable to see the value of the civilization he had found. The true legacy of Quivira is not a failed treasure hunt, but a lesson in perception. It shows how a legend born from misunderstanding can ironically preserve the memory of a lost world, guiding modern researchers to uncover the impressive reality of indigenous North American civilizations that European explorers were simply not prepared to recognize. The cities were there all along, just not made of the substance the conquistadors were seeking. But the legend of a city hidden by the desert winds is not unique to the Arabian Peninsula. Our journey now takes us to a different kind of wilderness, one that swallows civilizations not with sand, but with the relentless, creeping advance of the jungle. In the verdant heart of Cambodia, beyond the world-famous temples of Angkor Wat, lies a mystery on an even grander scale. This is the story of Mahendraparvata, a lost city that predates Angkor itself, a sprawling metropolis that vanished so completely into the embrace of the forest that its very existence was relegated to myth for centuries. While Angkor Wat represents the peak of the Khmer Empire's architectural glory, Mahendraparvata is believed to be its birthplace, the mythical mountain capital where the empire was founded, a city that seemed to have been consumed by the earth itself. For years, the only clues to Mahendraparvata's location were scattered references in ancient inscriptions, which spoke of a sacred city on a mountain, the home of a god-king. Archaeologists knew that the Khmers had expanded from the highlands to the plains where Angkor was built, but finding tangible proof of this first capital was like searching for a needle in a rainforest haystack. The dense canopy of the Phnom Kulen mountain range concealed everything from the ground and even from low-flying aircraft. It was a perfect natural vault, preserving its secrets under a green shroud. The breakthrough, when it came, was a triumph of modern technology over ancient obscurity. In 2012, an international team of archaeologists led by Damien Evans and Jean-Baptiste Chevance turned to the same revolutionary tool that had uncovered cities in the Amazon and Honduras, LIDAR. Flying a helicopter over the Phnom Kulen Plateau, their equipment pierced the canopy, digitally stripping away millions of leaves to reveal the true shape of the land beneath. The LIDAR results were nothing short of revolutionary. The data revealed the ghostly imprint of an entire cityscape, a complex urban grid that had been completely invisible from the ground. The scans showed a network of roads, canals, dams, and the foundations of hundreds of temples and other structures, organized in a precise geometric pattern across the mountain. This was not a small settlement. It was a vast planned city covering an area of nearly 50 square kilometers. The LIDAR map was the blueprint of Mahendraparvata, confirming that the legendary capital was not just a story, but a formidable engineering achievement. Armed with this digital treasure map, archaeologists could then embark on targeted ground expeditions, hacking their way through the jungle to the exact coordinates revealed by the lasers. What they found on the ground confirmed the astonishing digital vision. Hidden beneath moss and vines were the ruins of temples, stone inscriptions, and the remains of an extensive water management system that predated the famous reservoirs of Angkor. The discovery of Mahendraparvata has profound implications for our understanding of the Khmer Empire. It pushes the origins of their complex urban and hydrological engineering back by several centuries. The city's sophisticated network of canals and reservoirs proves that the Khmers were mastering water management on a massive scale from their very beginnings, using it to control seasonal floods and support agriculture in the mountainous terrain. This expertise would later be perfected on the plains of Angkor, but the great mystery of Mahendraparvata is not just its rise but its fall. Why was this mountain capital abandoned in favor of the flatlands? The reasons were likely both environmental and political. the mountainous terrain may have limited agricultural expansion as the population grew, making the fertile plains around the Tonle-Sap Lake more attractive. There may also have been a strategic shift in power, with a new dynasty choosing to establish a new capital that would become Angkor. Over centuries, the jungle simply reclaimed Mahendraparvata, its stone structures crumbling and its grid of streets fading beneath the roots of towering trees, leaving only the legend of a mountain kingdom that founded an empire. While the legend of El Dorado captured imaginations with visions of gold, and the story of Paititi spoke of an Inca refuge, the Amazon rainforest itself has long harbored a legend of a different kind, a tale not of a single king's treasure or a fleeing empire, but of a vast, sprawling civilization that once thrived in the heart of the world's greatest jungle. This is the mystery of a true lost city of the Amazon, a place sometimes whispered about as Z, or the City of the Jaguar, a concept that for centuries was dismissed by mainstream science as an impossible fantasy. The prevailing view, heavily influenced by early explorers who saw only a green hell, was that the Amazon's poor, acidic soil could never support the large, sedentary populations needed to build a complex urban society. It was seen as a place for small, nomadic tribes, not for architects of stone. This long-held belief, however, has been completely overturned in one of the most dramatic shifts in modern archaeology, and the key to this revolution has been a technology we've seen unlock secrets from Honduras to Cambodia: LIDAR. By firing laser pulses from aircraft through the dense canopy, archaeologists can digitally strip away the vegetation to reveal the ground beneath. What these scans have revealed across vast tracts of the Brazilian Amazon, particularly in the upper Xingu and Tapajos regions, is nothing short of breathtaking. Instead of a pristine wilderness, the LIDAR maps show a landscape profoundly and systematically altered by human hands. They reveal extensive networks of straight, causeway-like roads connecting large, fortified settlements. They show evidence of huge, circular or rectangular earthworks, massive geometric shapes known as geoglyphs, that are only visible from the air. Most importantly, they show raised platforms and mounds that form the foundations of significant towns, complete with central plazas and sophisticated water management systems like dams and canals. This growing body of evidence points to the existence of what scientists are now calling the Garden City model of Amazonian civilization. This was not a single, centralized empire like the Inca, but a sprawling network of interconnected towns and villages, possibly speaking related languages and sharing cultural traits that modified the environment on an enormous scale. These were not cities of stone, as the jungle lacks readily available quarries, but cities of earth and wood. They practiced a form of intensive agriculture, but not in the way we might expect. Rather than vast, open fields, they enriched the naturally poor soil by creating terra preta, dark, fertile Indian black earth, a nutrient-rich soil engineered by centuries of adding charcoal, bone, and compost. This allowed them to support much larger populations than previously thought possible, turning the jungle into a managed, productive landscape. The legends of a massive lost city, therefore, may not be about a solitary metropolis waiting to be found, but a cultural memory of this lost world of interconnected garden cities. The scale of this civilization was staggering. Some estimates suggest that before the arrival of Europeans, the Amazon may have been home to up to 8 million people or more. Their disappearance was not due to a mysterious curse or a single catastrophe, but likely to the devastating waves of disease, smallpox, measles, influenza, that swept ahead of European explorers, decimating populations by up to 95% in some areas. The few survivors would have been forced to abandon their complex settlements, and the jungle, with its relentless growth, would have quickly reclaimed the plazas, roads, and mounds within a few generations. The vast urban network vanished, leaving only the stories that became the legend of a great city lost in the green. The real discovery is not one specific ruin, but the understanding that the Amazon itself is a palimpsest, and its greatest lost city is the civilization that once managed it as a vast, thriving garden. Leaving behind the vast, interconnected networks of the Amazon, our journey takes a dramatic turn from cities lost to nature's reclamation to a city lost within the very fabric of belief itself. We travel now to the sacred soil of India, to a place where history and mythology are so deeply intertwined that they become almost impossible to separate. This is the story of Kanchai, or more precisely, the two Kanchais, one a magnificent living city of stone and silk, and the other a mystical concept, a spiritual capital said to exist on a plane beyond our ordinary perception. The city we can see and touch is Kanchipuram, one of the 7 holy cities of India, a place that has been a major political, cultural, and religious capital for over 2,000 years. Located in the state of Tamil Nadu, Kanchipuram's history is a rich tapestry woven with the threads of multiple powerful dynasties. It served as the capital of the Pallava kingdom between the 3rd and 9th centuries, a period of extraordinary artistic and architectural flourishing. The Pallavas were master architects, and they transformed Kanchipuram into a city of 1,000 temples, though only a fraction of that number stand today. These are not mere ruins, they are living, breathing centers of worship like the breathtaking Ekambeswara temple, dedicated to Lord Shiva, with its towering gateway and a centuries-old mango tree within its precincts. Later, the city remained important under the Chola and Vijayanagara empires, each adding their own architectural layers to this ancient urban canvas. Kanchipuram is also world-famous for its exquisite silk saris, a craft that has been practiced there for generations, making the city a hub of both spiritual and material wealth. This Kanchai is very much found, its streets vibrant with pilgrims, weavers, and the enduring pulse of Indian civilization. So, where does the notion of a lost Kanchai arise? The mystery lies not in the physical absence of the city, but in the profound weight placed upon it in certain Hindu philosophical and spiritual texts. In some traditions, Kanchai is counted among the 7 moksha puris, cities that are believed to grant liberation from the cycle of rebirth. But beyond this, there are esoteric interpretations and local legends that speak of a different Kanchai, a primordial sacred center that exists simultaneously as a physical place and as a spiritual archetype. Some traditions suggest that the true, essential Kanchai is not fully manifest in our current age, or that its ultimate spiritual reality is hidden from ordinary sight, accessible only to enlightened sages. This idea draws from a broader concept in Hindu cosmology, where certain powerful locations are believed to have celestial counterparts or to be focal points of divine energy that are not always active in the material world. In this view, the Kanchipuram we visit today is the earthly shadow, the physical anchor, of a far greater transcendent reality. This concept of a hidden spiritual city is powerfully amplified by its connection to one of Hinduism's most influential philosophers, Adi Shankara. In the 8th century, Shankara traveled across India, championing the philosophy of Advaita Vedanta, or non-dualism. Tradition holds that he established 4 major monastic institutions, known as mathas, at the 4 cardinal points of the subcontinent to preserve and propagate his teachings. One of these is the Kanchai Kamakoti Pitham, said to have been founded in Kanchipuram itself. For many followers, this solidifies the city's status as a Jainana Pitha, a seat of supreme wisdom. However, this very history is intertwined with the legend of the lost city. Some narratives suggest that the original matha established by Shankara was not at the current site, but at a different, now forgotten location that was also called Kanchai. This has led to speculation among some historians and spiritual seekers that there might have been an older, perhaps even more significant, Kanchai that was abandoned or lost to time, and that the present-day Kanchipuram inherited its name and spiritual mantle. The search for this other Kanchai, then, becomes a quest that operates on 2 distinct levels. For the archaeologist and historian, The question is whether the urban center we now call Kanchipuram has always been in the same location, or if an older settlement, perhaps the original Pallava capital, lies buried beneath the surrounding fields or hidden within the sprawling modern city. Excavations in and around Kanchipuram have indeed revealed evidence of ancient habitations, but nothing yet that points to a separate, large-scale lost city. The other, more esoteric search is undertaken not with shovels and survey equipment, but through meditation and scriptural study. For practitioners of certain yogic and tantric traditions, locating the real Kanchi is an internal journey, a process of aligning one's consciousness with a specific spiritual vibration or energy center that the geographical city merely symbolizes. In this sense, the city is not lost in space, but in perception. It is waiting to be discovered within the depths of individual awareness. What makes the duality of Kanchi so compelling is how it reflects a much broader human tendency to project our deepest spiritual aspirations onto the physical landscape. We see this in the quest for Shambhala, in the legends of Avalon, and in the belief in earthly paradises. A physical location provides a tangible focus for devotion and pilgrimage, a place where heaven and earth are believed to meet. But the accompanying legend of a hidden or higher reality acknowledges that the ultimate goal of the spiritual quest cannot be confined to a mere point on a map. The lost Kanchi serves as a perpetual reminder that the sacred is both immanent, present here in the stone of the temples, and transcendent, existing in a realm beyond ordinary comprehension. The story of Kanchi, therefore, is not about a city that needs to be found by explorers, but about an idea that invites us to look deeper, to see beyond the obvious and to perceive the extraordinary within the ordinary. It challenges us to consider that the greatest lost cities may not be those buried under sand or jungle, but those whose true significance remains just beyond the horizon of our current understanding, waiting not for a discoverer but for a shift in vision. Now, let's shift our focus from the high mountains and deep jungles to a landscape where the battle between land and sea is fought on a daily basis. We travel to the Netherlands, a country famously wrested from the ocean, where the story of loss is woven into the very soil. Here, in the southwestern province of Zeeland, lies the haunting tale of Saeftinghe, a prosperous city that did not slowly fade away, but was brutally erased in a single, catastrophic night. This is not a legend from antiquity, but a historical tragedy that occurred in the 16th century, and its spectral presence can still be felt in the strange, mesmerizing landscape that bears its name, the drowned land of Saeftinghe. In the late Middle Ages, Saeftinghe was not a minor settlement. It was a thriving and wealthy city, a testament to the ingenuity and determination of the Dutch people. Located on a fertile peat bog near the strategic mouth of the Scheldt River, it was protected by strong dikes and enjoyed the riches of a bustling economy. The land was perfect for agriculture, yielding abundant harvests while the surrounding waters teemed with fish. Most importantly, Saeftinghe was a central hub for the peat trade. Peat was the primary fuel source of the era, and the vast reserves around the city made its merchants rich. It was a place of solid brick houses, an imposing town hall, and several churches, including a large monastery. For its inhabitants, Saeftinghe represented security and prosperity, a community that had successfully tamed the wild waters around it. They felt secure behind their dikes, masters of their domain. This sense of security was shattered forever on the 1st of November, 1570, All Saints' Day. A monstrous combination of a severe northwesterly storm and an exceptionally high spring tide conspired to create a storm surge of unimaginable power. The water piled up in the North Sea and raced towards the vulnerable coast of Zeeland. The dikes that had protected Saeftinghe and its neighboring villages for generations were simply overwhelmed. They buckled, crumbled, and then burst open under the immense pressure. A wall of saltwater surged inland, engulfing everything in its path. The city of Saeftinghe, with all its people, its farms, and its wealth, was swallowed by the sea in a matter of hours. The exact death toll is unknown, but it was catastrophic, with estimates ranging into the thousands for the region. What had been a vibrant center of life became a graveyard under the waves. In the aftermath of such a profound tragedy, it is human nature to seek meaning, to create stories that make sense of the senseless. And so, a powerful legend grew around the fate of Saeftinghe. The story goes that the city's prosperity led to hubris. The people, it was said, became arrogant and greedy. They captured a mermaid and refused to release her back into the sea despite her pleas. As a punishment for this cruelty, the sea rose up to reclaim its own. Another version of the tale speaks of a warning ignored. On the eve of the flood, a fisherman reportedly found a small, sealed casket floating in the river. Inside was a tiny, living man who cried out a dire prophecy: "The land shall perish and the sea shall reign." The fisherman, terrified, rushed the casket to the town council, but the wealthy and complacent merchants merely laughed at the omen, dismissing it as superstition. Their disbelief sealed their doom. The most enduring and melancholic element of the folklore, however, concerns the city's bells. It is said that as the waters rushed in, the bells of Saeftinghe's churches began to toll a frantic, mournful dirge, not by human hand, but by the force of the surging currents. And according to local legend, they never truly fell silent. Fishermen and sailors who pass over the submerged site on foggy evenings, even to this day, claim to hear the faint, ghostly ringing of those bells rising from the depths. The sound is said to be a warning, a perpetual lament for the lost city, and a reminder of the ocean's dormant power. This auditory ghost story is a poignant piece of oral history, a way for the collective memory to process the trauma and keep the story of Saeftinghe alive across the centuries. What makes Saeftinghe uniquely compelling is that, unlike many lost cities, you can actually visit its grave. The area is now a vast 4,000-acre saltwater marsh known as the Drowned Land of Saeftinghe. It is a surreal and beautiful landscape, a place of thick mud, winding creeks, and fields of samphire grass that change color with the seasons. At high tide, it is largely covered by water, but when the tide recedes, it reveals its secrets. Guided tours take visitors across this treacherous terrain, and it is here that the past becomes tangible. Protruding from the mud, you can sometimes see the ancient, waterlogged timbers that were once the foundations of houses and barns. Bricks from the shattered buildings litter the ground, and on rare occasions, low tides expose the remnants of cobbled streets and clay-lined wells. It is an open-air archaeological site, but one that is in constant flux, revealed and concealed by the rhythm of the tides. The modern fate of Saeftinghe is a powerful lesson in the dynamic nature of our planet. The All Saints flood was not a one-time event, but part of a larger geological process called transgression, where sea levels rise relative to the land. The very success of Saeftinghe may have contributed to its vulnerability. The large-scale dredging of peat for fuel lowered the land surface, making it more susceptible to flooding. After the initial disaster, repeated storms and floods over the following decades prevented any serious attempt at rebuilding. The sea had won and the land was surrendered. Today, the Drowned Land of Saeftinghe is a protected nature reserve, a haven for birds and unique salt-tolerant plants. It stands as a solemn monument to the power of the sea and the fragility of human settlement. The story of Saeftinghe is a quintessentially Dutch story, one that underscores both the incredible resilience of a people who have built a nation below sea level and the ever-present risk that the water they mastered can, in a moment of fury, take it all back. It is a reminder that our hold on the land is always temporary, and that the maps we draw are merely suggestions to an ocean that has its own immutable plans. While the legend of the White City persisted for centuries, concrete evidence remained as elusive as the jungle itself. That all changed with a discovery that feels ripped from the pages of an adventure novel. In 2012, a team of documentary filmmakers and scientists, backed by the Honduran government, took to the skies over the vast and virtually unexplored Mosquisha region. Their secret weapon was LIDAR technology, which allowed them to see through the dense canopy and map the ground beneath. The results were staggering. The scans revealed not just a few ruins, but the clear outline of an entire urban settlement hidden in a remote valley, complete with plazas, earthworks, and the unmistakable shape of a large pyramidal structure. This wasn't just a promising lead, it was a digital treasure map pointing directly to a place the team would call Target 1. Armed with this precise data, a ground expedition was launched in 2015. This was no simple trek. The team, which included archaeologists and former British Special Forces soldiers for security, had to be flown in by helicopter. The environment was brutally hostile, a realm of venomous snakes, jagged terrain, and relentless humidity. After hacking their way through the undergrowth for days, they finally reached the coordinates. What they found was a scene frozen in time. At the base of the pyramid, arranged on the ground as if placed there just yesterday, was a cache of more than 500 stone artifacts. These were not fragments or broken pieces. They were exquisitely carved sculptures left in a ceremonial offering. There were metatess used for grinding, ornate vessels, and most strikingly, the head of a wood jaguar, a powerful shamanic figure from local mythology. The objects were pristine, completely untouched since the day the city was abandoned, offering an unprecedented snapshot of a sacred moment. However, the discovery was immediately shrouded in controversy. The expedition's association with filmmakers and its rapid, high-profile announcement led to criticism from some academic circles. Concerns were raised about the pace of the excavation and whether the site was being adequately protected from potential looters who are a constant threat in such remote areas. The Honduran government's eagerness to publicize the find as the legendary White City also drew skepticism, with some archaeologists cautioning that while the site was significant, directly linking it to a specific legend was premature. The debate highlighted the delicate balance between the thrill of discovery and the meticulous, often slow, process of scientific archaeology. Then, a bizarre and frightening turn of events added a layer of supernatural dread to the scientific endeavor. Shortly after returning from the jungle, several members of the expedition fell seriously ill with a mysterious and debilitating disease. It was diagnosed as a severe parasitic infection called mucocutaneous leishmaniasis, an illness transmitted by the bite of sandflies. The condition causes disfiguring skin ulcers and can be fatal if left untreated. The fact that so many team members contracted this rare disease shortly after disturbing a site locals believed was protected by a curse sparked sensational headlines about the curse of the monkey god. While scientists explained the outbreak as a straightforward, if unlucky, consequence of working in a tropical rainforest, the story captured the public's imagination, blending modern science with ancient folklore in a way that felt hauntingly appropriate for a city lost for 1,000 years. The so-called curse served as a stark reminder of the very real dangers that still guard the secrets of the world's last unexplored places. From the flooded polders of the Netherlands and the vine-choked ruins of the Mosquisha, we now turn to a mystery of an entirely different nature, one that exists not in the physical world alone, but at the complex intersection of faith, history, and archaeology. This is the search for the lost cities of the Lamanites and Nephites, a quest born from the pages of a sacred text that has inspired both profound devotion and intense scholarly debate. The Book of Mormon, first published by Joseph Smith in 1830, presents a sweeping narrative of ancient civilizations that flourished in the Americas. It tells the story of two main groups, the Nephites and the Lamanites, descendants of a family that fled Jerusalem around 600 years before the Common Era. Over a 1,000-year span, these peoples are described as building vast cities, developing advanced metallurgy, and engaging in cycles of war and peace, culminating in epic final battles that left their great urban centers destroyed and their civilizations vanished. For millions of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, This account is a historical record, a second testament of Jesus Christ's ministry in the New World. Within this framework, the cities mentioned such as Zarahemla, a major Nephite capital, or the Lamanite stronghold of Jerusalem, are as real as any ancient metropolis described in the Bible. The belief that these places once existed has naturally fueled a desire to find their physical remains, to anchor faith in the tangible evidence of stone and earth. This has led to a century-long endeavor by some archaeologists and dedicated researchers, often working outside the mainstream of academic archaeology, to locate evidence that corresponds with the detailed descriptions in the Book of Mormon. Their search has focused primarily on two geographical models: the long-standing Heartland model, which places the events in North America, around the Great Lakes and the Mississippi River Valley, and the more recent Mesoamerican model, which argues the narrative unfolded in the lands of southern Mexico, Guatemala, and Belize. Proponents of the Mesoamerican model point to what they see as compelling parallels between the Book of Mormon narrative and the known archaeology of the region. They argue that the description of a highly civilized society with large cities, written records, complex calendars, and massive warfare aligns well with the Maya and Olmec civilizations. The great city of Teotihuacan in Mexico, with its massive pyramids and urban scale, is sometimes suggested as a candidate for a Nephite city at its peak. Furthermore, the text's mention of a narrow isthmus and the occurrence of a catastrophic volcanic eruption are seen by some as potentially correlating with the geography of Central America and known historical events. In contrast, Heartland model advocates highlight the discovery of ancient burial mounds and massive earthworks in the Ohio and Illinois River valleys, arguing that the sophisticated Hopewell and Adena cultures could represent the Nephite civilization, with their destruction corresponding to the great battles described at the end of the Book of Mormon. However, this quest for physical proof remains one of the most contentious areas in American archaeology. The overwhelming consensus among mainstream archaeologists and historians outside of the LDS faith is that there is no credible evidence to support the Book of Mormon as a historical document. They point to several major hurdles. Firstly, despite decades of searching, no archaeological find has been conclusively linked to a specific person, place, or event named in the text. No inscription has been found that reads Zarahemla, and no artifacts bear the names of Nephi or Mormon. Secondly, archaeologists note significant anachronisms within the Book of Mormon's description of the ancient Americas. The text mentions the use of steel, horses, chariots, wheat, and barley elements for which there is no archaeological evidence in the pre-Columbian Americas during the time periods described. The absence of these items in the archaeological record is, for most scholars, a definitive refutation of the book's historical claims. The debate often extends beyond mere evidence into fundamental questions about the nature of archaeology and faith. For believers engaged in the search, the lack of evidence is not proof of absence, but rather a challenge for future discovery, akin to the early skepticism that once surrounded Heinrich Schliemann's search for Troy. They argue that the jungle has hidden countless Maya cities for centuries, and that new technologies may yet reveal connections. For mainstream academia, however, the burden of proof lies with those making the extraordinary claim. They contend that the archaeological record of the Americas is now well enough understood to state confidently that there is no place for the large-scale, Old World-style civilization described in the Book of Mormon. The civilizations that did exist, like the Maya or the Aztec, developed entirely independently, with their own unique and well-documented histories that show no evidence of the migrations or technological packages described in the scripture. This fundamental divide means the search for the lost Lamanite cities is unlikely to be resolved by a single discovery. It exists in a space where interpretation is everything. A ruin that one researcher sees as a potential Nephite temple, another will explain within the established framework of Maya archaeology. The quest, therefore, is less about convincing the broader academic world and more about building a faith-affirming narrative for the LDS community. It serves to strengthen the connection between the sacred text and the American continent, making the story feel immediate and grounded. The lost cities of the Book of Mormon, whether ever physically identified, function as a powerful spiritual geography, a map of belief that guides the faithful in understanding their place in a divine plan. Unlike the silent stones of Ani or the sunken ruins of Thonis-Heracleion, whose stories are pieced together from physical remains, the story of Zarahemla draws its power primarily from the unwavering faith of millions, a testament to the enduring human need to find our deepest truths reflected in the landscape around us. But while the frigid waters of the North Sea claimed Saeftinghe in a single night of terror, our next lost city met a far more insidious and gradual fate, sinking slowly into a bay that was itself a geological paradox of beauty and danger. We travel now to the peak of the Roman Empire, to the spectacular Bay of Naples, and to a city that was synonymous with luxury, vice, and the absolute extremes of imperial decadence, Baiae. If you were a powerful Roman, an emperor, a senator, a wildly successful merchant, and you wanted to escape the grime and politics of Rome, there was only one destination. Baiae was the Las Vegas, Monte Carlo, and Ibiza of the ancient world, rolled into one breathtaking coastal resort. But this playground of the powerful was built directly atop a geological time bomb, and its legendary excesses now lie silent beneath the waves, creating one of the world's most extraordinary underwater archaeological sites. The reputation of Baiae was built on three irresistible attractions: its geothermal wonders, its unparalleled luxury, and its almost mythical atmosphere of scandal. The city was situated in the Phlegrean Fields, or the Burning Fields, a vast, active volcanic caldera. This geological unrest provided a natural gift, hot springs that bubbled up from the earth. The Romans believed these waters had healing properties, and they built magnificent bath complexes around them, turning Baiae into the ultimate spa town. But the wellness aspect was quickly overshadowed by the pursuit of pleasure. The wealthiest families of Rome constructed sprawling, lavish villas right on the shoreline, each one trying to outdo the other with intricate mosaics, marble colonnades, and private beaches. It was a place of staggering opulence where the elite could indulge every whim. It was this culture of indulgence that gave Baiae its notorious and frankly deserved reputation for corruption and vice. The statesman and philosopher Seneca the Younger wrote scathingly of the place, describing it as a resort of vice where people went to lose their morals. It was said that masks were not just for the theater. Nobles would often wear them in public to conceal their identities while engaging in affairs and other scandalous behavior. Emperors were particularly susceptible to its charms. Nero was rumored to have plotted the murder of his own mother, Agrippina, at his villa here. Caligula, never one for subtlety, supposedly built a pontoon bridge across the bay solely so he could ride his horse across it, triumphantly wearing the armor of Alexander the Great in a display of pure, unhinged hubris. Baiae was where the powerful came to let their hair down, and the stories of what happened behind those villa walls became the stuff of legend. The fate of Baiae, however, was not written in the stars but in the very ground upon which it was built. The same volcanic forces that provided the soothing hot springs were also causing a phenomenon known as bradyseism. This is a slow, barely perceptible rising and falling of the Earth's crust due to the movement of magma deep underground. In the centuries following the peak of Baiae's prosperity, the land began to sink. It wasn't a sudden earthquake or a single tsunami, but a patient, relentless subsidence. Over hundreds of years, the shoreline gradually retreated, and the sea crept inland, swallowing the lowest-lying portions of the city. The magnificent waterfront villas, the bathhouses, and the marble streets were slowly inundated by the Mediterranean. By the Middle Ages, a significant portion of ancient Baiae was permanently underwater, its ruins forgotten and preserved by a blanket of sand and sediment. The rediscovery of this sunken district is a relatively recent chapter in archaeology, and it has created an experience that is unparalleled anywhere in the world. Today, the submerged city of Baiae is a protected marine archaeological park. What makes it so extraordinary for visitors is its accessibility. Unlike the deep-water wreck of Thonis-Heracleion, much of Baiae lies in shallow water just 5 to 10 meters deep. This allows snorkelers and scuba divers to literally swim through the ruins of history. The experience is surreal. You can glide over the intact floors of a Roman villa, their colorful mosaics still visible beneath a thin layer of sand. You can weave between the columns of a grand courtyard, now home to schools of shimmering fish. Most haunting of all are the statues. Several magnificent marble statues have been left exactly where they were found, standing guard on the seabed. Seeing a life-sized figure of Ulysses or a Roman senator, their forms now encrusted with gentle marine growth, creates a powerful, almost dreamlike connection to the past. It is a ghost town where the silence is broken only by the sound of your own breathing. The story of Baiae is a poignant lesson in the irony of geology. The very volcanic energy that made the city desirable, the hot springs that fueled its luxury baths and its allure, was also the instrument of its downfall. The Roman elite, in their quest for the ultimate earthly pleasure, built their paradise on unstable ground. The slow-motion sinking of Baiae feels like a fitting end for a city devoted to transient pleasures. Its decadence was literally swallowed by the sea, preserved not as a towering monument on a hill, but as a silent, submerged museum. It stands as a stark reminder that even the greatest displays of human power and wealth are subject to the immense, patient forces of the planet. To dive in Baiae is to witness the ultimate vanity of empire, frozen in time beneath the clear, blue waters of the bay it once ruled. From the submerged decadence of Baiae, we now journey to a landscape defined not by water, but by its absolute absence. We venture into the heart of the greatest desert on Earth, the Sahara, to a legend that speaks of a different kind of treasure, not gold or jewels, but the ultimate prize in a sea of sand, fresh water and shade. This is the enduring mystery of Zerzura, the oasis of the little birds, a fabled white city said to lie hidden in the vast, trackless expanse of the Libyan desert, a region spanning modern Egypt and Libya. While the desert conjures images of emptiness, its silence has always been filled with stories, and the tale of Zerzura is one of the most poetic and persistent. The story first appears in medieval Arabic texts, often mentioned in the same breath as other legendary lost cities of the sand. It was described as a whitewashed city, its gates adorned with a carving of a bird. Inside, the inhabitants, said to be ruled by a sleeping king and queen, lived in peace and plenty, surrounded by gardens and springs. The name itself, Zerzura, is thought to derive from the Arabic word for a small, migratory songbird, suggesting a place of life and respite in an otherwise barren world. For centuries, it was a tale told by Bedouin traders and caravan guides, a way to give meaning to the terrifying emptiness of the dunes. It was a mirage given narrative form, a dream of survival that made the harsh reality of desert travel more bearable. The legend, however, underwent a dramatic transformation in the early 20th century. The age of the motorcar and the airplane had dawned, and a new breed of explorer emerged, armed with technology that promised to finally strip the desert of its secrets. For these men, Zerzura was no longer just a folk tale. It was a tangible goal, the last great unknown on the map of North Africa. The quest became a romantic obsession, famously taken up by a dashing group of explorers who would become known as the Zerzura Club. This included figures like the Hungarian Count Laszlo Olmoszi, whose exploits would later inspire the novel and film The English Patient, and the British desert specialists Ralph Bagnold and Patrick Clayton. They were not treasure hunters in the traditional sense. They were adventurers and surveyors, driven by a desire to fill in the blanks on the world map. Their expeditions were feats of incredible endurance and ingenuity. They traded camels for modified Ford Model cars and later took to the skies in rickety biplanes. Bagnold, in particular, pioneered revolutionary desert driving techniques, letting air out of the tires to gain traction on the soft sand. They crisscrossed the Libyan desert, a region larger than India, navigating by sun and stars and braving sandstorms, searing heat, and the constant threat of mechanical failure. Their searches were methodical, driven by clues gleaned from ancient texts and conversations with nomadic tribes, and in their quest for the one lost oasis, they ended up discovering many others. They mapped the Gilf Kebir, a massive sandstone plateau in southwestern Egypt that had been barely known to the outside world. They found the Cave of Swimmers, immortalized in the English Patient, with its ancient rock art depicting people swimming, a testament to a time when the Sahara was a green paradise. Yet, despite these monumental discoveries, the White City of Zerzura itself remained elusive. They found empty valleys that matched some descriptions, and they even discovered small, abandoned settlements. But the grand city of legend, with its sleeping monarchs and bird-carved gates, was nowhere to be found. The ultimate irony of the Zerzura quest is that it was both a failure and a spectacular success. The explorers never found their specific objective, but in searching for it, they completely revolutionized our understanding of the Sahara. They proved that the desert was not a static, empty wasteland, but a dynamic landscape with a deep human history. They uncovered evidence of prehistoric cultures and mapped geological features that are now considered wonders of the natural world. So, what was the truth behind Zerzura? Most historians and archaeologists now believe the legend is a composite story, a beautiful amalgamation of many different realities. The Sahara is dotted with real oases, and the knowledge of their locations was often a closely guarded secret among tribal groups, a source of power and security. A particularly lush and remote oasis, known only to a few, could easily have become exaggerated in storytelling over generations into a mythical city of white. Furthermore, the desert itself has not always been dry. We now know that the Sahara has cycled between green and arid periods for millions of years. The cave art found by these explorers showing giraffes and elephants is proof of a much wetter past. The legend of Zerzura could very well be a distant, fragmented folk memory of a time when the entire region was a land of lakes and grasslands, a verdant world that was ultimately lost to the encroaching sand. The story of Zerzura, therefore, is not about a city that was lost, but about an environment that was transformed. The sleeping king and queen are not rulers in a palace, but symbols of a fertile Sahara slumbering beneath the dunes, waiting for the rain to return. The quest for Zerzura may have ended without a grand discovery, but it left us with a profound lesson. That sometimes the greatest treasure a legend offers is not the destination, but the new understanding of the world we gain along the way. Now, let's turn from the vast, legendary deserts and oceans to a mystery on a much more intimate scale. A story not of empires or mythical oases, but of a bustling medieval town whose dramatic rise and sudden fall were so complete that its very streets were lost beneath a quiet Welsh field. This is the story of Trelech, a place that once stood as one of the largest and most important settlements in all of medieval Wales, only to vanish so utterly that for centuries scholars debated where it had even been located. Its tale is a fascinating blend of historical tragedy and modern amateur sleuthing, a testament to how the secrets of the past can lie hidden just beneath our feet, waiting for a determined individual to uncover them. During its brief but dazzling heyday in the 13th century, Trelech was anything but a quiet backwater. Its name, meaning town of stones, hints at its foundation and its source of immense wealth, the production of iron. The powerful De Clare family, Anglo-Norman lords intent on consolidating their control over the Welsh marches, established Trelech as an industrial powerhouse. The surrounding area was rich in natural resources. Dense forests provided the charcoal needed to fuel the furnaces, and local streams powered the bellows and hammers of the forges. At its peak, historical records suggest Trelech may have been home to as many as 10,000 people, a staggering number for the era that would have made it larger than contemporary London or Cardiff. It was a bustling, smoky, and prosperous centre, a key supplier of weaponry and tools, and its importance was reflected in the fact it was granted the right to hold a weekly market and an annual fair, drawing merchants from across the region. The town's prosperity, however, was inextricably linked to the violent political struggles of the Welsh borderlands. The de Clares were relentless in their campaigns against the native Welsh princes, and Trelech, as their primary industrial base, became a strategic target. In 1282, the town found itself directly in the path of a massive Welsh army led by Llewellyn ap Gruffydd, the last native prince of Wales. While historical accounts are not entirely clear on the details, it is believed that the town was badly damaged in the conflict, but the final blow likely came a few years later. After Llewellyn's defeat by the English, the de Clare family's influence waned, and the demand for Trelech's iron may have diminished. Compounded by this, local folklore and some historical hints suggest that the town was devastated by a plague, possibly the Black Death in the mid-14th century, which could have wiped out a significant portion of the population. With its political patrons gone and its workforce decimated, Trelech was abandoned. Over the centuries, the empty stone buildings were quarried for materials by nearby villages, and the land was gradually reclaimed for agriculture. The memory of the town's precise location faded, transforming a once great urban center into a subject of academic speculation. For generations, the generally accepted site of Trelech was beneath the modern village that bears its name. But this theory left many questions unanswered. The scale of the present-day village didn't seem to match the historical descriptions of a major town. The mystery might have remained a scholarly debate were it not for the passion of a determined amateur. In the early 2000s, a local man named Stuart Wilson, then a toll booth operator with a deep interest in archaeology, became fascinated by the legend. He noticed that a particular area of farmland, known as the Vineyard Field, consistently yielded an unusual number of pottery shards and other artifacts after heavy rain. Against the prevailing academic opinion, Wilson became convinced that the true lost city lay not under the modern village, but in this open field. In an act of remarkable conviction, he invested his life savings to purchase the field itself, dedicating himself to proving his theory correct. What began as a solitary quest has since blossomed into one of Britain's most remarkable ongoing archaeological projects. Wilson's work, now supported by hundreds of volunteers in an annual dig known as the Trelech Project, has uncovered evidence that has fundamentally rewritten the town's history. The excavations have revealed not just a few scattered finds, but the clear outlines of a substantial urban settlement. They have uncovered long, wide streets lined with stone-built houses, evidence of sophisticated metalworking workshops, and the remains of a large manor house. One of the most significant discoveries was a perfectly preserved stone-built well, along with a complex system of water pipes, indicating a level of urban planning and infrastructure that rivals any known medieval town in Wales. The volume and quality of the artifacts, from elaborate jewelry and coins to everyday tools and pottery, paint a vivid picture of a wealthy and vibrant community, exactly as the historical records had described. The story of Trelech's rediscovery is a powerful reminder that major historical breakthroughs are not always made by large academic institutions. It is a celebration of local knowledge, meticulous observation, and sheer perseverance. Wilson's journey from an interested amateur to the director of a significant archaeological site demonstrates how passion can unlock secrets that have been buried for centuries. The ongoing work at the site continues to reveal new surprises, slowly piecing together the daily lives of the people who lived, worked, and ultimately fled this prosperous town. The lost city of Trelech is no longer lost. It is a testament to the fact that sometimes the most compelling mysteries are solved not with satellite technology, but with a simple trowel, a keen eye, and an unwavering belief that a field of green grass hides the ghost of a forgotten metropolis. But our journey now takes us from the lost cities of the West to the heart of the ancient Silk Road, where a different kind of mystery is etched not into the earth, but into the very face of a mountain. High in the province of Gansu, China, rises a singular, extraordinary geological formation known as Magician, or Wheat Stack Mountain, a solitary hill that resembles a giant haystack. And covering its sheer cliffs is one of the most breathtaking and enigmatic artistic treasures in the world, the Magician Grottos. While the caves themselves, with their thousands of Buddhist statues, are a recognized wonder, they are also the central clue to a far greater puzzle, the legend of a vast, sprawling monastic city that once surrounded this sacred peak, a metropolis of faith that has almost entirely vanished, leaving behind the grottos as a silent, stunning skeleton. The visual impact of Magician is immediate and overwhelming. Imagine a near-vertical cliff face, 150 meters high, into which hundreds of caves and niches have been meticulously carved. Connecting them is a dizzying, precarious-looking network of wooden walkways and staircases, built like scaffolding against the rock, clinging to the mountain as they have for centuries. This labyrinthine complex is not merely decorative, it is a library of devotion in stone and clay. Inside the 7,200 caves are over 7,800 clay sculptures and more than 1,000 square meters of murals, created over a span of more than a millennium, from the era of the Northern Wei dynasty in the 4th century to the mighty Qing dynasty. The statues range from tiny, exquisite figurines to colossal Buddhas towering over 14 meters tall, their serene expressions gazing out across the valley, having witnessed the rise and fall of empires. These grottos, however, were never intended to be an isolated hermitage. Historical accounts and the sheer scale of the artwork suggest they were the spiritual heart of something much larger. Think of them not as a remote chapel, but as the cathedral at the center of a great medieval European city. Scholars believe Magician was the core of a massive monastic university and a thriving support settlement, a bustling city of monks, artisans, merchants, and pilgrims. This lost city would have covered the slopes and the valley below, consisting of temples, libraries, dormitories, workshops for creating pigments and sculptures, and markets catering to the thousands of pilgrims who journeyed here along the Silk Road. It was a hub of theological learning, artistic innovation, and international exchange, where influences from India, Central Asia, and China itself merged into a unique spiritual culture. The grottos were the eternal, indestructible element of this city, while the surrounding structures, built of wood and brick, were vulnerable to the relentless march of time. The fate of this sprawling urban companion to the grottos was sealed by a combination of politics, economics, and the simple fragility of human construction. As the Silk Road declined in importance with the rise of maritime trade routes, the economic lifeblood that sustained the settlement slowly dried up. Furthermore, shifts in imperial patronage and periods of religious persecution meant that the flow of funds and pilgrims could be abruptly cut off. But the most direct cause of its disappearance was almost certainly a series of catastrophic earthquakes that have rocked the region throughout history. Gansu province sits in a seismically active zone, and major quakes would have had a devastating effect on the wooden and earthen buildings clustered around the mountain's base. Fires sparked by collapsed structures or toppled lamps would have raced through the densely packed town, reducing it to ash. Without the wealth and manpower to rebuild after such disasters, the city was gradually abandoned. The wooden structures rotted away, the wind and rain eroded the foundations, and the earth slowly reclaimed the land, burying the remnants of the city under layers of soil and vegetation. This leads to a compelling modern possibility. that much of this lost monastic city still awaits discovery, not in plain sight, but buried in the very foothills of Magician. While the cliff face caves have been studied for decades, the surrounding area has not been subjected to the same intensive archaeological scrutiny using modern technology. The potential for a major discovery is immense. Imagine what ground-penetrating radar or LIDAR might reveal hidden beneath the dense foliage and farmland around the mountain. There could be foundations of grand temples, the layouts of ancient streets, cisterns, and even refused pits filled with artifacts that would tell the story of daily life in this spiritual capital. Every broken piece of pottery, every discarded tool, every foundation stone would add a new verse to the epic of Magician, transforming it from a story told only through its surviving art into a fully realized chapter of human history. The grottos are the magnificent, enduring heart of the city, but its body lies sleeping beneath the earth, holding secrets about the countless souls who lived, worked, and prayed in the shadow of the sacred mountain. The ongoing preservation efforts at Magician themselves hint at the scale of what has been lost. The delicate restoration of the ancient wooden walkways and the stabilization of the sculptures is a constant battle against the elements. Yet these efforts focus on what remains visible. The true challenge and the great opportunity lies in looking beyond the cliff face. The legend of the lost city of Magician is a reminder that some of history's greatest settlements are not always completely vanished. Sometimes their most sacred and durable core survives, pointing like a stone finger towards the ghost of the community that once surrounded it. The grottos stand as a permanent invitation, urging us to wonder what other wonders lie hidden in the quiet earth below, waiting for the careful hand of an archaeologist to uncover the full story of this majestic Silk Road sanctuary. Imagine a city where wealth was not just accumulated but elevated into an art form, a place where the pursuit of pleasure was the highest civic virtue, and the inhabitants were so dedicated to luxury that their very name became a byword for extravagant self-indulgence for centuries to come. This was not a myth or a philosopher's allegory. This was the very real and famously vanished city of Sybaris, founded by Greek colonists around 720 years before the Common Era on the fertile coast of southern Italy. In a region known as Magna Graecia, Sybaris quickly grew into a colossus of commerce and comfort. Its location was the key to its unbelievable prosperity. Situated on a broad, fertile plain between two rivers, the Crathais and the Sybaris, the city controlled some of the richest agricultural land in the ancient world. But its true genius lay in its economic policies. The Sybarites were pioneering capitalists. They actively welcomed foreign traders, granting them special privileges and even citizenship to encourage commerce. They are credited with inventing patents, granting exclusive rights to inventors of new culinary dishes or luxurious products, ensuring that the latest innovations in comfort would always find a home in their markets. Through these shrewd practices, Sybaris became the wealthiest city in the entire Greek world, a buzzing, cosmopolitan hub where money flowed as freely as the wine. The stories that have come down to us about the Sybaritic way of life are so extravagant they border on satire, yet they powerfully illustrate the city's legendary reputation. It was said that the citizens were so averse to any kind of labor or disturbance that they banned blacksmiths and carpenters from working inside the city limits to prevent any noisy disruption of their sleep. They trained their horses to dance to flute music for parades and celebrations. The most famous tale involves a Sybarite who complained of having a restless night because a single rose petal in his bed of soft rose petals had been folded double. Their feasts were legendary multi-day affairs, and they supposedly invented the chamber pot to avoid the inconvenience of having to leave their symposia. While we must treat these accounts with a degree of skepticism, they were often recorded by their enemies and moralistic later writers. They paint a vivid picture of a society that had become synonymous with a soft, decadent lifestyle. The very word Sybarite entered the lexicon as a permanent descriptor for a person devoted to sensual luxury. This incredible wealth and the perceived softness of its people did not go unnoticed by their neighbors, particularly the citizens of Croton, a rival Greek city located just to the south. The Crotoniates were the polar opposites of the Sybarites. They were a martial society, famous for producing some of the finest athletes in the ancient world. Milo of Croton, the legendary wrestler who could carry a bull on his shoulders, was their most famous son. Where Sybaris celebrated wealth and pleasure, Croton valued physical strength, discipline, and austerity. For decades, tension simmered between the two powers, a classic clash of cultures between the indulgent and the ascetic. The spark that ignited the final conflict came from within Sybaris itself. Following a political uprising, a group of Sybarite aristocrats were expelled from the city and sought refuge in Croton. When Sybaris demanded their return and Croton refused, the stage was set for a war that would become a moral parable for the ages. In the year 510 before the Common Era, the Sybarites marched to war. Ancient sources claim they raised a massive army, perhaps as many as 300,000 men, though this number is certainly a great exaggeration. What is not exaggerated is their defeat. The outnumbered Crotoniates, led by the mighty Milo, met them at the river Trees. The Sybarite army, accustomed to a life of ease, was no match for the hardened warriors of Croton. The battle was a rout, a decisive victory for the austere city. But the Crotoniates were not content with a simple military victory. They wanted to ensure that the corrupting influence of Sybaris, its very memory, would be erased from the earth forever. They decided to use the city's own geographical advantage against it in an act of breathtakingly brutal engineering. The Sybarites had always lived in fear of their rivers flooding. In a final, ironic twist of fate, the Crotoniates devised a plan to make that fear a reality. They assembled a workforce and diverted the course of the river Crathis, forcing its waters to flow directly over the ruins of the defeated city. The river surged through the streets, burying Sybaris under a deep layer of silt and mud, sealing the city and its legendary riches in a watery tomb. For centuries, the location of Sybaris was one of archaeology's great mysteries. The ancient writers agreed it was somewhere on the Gulf of Taranto, but the featureless, flat landscape gave no clues. The river's action had not only buried the city, but had also dramatically altered the coastline, pushing it seaward. The legendary city was not just lost, it was hidden deep beneath the water table of the alluvial plain. The modern search for Sybaris became a race against time and technology. In the 1960s, the Italian archaeologist Umberto Zanotti Bianco, working with the rich American philanthropist Leroy Waterman, began an ambitious project. They used a specially designed drilling rig to take core samples across a wide area of the plain. It was painstaking needle-in-a-haystack work, but then they hit pay dirt. Deep beneath the surface, their cores brought up artifacts from the archaic Greek period. They had found the first tangible evidence of the lost city. Later excavations, employing more sophisticated techniques, revealed a stunning stratigraphic puzzle. The archaeologists discovered that Sybaris was not just one city, but three, built directly on top of one another. The original Greek Sybaris was buried under the classical Roman city of Copia, which was in turn buried under medieval settlements. The river's silt had perfectly preserved the oldest layers, creating a unique time capsule. The discoveries made at the site have provided a fascinating counterpoint to the legendary tales of luxury. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of the city's vast wealth and sophisticated infrastructure, wide, straight streets, complex drainage systems, and industrial areas for pottery and metalwork. But they have also found evidence of a more complex society than the simple caricature of decadence. The real story of Sybaris is not just about a city that loved pleasure. It is about a phenomenally successful commercial hub whose very success bred resentment and made it a target. Its destruction by Croton was not merely a victory of strength over softness, but a brutal act of economic and cultural annihilation. The river that once made Sybaris rich ultimately became the instrument of its oblivion, preserving its secrets in the mud for 2,500 years, a silent testament to the fact that in the ancient world, as today, immense wealth could be both a city's greatest pride and its most fatal vulnerability. Yet the allure of a hidden kingdom in the New World was not confined to the Spanish or the jungles of the south. Far to the north, in the cold, clear waters of the St. Lawrence River, a different legend took root, one that promised a northern El Dorado and forever altered the course of French exploration in the Americas. This is the story of the Kingdom of Saeftinghe, a tale born not from a shipwreck or a conquistador's dream, but from a deliberate and sophisticated act of storytelling by an indigenous leader who saw in the newly arrived Europeans both a threat and an opportunity. Our guide into this mystery is the French explorer Jacques Cartier, who made his second voyage to the region in 1535. While establishing a base near the Iroquoian village of Stadacona, the site of modern-day Quebec City, Cartier developed a relationship with the village chief, Donnacona. It was from this leader that Cartier began to hear incredible accounts of a vast and wealthy kingdom located up the Great Saeftinghe River, a mysterious fjord-like waterway that emptied into the St. Lawrence. Donnacona's descriptions were meticulously detailed and profoundly alluring. He spoke of a land inhabited by men who were pale-skinned and possessed great quantities of gold, copper, and rubies. He described a society rich with spices, specifically cloves, nutmeg, and pepper commodities that were worth their weight in gold in Europe. Most fantastically, he told of a race of people with no anus who never ate, and another tribe that possessed only one leg. For Cartier and his royal patrons back in France, these stories were electrifying. They seemed to confirm medieval European legends of strange races living at the edge of the world, but more importantly, they pointed to a source of unimaginable wealth that could rival anything the Spanish were finding. The promise of a northern kingdom brimming with precious metals and spices was more than enough to justify further, more ambitious expeditions. Donnacona, however, was not simply a passive storyteller, he was a skilled political strategist. The question that has intrigued historians for centuries is why he chose to share this particular narrative with the powerful newcomers. One of the most compelling theories is that Donnacona's story was a deliberate piece of geopolitical misdirection. The arrival of Cartier's ships, with their advanced technology and obvious interest in resources, represented a massive shift in the balance of power. Donnacona, as the leader of a community at a key point on the river, understood the potential danger of these new visitors settling permanently or moving further inland. By directing Cartier's attention north, up the treacherous and less familiar Saeftinghe River, he may have been attempting to lure the French away from his own territory and the territories of his allies. The Saeftinghe region was known to be rugged and difficult, controlled by different, perhaps rival, indigenous groups. Sending the French on a wild goose chase into this challenging landscape would have been a brilliant strategy to divert a potential threat, wasting their resources and keeping them from establishing a foothold in the more desirable and politically sensitive St. Lawrence Valley. In this light, the Kingdom of Saeftinghe was not a place, but a tool, a captivating story wielded by a leader trying to protect his people from an uncertain future. Another equally fascinating possibility is that Donnacona's tale was not a complete fabrication, but a distorted description of real, long-distance trade networks that stretched far into the continental interior. The St. Lawrence Iroquoians were part of an extensive web of exchange that moved goods across thousands of miles. Copper from the Great Lakes region, for instance, was a highly valued commodity, and stories of its origin could easily have been transformed into tales of gold in the retelling. The mention of spices might refer to native plants or other valuable materials unfamiliar to European ears. The descriptions of strange peoples could be folk memories of encounters with distant cultures whose customs and appearances were different enough to become mythologized over generations. Donnacona was in effect giving Cartier a glimpse into a vast indigenous economic world, but the French explorer, filtered through his own cultural desires and a translator's imperfect mediation, heard only what he wanted to hear, the description of another wealthy kingdom to plunder. This theory leads to one of the most tantalizing and controversial speculations, that the kingdom of Saeftinghe might have been a distant, garbled reference to contact with the Norse. Centuries before Cartier, Norse explorers from Greenland had established a small settlement at Elands Ox Meadows in Newfoundland and had undoubtedly explored the Atlantic coast further south. It is not impossible that through trade and interaction, knowledge of these light-skinned, metal-using people had traveled inland over generations, becoming woven into the oral traditions of the Sunt. Lawrence Iroquoians, the description of pale-skinned men with riches could be a folk memory of the Norse, whose presence had long since vanished but whose legacy persisted in stories. While there is no direct archaeological evidence to link the Norse to the Saeftinghe region, the idea captures the imagination, suggesting that Donnacona's legend was a 1,000-year-old echo of the first encounters between the Old World and the New, now being used to navigate a second, more sustained wave of contact. Cartier, of course, was utterly convinced. On his third voyage in 1541, he was under explicit orders from the King of France to find and claim the Kingdom of Saeftinghe. He even took a tragic step to ensure he had the best guides, kidnapping Donnacona and several other Iroquois during his second voyage and bringing them back to France, where they were presented to the court. Donnacona repeated his stories in front of the French king, adding further details that only fueled the obsession. Tragically, Donnacona and his people never saw their homeland again, dying in France within a few years. When Cartier returned to the St. Lawrence, he attempted to travel up the Saeftinghe but found only a majestic, imposing landscape of cliffs and deep water, with no kingdom in sight. He eventually founded a short-lived colony further up the St. Lawrence, but the dream of Saeftinghe faded as the harsh realities of the Canadian wilderness set in. The legend had served its purpose for Donnacona, but it had led the French to a dead end. The legacy of the Kingdom of Saeftinghe is a profound lesson in the power of narrative at the moment of first contact. It highlights the agency of indigenous leaders like Donnacona, who are not passive victims of European expansion but active participants who used their knowledge and wits to try to shape the outcome. This story also demonstrates how cultural misunderstanding could create entire worlds of expectation. The French heard a description of a kingdom that fit their own medieval worldview, while Donnacona may have been describing a metaphorical or distant reality within his own cultural framework. In the end, the Kingdom of Saeftinghe remains one of history's most compelling phantoms, a lost city that likely never existed in the form Cartier imagined, but one that powerfully shaped the early maps of North America and stands as a timeless example of how a well-told story can alter the course of history. From the frigid quest for a northern El Dorado, we now turn our attention to a legend that was swallowed not by cold rivers, but by the shifting, merciless sands of one of the most forbidding deserts on Earth. Our journey takes us to the western reaches of China, to the Taklamakan Desert, a name that translates ominously as the place of no return. Along the ancient Silk Road, where caravans of camels carried silk, spices, and ideas between China and the West, there once thrived a vital oasis city known as Lulan. Situated on the unforgiving edge of the Taklamakan, next to a large salt marsh known as Lop Nur, Lulan was a crucial stopping point for weary travelers who had just survived the treacherous desert crossing, or for those about to embark upon it. Lulan was more than just a city. It was a sanctuary, a place to find water, food, and shelter. It was a bustling multicultural hub where Chinese, Tibetan, and Central Asian cultures met and mingled, a testament to human resilience in one of the most extreme environments on the planet. For centuries after its abandonment, Lulan existed only as a ghost in the historical records of Chinese dynasties. Then, in the early 20th century, the city was dramatically thrust back into the light by the daring expedition of a Swedish explorer named Sven Hedin. In 1900, Hedin was attempting to map the mysterious Lop Nor Lake, which was known to shift its location. During this perilous journey, his guide accidentally stumbled upon the remains of a wooden stupa, a Buddhist shrine protruding from the sand. Hedin immediately recognized the significance of the find. He and his team began to excavate, uncovering the ruins of buildings, intricate wood carvings, and ancient documents written in the Kharosthi script. He had found the lost city of Lulan, preserved in an astonishing state by the dry desert air. The city's structures, made of wood and adobe, had been scoured by sandstorms but not completely destroyed, offering a frozen snapshot of life on the Silk Road. The most captivating discovery at Lulan, however, would not be made until 7 decades later. In 1980, Chinese archaeologists working at the site made a find that would send ripples through the world of archaeology and forever change the face of ancient Central Asian history. In a burial ground some distance from the main ruins, they uncovered a cemetery dating back an incredible 3,800 years. And there, lying in a simple wooden boat-shaped coffin, was one of the most perfectly preserved mummies ever found. She became known as the Lulan Beauty. Her features were so intact that she seemed merely asleep. She had high cheekbones, a slender nose, and long eyelashes. She was dressed in fine woolen clothing and leather boots, and a simple woven cap sat upon her head. Most strikingly, she was not ethnically East Asian. Her features were distinctly Caucasian, with fair skin and light brown hair. This single individual challenged long-held assumptions about the history of the region, proving that Europeans had traveled deep into what is now China thousands of years before the official opening of the Silk Road. The Lulan Beauty is not alone. Other mummies discovered in the Tarim Basin, like the taller, more warrior-like Churchen Man, share these Caucasian features. Their presence points to a vast and previously unknown migration of peoples from the steppes of Central Asia or even Europe into this region during the Bronze Age. The incredible preservation is due to the unique conditions of the Taklamakan Desert. The soil is highly saline, which draws moisture out of organic material, and the climate is extremely arid. This combination naturally mummified the bodies, preventing decomposition and preserving everything from the intricate patterns on their textiles to the tattoos on their skin. These mummies are not royalty from a known empire. They are likely everyday people, herders, farmers, and artisans whose silent remains speak volumes about the deep, interconnected history of Eurasia. They are a poignant reminder that the Silk Road was not just a trade route for goods, but a highway for people, ideas, and genes, with a history far older than we once believed. So, what happened to the vibrant oasis city that later grew up around the graves of these ancient people? Why was Lulan, once so essential to Silk Road travel, completely abandoned and left to the sands? Archaeologists and historians have pieced together a compelling narrative of a city caught in a deadly pincer between human conflict and environmental catastrophe. The most direct cause appears to have been a shift in the very source of its life, water. Lulan's existence was entirely dependent on the waters of the Tarim River, which fed into the Lop Nor Marsh. Evidence suggests that over time, the course of the Tarim River changed, possibly due to tectonic activity or the natural process of siltation. As the river shifted, the life-giving water that sustained Lulan's agriculture and filled its wells slowly dwindled. The city began to die of thirst. This theory is supported by the discovery of abandoned irrigation canals and the fact that the later layers of the city show signs of a desperate struggle for water. This environmental pressure was almost certainly exacerbated by political instability and warfare. During the heyday of the Silk Road, control over oasis cities like Lulan was fiercely contested because it meant control over the lucrative trade routes. Historical records from the Han Dynasty and others mention Lulan being caught in the middle of power struggles between the Chinese Empire and the nomadic Xiongnu Confederation. The city was forced to pay tribute to both sides, a precarious position that would have drained its resources and made it a target. It is plausible that as the water supply became more unreliable, the city's strategic importance waned, and it could no longer sustain the population or defend itself against rivals. The final blow may have been a combination of a prolonged drought and a military attack that the weakened city could not withstand. By the 6th century of the Common Era, references to Lulan in historical texts cease altogether. The sand dunes, driven by the relentless desert winds, simply rolled in, filling the streets and covering the buildings, sealing the city's fate for over a millennium. The story of Lulan resonates profoundly in our modern world, serving as a stark case study of how climate change and resource conflict can conspire to bring down a civilization. The city's demise was not a single dramatic event, but a slow-motion collapse driven by the disappearance of its most critical resource. It is a powerful reminder of the fragility of human settlements, especially those in marginal environments. Today, the ruins of Lulan stand as a solemn monument in a region that continues to face severe water scarcity. The discovery of the Lulan beauty and her people connects us directly to a past where humanity demonstrated an incredible capacity to adapt and thrive in harsh conditions, but also a vulnerability to the changing world around them. The lost city of Lulan is more than a ruin. It is a warning from history, whispering across the sands about the eternal balance between human ambition and the immutable forces of nature. But our journey now leads us from the sun-scorched deserts of Central Asia to the emerald hills of Ireland, where a different kind of legend is woven into the very fabric of the wind and rain. Perched atop Greenan Mountain in County Donegal, with commanding views over the loughs of Foyle and Swilly, stands one of the most impressive and enigmatic stone structures in all of Europe, the Grianan of Helike. This magnificent circular fort, its walls rebuilt to a height of over 5 meters, is more than just a ruin. It is a symbol of ancient power and the focal point of a story that blurs the line between verified history and enduring myth, a tale of a royal capital that vanished, leaving behind a powerful curse. The name itself offers a clue to its original grandeur. Grianan is often translated as place of the sun or sunny place, suggesting a building of great importance, perhaps a royal site where ceremonies were held. Helike refers to the ancient kingdom that once dominated this northwestern corner of Ireland. According to the Irish annals, the Grianan was the principal seat of the powerful Uí Néill dynasty, the descendants of the legendary Niall of the 9 Hostages, who ruled as High Kings of Ireland for centuries. From this strategic summit, the kings of Helike would have looked out over a domain that stretched across modern-day Ulster, their stone fort a stark declaration of authority visible for miles in every direction. The construction of the fort is a marvel in itself, built using the dry stone wall technique without any mortar, with a series of terraced steps and passages inside the thick walls, allowing defenders to move quickly around the perimeter. It was a fortress, a palace, and a symbol of a kingdom at the height of its power. The legend of its downfall, however, is as dramatic as the fort is sturdy. The story goes that in the early 12th century, the kingdom of Helike incurred the wrath of Murrough O'Brien, the king of Munster from the far south of Ireland. The cause was a brutal raid or an insult that demanded a severe response. O'Brien marched his army north, a formidable journey in that era, and laid siege to the Grianan. The fort, for all its strength, was eventually taken, but O'Brien's vengeance did not stop with a simple military victory. Determined to erase the power of the Uí Néill clan forever, he ordered his soldiers to dismantle the fort stone by stone. He then commanded that each soldier carry a stone from the fort down the mountain, symbolically scattering the power of Helike to the winds. As a final act of contempt, he is said to have placed a curse upon the site, declaring that the kingdom would never again be rebuilt from its ruins. This act of symbolic destruction was meant to be a permanent end, and for centuries the Grianan lay as a tumble-down wreck, seemingly fulfilling the curse. The historical record provides a fascinating, if slightly less cinematic, account. The Annals of the Four Masters, a compilation of Irish history, records the destruction of the Grianan by Murrough O'Brien in 1101. This event is considered historical fact. The curse, however, is the stuff of folklore, a narrative device that emerged to explain why such a powerful site was never restored to its former glory by its original builders. The truth of its long abandonment likely has more to do with the shifting political landscape of medieval Ireland. The power of the Northern Uí Néill dynasty was already waning, and the Anglo-Norman invasion of Ireland later in the 12th century fundamentally altered the rules of power. The strategic importance of a mountaintop fort may have diminished in this new era of castle building, leaving the Grianan as a ghost of a bygone age, its story kept alive in local memory and song. This leads to a compelling archaeological mystery that goes beyond the impressive stone ring fort we see today. Could the Grianan of Helike have been more than just a fortified citadel? Could it have been the nucleus of a much larger, lost settlement, a true capital city that has since vanished from the landscape? The site's undeniable prominence and its role as a royal center make this a tantalizing possibility. Historians and archaeologists have long speculated that the hilltop would not have existed in isolation. A royal seat of such importance would have required a supporting population, craftspeople, farmers, priests, and warriors. There would have been a bustling settlement of wooden houses, workshops, and ceremonial sites clustered on the slopes around the stone fort, a vibrant community that has left far subtler traces on the land. The search for this lost settlement is a challenge of interpreting a landscape that has been shaped by millennia of farming and weather. Unlike the jungles of Honduras or the deserts of China, where structures can remain hidden for centuries, the Irish landscape is constantly worked and lived in. Evidence of ancient habitation can be plowed under, built over, or simply weathered away. However, modern archaeological techniques are beginning to peel back the layers. Geophysical surveys, which can detect anomalies in the soil without digging, have revealed the potential for ancient features and structures in the fields surrounding the Grianan. The presence of several ancient ring forts and earthworks in the immediate vicinity supports the idea that this was a densely populated and strategically important area. Each new finding adds a piece to the puzzle, suggesting that the stone fort was indeed the fortified heart of a much larger community, the capital of a kingdom that has now largely melted back into the green Irish countryside, leaving only the Grianan itself as a silent, stoic witness. The story of the Grianan of Helike, therefore, exists in two parallel realities. There is the historical reality of a powerful fort destroyed in a documented act of political violence. And there is the legendary reality of a curse that sealed its fate for eternity. The two are not mutually exclusive. The legend gives emotional and cultural meaning to the historical event. The curse explains the profound finality of the destruction and the long silence that followed. It transforms a military defeat into an epic tragedy, a story to be told and retold, ensuring that the memory of the kingdom of Helike would never be completely lost, even if its physical capital had been returned to the earth. The Grianan stands today, partially restored in the 19th century, not as a complete ruin nor as a perfect reconstruction, but as a powerful link to a world of kings and curses, a place where the wind seems to carry the echoes of a lost capital waiting just beneath the grass. While the legend of the Grianan of Helike speaks to a power scattered to the winds, our next destination reveals a civilization that was claimed not by a conqueror's curse, but by the very earth beneath its feet, its remains now resting in the serene shallows of the Mediterranean. We travel now to the northern coast of Crete, to the sunken city of Olous, a place where history is not locked away in a museum, but is accessible to anyone with a mask and snorkel. In antiquity, Olous was a significant and prosperous Dorian city-state, a bustling port that minted its own coins and thrived on trade across the Aegean Sea. Historical records suggest that at its peak, Olous was home to a substantial population, perhaps as many as 30,000 people, making it one of the important centers of eastern Crete. Its inhabitants worshipped the gods of the Greek pantheon, with temples dedicated to deities like Ares and Aphrodite, and they lived their lives in a city that was, by all accounts, vibrant and secure. Yet today, there is no grand acropolis or crumbling theater to visit on dry land. The entire city lies submerged, its story written on the seabed of Poros Bay. The experience of visiting Olous is unlike that of almost any other archaeological site in the world. As you wade into the crystal-clear, turquoise waters of the bay, the outlines of a vanished world begin to materialize beneath the surface. The most striking features are the city walls, constructed from massive stone blocks that are still clearly visible, tracing the perimeter of the ancient settlement just a meter or two below the water. Snorkelers can follow these ghostly lines, gliding over what were once bustling streets and the foundations of public buildings and private homes. Scattered across the sandy bottom, you can find the remnants of stone pillars and blocks, silent witnesses to the architectural ambition of the Olauntians. The most poignant relic is the base of an ancient lighthouse that once guided ships safely into the harbor, now a haven for small fish and crustaceans. This direct, almost intimate access to the past is profoundly moving, transforming a simple swim into a journey through time. So, how does an entire city end up at the bottom of the sea? The primary suspect, as with so many sunken cities in the geologically active Mediterranean, is a series of powerful earthquakes. Crete sits directly on the Hellenic subduction zone, where the African tectonic plate is slowly sliding beneath the Aegean plate. This creates immense geological pressure that is periodically released in the form of devastating quakes. It is highly probable that one or several major seismic events struck the region, causing the land upon which Olous was built to liquefy or subside. This process, known as soil liquefaction, occurs when water-saturated soil temporarily loses its strength and behaves like a liquid during intense shaking, causing structures to sink and tilt. Unlike a tsunami that hits with a single, catastrophic wave, this subsidence would have been a slower, more terrifying ordeal, with sections of the city cracking and settling into the sea over a period of time, forcing the population to abandon their homes to the encroaching waters. The story of Olous, however, has a fascinating twist that connects it to a much larger historical narrative. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Olous found itself in a bitter conflict with its neighbor, the powerful city of Rhodes. To secure an ally against this threat, the people of Olous made a fateful decision. They signed a famous treaty of alliance with another nearby city-state, Hieropytna. A record of this treaty was inscribed on a large stone slab for public display. Centuries later, after Olous was submerged, this inscribed stone was discovered and eventually moved to the nearby town of Alaunda, where it can be seen today standing in the main square. This stele is a crucial piece of evidence, directly linking the submerged ruins in the bay to the historical city mentioned in ancient texts. It serves as a tangible bridge between the silent stones under the water and the vibrant political life they once represented. The ongoing scientific study of Olous presents a unique challenge for archaeologists. How do you properly excavate a site that is constantly underwater? The techniques required are specialized and delicate. Marine archaeologists must carefully brush away centuries of sand and sediment to document artifacts without damaging them or disturbing the site's stability. They face the constant threat of erosion from currents and the damage caused by boat anchors. Yet, the water itself is also a remarkable preservative. The same sea that claimed the city has also protected it from the destructive plowing, building, and looting that have damaged so many terrestrial sites. The anaerobic environment under the seabed can preserve organic materials like wood and leather far better than soil on land. This means that Olous holds the potential for incredible discoveries that could shed new light on daily life in an ancient Dorian city, from the structure of its ships to the tools used in its workshops. Today, the sunken city of Olous stands as a powerful monument to the dynamic relationship between human civilization and the natural world. It is a stark reminder that the coastlines we consider permanent are, in geological terms, constantly in flux. The city's fate is a direct result of living on an active planet, a risk that the ancients understood far better than we often do. But rather than being a place of tragedy, the submerged ruins have been given a new life. They have become an invaluable educational resource and a unique tourist attraction, allowing people to engage with history in a profoundly personal way. Swimming through the streets of Olous, you are not just learning about the past, you are floating within it, surrounded by the physical evidence of a community that adapted, traded, and thrived, until the day the ground beneath them literally gave way. It is a hauntingly beautiful experience that connects us to the timeless cycle of creation and submergence that has always shaped human history. Now, let's shift our focus from the sunken cities of the Mediterranean to a mystery that is uniquely American, a story born not from ancient texts but from the front page of a 20th century newspaper and set within one of the most iconic landscapes on Earth. This is the controversial and captivating tale of the lost city of the Grand Canyon. In March of 1909, the Arizona Gazette published an article that would go on to become one of the most persistent legends of the American Southwest. The story claimed that a recent expedition led by a Smithsonian Institution archaeologist named Professor S.A. Jordan had made a discovery of staggering proportions. According to the report, while exploring the vast, largely inaccessible depths of the Grand Canyon, the team had stumbled upon a massive network of artificial tunnels and chambers carved deep into the rock. This was not merely a small cave system. The article described a veritable underground citadel, a labyrinthine complex that allegedly spanned an area of several square miles. The details reported were extraordinary, designed to capture the imagination of every reader. The explorers supposedly found a central chamber, a gigantic cross-shaped hall hewn from solid stone, which contained various artifacts including copper tools and weapons. Most sensationally, the article claimed that the team had discovered numerous rooms filled with mummies and tablets covered in hieroglyphics. The implication was earth-shattering. The builders of this subterranean city were not Native Americans, but a civilization of Egyptian or, in some retellings, Tibetan origin. The story suggested that ancient transoceanic voyagers had traveled to North America in the distant past and established a sophisticated colony within the canyon's protective walls. For a public fascinated by Egyptology and the mysteries of the unexplored West, this was the ultimate story, proof that American history was far older and more interconnected with the Old World than anyone had ever dreamed. The article ignited a firestorm of public interest, but it was almost immediately met with firm and authoritative denial. The Smithsonian Institution, which was cited as the sponsor of the expedition, stated unequivocally that it had no knowledge of any such Professor S.A. Jordan, nor had it ever been involved in an archaeological dig of that nature within the Grand Canyon. They dismissed the entire story as a fabrication, a classic example of a newspaper hoax designed to sell copies. This denial from the most respected scientific institution in the country should have been the end of the matter. Yet the legend refused to die. The very nature of the Grand Canyon itself worked to preserve the mystery. This is a landscape of such immense scale and profound inaccessibility that it seems to invite stories of the impossible. For every person who accepted the Smithsonian's rebuttal, there was another who reasoned that such a vast wilderness could easily hide a secret of this magnitude, and that perhaps the institution was involved in a cover-up to protect established historical narratives. This skepticism is fueled by several intriguing factors. First, the Grand Canyon is a known repository of ancient history. The cliffs and caves throughout the region are home to well-documented archaeological sites built by the ancestral Pueblones and other indigenous cultures. The discovery of mysterious, out-of-place artifacts in the American Southwest was not unheard of, even if they were often later explained by more conventional means. Second, the early 20th century was a golden age for sensational journalism, where stories were sometimes embellished or even invented outright to drive circulation. However, the specific and detailed nature of the Arizona Gazette article gave it a veneer of credibility that simpler tall tales lacked. It named names, described specific locations, and provided a wealth of circumstantial detail that made it feel more like a news report than a work of fiction. The most likely explanation for the legend lies not in ancient Egyptians, but in the breathtaking and often surreal geology of the Grand Canyon. The rock formations within the canyon are a product of millions of years of erosion, creating a vast complex of natural caverns, alcoves, and fissures. Many of these formations can appear strikingly artificial to an untrained eye, especially when viewed in the dramatic play of light and shadow that defines the canyon. The article specifically mentioned the team entering through a cave mouth that led to a tunnel, which eventually opened into the Great Central Chamber. This description aligns perfectly with the experience of exploring a large natural cavern system, where erosion can create surprisingly regular passageways and expansive rooms. The power of suggestion, combined with the desire for a great discovery, could easily have transformed a magnificent natural grotto into an architectural marvel in the minds of explorers or a journalist's imagination. Furthermore, the artifacts described have plausible natural or indigenous origins. The copper tools could have been fragments of naturally occurring copper, which is found in the region, or even ancient Native American artifacts. The hieroglyphics on the tablets were almost certainly examples of indigenous rock art, which is abundant throughout the canyon. Petroglyphs and pictographs created by the ancestral Pueblones can feature intricate, abstract, and symbolic designs that, to someone hoping for a connection to Egypt, might be misinterpreted as a form of writing. The mummies are the most fanciful element, likely a complete fabrication, but potentially inspired by the discovery of well-preserved remains in dry, sheltered caves remains that were unquestionably those of native people, not Egyptians. The enduring fascination with the lost city of the Grand Canyon speaks to a deeper human need to find mystery in the world's last great wildernesses. The canyon is so vast, so ancient, and so awe-inspiring that it feels like a place where anything is possible. The legend taps into our fascination with ancient astronauts, transoceanic contact, and hidden histories, offering an alternative narrative that is far more romantic than the slow, patient work of geological and archaeological science. It represents the idea that there are still blank spots on the map, not of the Earth's surface, but of our understanding of the past. Even today, amateur explorers and researchers scour old maps and canyon reports, hoping to find a clue that the Smithsonian missed or covered up. The story of the lost city remains a powerful testament to the fact that sometimes the most captivating lost cities are not those we find, but those we imagine, their legends forever echoing in the deep, silent spaces of the world. But now, we turn from cities lost to natural forces or the slow creep of the jungle to a city that was deliberately, systematically, and almost successfully erased from human memory by human hands. This is the story of Akhetaten, a capital city born from a pharaoh's radical vision and destroyed by the fury of a restoration. In the 14th century before the Common Era, the Egyptian pharaoh Amenhotep IV did something unprecedented. He broke with over 1,000 years of religious tradition, rejecting the entire pantheon of gods that had underpinned Egyptian society, most notably the powerful cult of Ammon. In their place, he elevated a single deity, the Aten, the radiant disk of the sun, To symbolize this profound break, he changed his own name to Akhetaten, meaning effective for the Aten, and he made an even more dramatic decision. He would abandon the ancient capital of Thebes with its temples to Ammon and its entrenched priesthood, and build an entirely new capital from scratch, dedicated solely to his one god. He chose a pristine site on the east bank of the Nile, in a wide, barren bay of cliffs that had never been settled before. He named it Akhetaten, the horizon of the Aten. This was not just a new administrative center, it was a theological statement in stone. The city was laid out with breathtaking speed, its boundaries marked by a series of grand stelae carved into the surrounding cliffs. At its heart were enormous open-air temples to the Aten, unlike the dark, enclosed sanctuaries of traditional gods. These temples were designed to be flooded with sunlight, allowing the rays of the Aten to directly bathe the altars. There were palaces with elaborate painted floors depicting natural scenes, spacious villas for the court, and workshops for artisans. For a brief period of about 15 years, Akhetaten was the vibrant center of a religious and cultural revolution, a bold experiment in monotheism that shook Egypt to its core. Life in this new city was centered entirely on the pharaoh and his new god. Akhetaten and his famous wife, Nefertiti, were depicted in a startlingly new artistic style. Gone were the idealized, muscular forms of previous pharaohs. In their place was a more fluid, almost androgynous representation, elongated faces, full lips, wide hips, and prominent bellies. This Amarna style, named for the modern site, was intimate and expressive, showing the royal family in unprecedented domestic scenes, playing with their daughters, embracing and receiving the blessings of the Aten, whose rays ended in tiny hands offering the symbol of life. It was a deliberate departure from the rigid formalism of the past, intended to reflect the unique and direct relationship between the pharaoh, his family, and the sun disk. Yet this revolution was built on shaky ground. It relied entirely on the power and authority of Akhetaten himself. When he died after a 17-year reign, the traditional priesthoods whose power and wealth had been stripped away saw their chance. Akhenaten's immediate successors ruled only for a few years, but then a new pharaoh emerged, Tutankhaten. While initially bearing the Aten's name, he was a child, and his advisors were undoubtedly men from the old order. Under their guidance, he changed his name to the one we know him by today, Tutankhamun, repudiating the Aten and restoring the god Ammon to his former glory. The court packed up and returned to Thebes. Akhetaten was abandoned, its grand temples and palaces left to the desert winds, but the reaction did not stop with mere abandonment. A few decades later, a pharaoh named Horemheb, and then the kings of the subsequent 19th dynasty, began a systematic campaign of damnatio memoriae, the condemnation of memory. They set out to obliterate all traces of Akhenaten, his god, and his city from history. His name was chiseled off monuments, his temples were dismantled, their stone blocks, called talatat, were carted away and used as filler material inside the pylons and walls of new temples dedicated to Ammon. The goal was not just to destroy, but to reuse, to symbolically bury the heretic's legacy within the structures of the restored Orthodox faith. For over 3,000 years, Akhenaten's city was a ghost, its memory surviving only as a vague, negative reference in later king lists that labeled him the enemy of Akhetaten. The city's modern rediscovery is a tale of detective work and sheer luck. In the late 18th century, Napoleon's savants mapped Egypt and noted the unusual ruins at a place the locals called El Amarna. But the real breakthrough came in the 1880s, when local women discovered a cache of over 300 clay tablets buried in the ruins. These were the Amarna letters, a diplomatic archive containing correspondence between Akhenaten's court and the rulers of other great powers like the Hittites and the Babylonians, as well as Egyptian vassals in Canaan. This discovery proved the site's importance as a capital city. Soon after, the pioneering archaeologist Flinders Petrie began the first major excavations, uncovering the sprawling city plan and the distinct, beautiful art that would define the Amarna period. The true significance of Amarna's rediscovery lies in its unparalleled value as an archaeological time capsule. Because the city was occupied for such a short time and then completely abandoned, it provides a perfectly preserved snapshot of life during a single, unique reign. Unlike other ancient Egyptian cities like Thebes or Memphis, which were built upon for millennia, Amarna's layers are not a complex puzzle of different eras. What archaeologists find there is almost entirely from the time of Akhetaten. They have uncovered not just the grand temples and palaces, but the homes and workshops of ordinary people. The sculptors who created the distinctive art, the bakeries that fed the population, the police barracks that kept order. This allows for an incredibly detailed understanding of the daily life, economy, and social structure of this revolutionary moment. The story of Akhetaten is therefore a profound lesson in the power of memory and its erasure. It shows us that history is not always a straightforward narrative passed down. It is often a battleground where the victors seek to silence the voices of the past. The pharaohs who succeeded Akhetaten very nearly succeeded. They almost wiped him from existence, but the silent stones of Amarna and the accidental preservation of his city as a perfect fossil of his reign have allowed his voice to be heard once more. The city stands as a powerful testament to a singular vision, however fleeting, and a reminder that even the most thorough attempts to erase the past can be undone by the patient work of the trowel and the enduring curiosity of those who seek to understand. Yet even as Hiram Bingham was uncovering the wonders of Machu Picchu, a different kind of quest was underway, one that sought not a pristine sanctuary, but the final, desperate stronghold of a dying empire. This is the search for Vilcabamba, the true lost city of the Incas, a place not of peaceful retreat but of armed resistance. After the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, the last Inca rulers did not simply surrender. They retreated from their capital at Cuzco, leading their loyalists deep into the rugged, cloud-forested valleys northeast of the city. There, in a region the Spanish called the Andes of the Forehead, they established a neo-Inca state with Vilcabamba as its capital. For nearly 40 years, this jungle-shrouded redoubt was the heart of a defiant holdout, a base from which the Incas launched guerrilla attacks against the invaders and preserved their culture until the final, tragic capture of the last Inca, Tupac Amaru, in 1572. After his execution in Cuzco, the Spanish systematically destroyed Vilcabamba, and its location, swallowed by the relentless jungle, faded into legend. For centuries, the search for Vilcabamba was shrouded in confusion, largely because of the spectacular discovery of Machu Picchu. Hiram Bingham himself believed he had found Vilcabamba when he first laid eyes on Machu Picchu in 1911. The site's majesty and its seemingly hidden nature made it a perfect candidate for the final refuge. However, as scholars studied Bingham's own notes and the Spanish chronicles more carefully, a problem emerged. The descriptions of Vilcabamba did not match Machu Picchu. The chronicles spoke of a city low in the jungle, a place hot enough for the Spanish conquistadors to suffer in their armor, not a cool, high-altitude citadel like Machu Picchu. The true Vilcabamba had to be elsewhere, deeper in the Amazonian foothills, a place the Incas called Vilcapampa, the Plain of the Sanctuary. The modern identification of Vilcabamba is a story of persistent exploration and scholarly deduction. The primary candidate, and now the widely accepted location, is a site known as Espiritu Pampa, meaning Plain of the Spirits. Initial explorations in the 1960s by the American explorer Jean Savoy, and later, more extensive excavations by Peruvian archaeologists like Edmundo Guillain, began to uncover compelling evidence. At Espiritu Pampa, they found not the elegant, refined architecture of Machu Picchu, but the ruins of a sprawling settlement that showed clear signs of both Inca construction and hasty, desperate habitation. They uncovered the foundations of hundreds of houses, a central plaza, and a distinctive Inca building known as a calanca, a large hall used for communal gatherings. Most tellingly, they found artifacts from the period of the Vilcabamba resistance, including Spanish-style roof tiles and nails, evidence of the cultural collision that defined the final days of the Inca Empire. The clincher for many was the discovery of a structure identified as the Ñusta Hispana, or Princess's Bath, a ceremonial fountain that matched descriptions in the chronicles of a feature within the city of Vilcabamba. Yet, even with this compelling evidence, the mystery is not entirely solved. The ongoing debates center on a fascinating question of scale. Some archaeologists and explorers argue that the ruins found at Espiritu Pampa, while significant, are not grand enough to be the final capital described in the histories. They point out that the Spanish chronicles suggest a city of considerable size and importance, a true capital worthy of an emperor. The structures at Espiritu Pampa are more rustic, more utilitarian. This has led to a tantalizing theory. What if Espiritu Pampa was merely an administrative center or a temporary camp, and the true, final lost capital of the Incas, a city of even greater scale and significance, still lies hidden in the even more impenetrable jungles of the Vilcabamba Range? This belief fuels continued expeditions into the most remote parts of the region, where explorers use LIDAR technology and follow ancient trails, hoping to find evidence of a settlement that would be the ultimate prize, the very last city built by the Incas before their light was extinguished forever. The search for Vilcabamba, therefore, is about more than just locating ruins. It is an attempt to touch the final, poignant chapter of a great civilization. Unlike the ceremonial majesty of Machu Picchu, Vilcabamba represents resilience, defiance, and a tragic end. Finding its true extent allows us to understand the full arc of the Inca story, not just its peak, but its desperate, courageous conclusion. It is a reminder that the fall of an empire is not a single event, but a slow, painful retreat into the shadows, a story whose final pages may still be lying undiscovered, waiting beneath the moss and vines of the Peruvian jungle. But our journey now turns from the sunken palaces of the Mediterranean to the enigmatic waters of the Black Sea, where a different cataclysm may have buried not just a city, but the very memory of a lost world. Along the rugged Bulgarian coast, a legend persists of a magnificent fortified city named Zernoq, a place of immense power and wealth that was said to have simply vanished beneath the waves in a distant, forgotten age. Unlike the well-documented demise of Helike or Baiae, Zernoq exists primarily in the realm of local folklore, a spectral presence haunting the coastal communities who tell of a time when the sea was smaller and the land stretched far beyond the current shore. The story describes a powerful king, formidable stone walls, and a bustling harbor that one fateful night disappeared into the depths, leaving only a name that whispers of a sunken past. The power of the Zernoq legend is dramatically amplified by a revolutionary scientific hypothesis that has reshaped our understanding of the entire region, the Black Sea Deluge theory. This idea proposes that thousands of years ago, what is now the saline Black Sea was a much smaller freshwater lake, lying hundreds of feet below the global sea level. The theory suggests that as the last ice age ended and glaciers melted, rising waters in the Mediterranean eventually burst through the natural dam that was the Bosporus Strait. What followed was not a gentle rise, but a cataclysmic inundation, a torrent of water roaring into the Black Sea basin with 200 times the force of Niagara Falls. This event, which some scientists date to around 5,600 years before the Common Era, would have caused the shoreline to retreat by up to a mile per day, swallowing countless square miles of coastal land and any settlements upon it in a geological instant. This scenario provides a stunningly plausible backdrop for the legend of Zernoq and countless other flood myths around the Black Sea. While the deluge theory remains a subject of debate among geologists, with some arguing for a more gradual rise, the core fact is undeniable. the Black Sea coastline has changed dramatically since the end of the last ice age. The search for a historical Zernoq, therefore, is not a quest for a single city, but part of a much larger archaeological mission to explore a lost landscape, a submerged world that could hold the keys to understanding early human migration and settlement in southeastern Europe. The challenge is monumental. The Black Sea's depths are largely anoxic, devoid of oxygen below a certain level. This unique environment prevents the existence of wood-boring organisms, meaning that organic materials like shipwrecks, wooden building foundations, and even tools could be perfectly preserved for thousands of years, lying untouched on the seabed like artifacts in a giant cold storage unit. This potential for incredible preservation has driven ambitious underwater archaeological projects. Teams equipped with advanced remote-operated vehicles and sonar mapping technology have been systematically scanning the Bulgarian continental shelf, searching for the telltale signs of human habitation. Their work has begun to yield tantalizing results. While a fortified city matching the full description of Zernoq has not yet been found, researchers have discovered the remains of ancient river valleys now submerged, which would have been ideal locations for early settlements. They have found submerged beaches and lagoons that were once dry land, and perhaps most intriguingly, they have identified odd geometric shapes on the seafloor that warrant further investigation. Each of these findings is a piece of a vast puzzle, suggesting that the continental shelf was indeed inhabited before the seas rose. The true significance of the search for Zernoq, therefore, may extend far beyond a single local legend. If substantial submerged settlements are discovered, they could revolutionize our understanding of the Neolithic and Eneolithic periods in the region. These sunken sites could contain a wealth of information about the daily lives, trade routes, and architectural practices of cultures that were previously known only from inland sites. The story of Zernoq represents the powerful intersection of oral tradition and cutting-edge science, where an ancient folk memory guides researchers toward a potential historical truth. It challenges us to consider that the flood myths shared by many cultures around the Black Sea are not mere allegories, but could be distant collective memories of a very real and traumatic event that shaped human history, a time when the world literally changed its map, and cities like Zernoq were consigned to the realm of legend, waiting silently in the dark for their stories to be recovered. Shifting our gaze from the submerged world of the Black Sea, we now venture into one of the most extreme and enigmatic landscapes on the planet, the vast, wind-swept expanse of the Gobi Desert. Stretching across northern China and southern Mongolia, the Gobi is a realm of scorching heat, freezing cold, and immense silent emptiness. It is here, in this ocean of sand and stone, that a particularly captivating crypto-historical legend persists. The story of a lost city so ancient and so advanced that its very existence challenges conventional history, a place sometimes whispered about as the true physical counterpart to the spiritual idea of Shambhala, or even as a relic of ancient extraterrestrial visitors. The tales surrounding this lost city of the Gobi are as shifting as the desert dunes themselves, passed down through generations of nomadic herders and amplified by the accounts of early 20th century explorers. Some versions describe a magnificent metropolis built with gleaming white stone, its architecture unlike anything known to the ancient world. Others speak of a vast labyrinthine complex hidden entirely beneath the sands, accessible only through a secret entrance known to a select few. The city is often portrayed as a repository of lost knowledge, containing advanced technology, sacred texts, or even the secrets of immortality. This description has led many within alternative history circles to draw a direct parallel with the Buddhist legend of Shambhala, the hidden kingdom of enlightenment. They propose that the story of Shambhala is not purely allegorical, but a spiritualized memory of a real, physical citadel of wisdom that once stood in the remote heart of Asia. For others, the city's purported advanced nature suggests an even more speculative origin, that it was established by extraterrestrial beings who visited Earth in the distant past, leaving behind a base or a beacon that was later abandoned and swallowed by the desert. The primary fuel for these extraordinary claims comes from a handful of intriguing, yet frustratingly vague, historical anecdotes. The most famous involves two explorers, the Russian mystic Nicholas Roerich and the Swedish geographer Sven Hedin. Both men, traveling through Central Asia in the early 1900s, recorded stories they heard from local guides about a mysterious, abandoned city in the Gobi. Roerich, in particular, wove these tales into his own theosophical beliefs, describing strange energies and visions associated with the region. However, neither explorer provided specific coordinates or brought back any physical proof. Their accounts remain tantalizing suggestions open to wide interpretation. Further speculation was ignited by the controversial Ica stones of Peru and the equally disputed Dropa stones legend, which some have tenuously attempted to link to a lost Gobi civilization, despite a complete lack of credible evidence connecting these disparate artifacts across the globe. The greatest adversary to solving this mystery, however, is the Gobi itself. This is not a desert of rolling sand dunes alone. It is a brutally diverse wilderness comprising gravel plains, rugged mountains, and vast, waterless stretches where temperatures can swing from blistering highs to life-threatening lows in a single day. Exploration is a monumental logistical challenge. The sheer scale of the desert means that a city, even a large one, could remain hidden for centuries, its ruins slowly eroded by sand-blasting winds and buried by shifting sands. Furthermore, much of the Gobi, particularly in the past, was politically sensitive territory, with restricted access for foreign archaeologists and explorers. This combination of a harsh environment and limited exploration opportunities has created a perfect vacuum of evidence, a blank space on the map where legends can flourish unchecked. This absence of concrete proof is paradoxically what keeps the legend so vibrantly alive in crypto-historical circles. For proponents, the lack of evidence is not a refutation but an invitation. They argue that mainstream archaeology has simply not looked in the right places or with the right technology. They point to the fact that other major discoveries, like the Terracotta Army in China, were found by accident, and that the Gobi's secrets are merely waiting for a dedicated search using modern tools like satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar. The legend persists because it fulfills a deep human desire for mystery. The idea that our planet still holds profound secrets about our past, whether they point to a forgotten golden age of human achievement or to a history intertwined with star-faring visitors. The lost city of the Gobi remains a powerful symbol of the unknown, a shimmering mirage on the horizon of history that continues to beckon adventurers and dreamers into the silent, waiting sands. But if the tale of Saeftinghe serves as a somber warning from the Dutch coast, another legend from the chilly waters of the North Sea carries an even darker, more thunderous moral lesson. This is the story of Rungholt, a city whose name has become synonymous with divine punishment and the awesome power of the sea, earning it the haunting title of the Atlantis of the North Sea. The legend speaks of a port of almost unimaginable wealth located on the island of Strand in North Frisia, in what is now modern Germany. In the 13th and 14th centuries, this region was a patchwork of low-lying islands and salt marshes, protected by ingenious systems of dikes and inhabited by a fiercely independent people known as the Frisians. Rungholt was said to be the jewel of this maritime culture, a hub of the vital Baltic trade, where merchants grew rich from the flow of goods and the city's inhabitants developed a reputation for prosperity that bordered on arrogance. The city's downfall is inextricably linked to one of the most catastrophic natural disasters in European history, the Groot Mandrenk, or Great Drowning of Men, which struck on the 16th of January 1362. A monstrous storm surge generated by a powerful cyclone over the North Sea, piled water up against the coastline with apocalyptic force, the Frisians carefully maintained dikes which had held back the sea for generations were overwhelmed and shattered. The water rushed inland, inundating vast tracts of land and swallowing entire villages and parishes. The death toll was staggering, estimated to be in the tens of thousands across the Netherlands, Germany, and Denmark. But it was Rungholt, with its legendary pride, that suffered the most complete and symbolic destruction. The city was utterly erased, submerged beneath the waves, its memory preserved only in the mournful songs and stories of the survivors. As with Saeftinghe, the sheer scale of the tragedy demanded a moral explanation, and the legend of Rungholt provided one in the most dramatic terms. The story goes that the people of Rungholt had become deeply sinful, their wealth leading to hubris and a mockery of God. The most famous tale involves a drunken party of merchants who, in a fit of impious revelry, forced a priest to give a mock mass in a tavern. To compound their blasphemy, they then tied the priest to a hog and set them loose. As the priest cursed the city for its wickedness, a mysterious stranger appeared in the town, going door to door and pleading for a place to stay. He was turned away from every house until he reached the last cottage on the edge of the marsh, where a poor old woman took him in. The stranger revealed himself as a divine messenger and warned the woman to flee with her possessions, for the city was to be punished. That night, the storm descended and Rungholt was swallowed by the sea. Only the old woman's cottage was spared, saved by her single act of charity. For centuries, Rungholt existed primarily in this realm of folklore, a cautionary tale used to teach humility and respect for the sea. But was there any truth to the story of a great city lost beneath the Wadden Sea? The challenge for historians was the same as with other drowned settlements. The landscape had been completely transformed. The storm of 1362 was just one event in a series of inundations that radically reshaped the Frisian coast, creating the scattered islands we see today. For a long time, the only evidence for Rungholt was the persistent local tradition and the eerie phenomenon known to fishermen and sailors. During exceptionally low tides, when the North Sea's water retreated farther than usual, strange shapes would emerge from the mudflats. Generations of locals reported seeing the ghostly outlines of old foundations, the circular patterns of well shafts, and long, straight lines that looked like sunken roads, only for them to vanish again as the tide returned. These fleeting glimpses were the only physical proof that something lay beneath the waves, fueling both skepticism and belief. The modern search for Rungholt has evolved from folklore to rigorous science. Archaeologists and geologists, using core sampling and magnetic field surveys, have begun to map the prehistoric landscape now hidden beneath the tidal flats. Their work has confirmed that the area was indeed once dry, fertile land, crisscrossed by drainage ditches and settlement mounds. In recent years, these surveys have identified a concentrated area of anomalies that strongly suggests the presence of a large, organized settlement. Most compellingly, during a major archaeological survey, researchers discovered a series of massive, circular structures aligned in a long row. These were identified as the remains of a tidal brine well system, a complex industrial installation used for salt production. Salt was white gold in the medieval world, and the scale of this operation indicates a settlement of significant economic importance, exactly the kind of wealthy trade center described in the Rungholt legends. The discovery of this saltworks was a breakthrough, providing tangible evidence that the legend was rooted in a very real, prosperous community. Further investigations have revealed the outlines of a substantial harbor, a main drainage canal, and the foundations of several large buildings, all lying about 2 to 3 meters below the current mudflat surface. The layout suggests a town planned with careful organization, a center of industry and commerce that met a sudden and violent end. The story of Rungholt, therefore, has been beautifully vindicated by science. It was not a mere fable, but a folk memory of a genuine historical catastrophe. The tale of the city's sin and the curse is a powerful narrative crafted to make sense of an incomprehensible disaster, a way for a shattered community to process the loss of their world. The sunken city of Rungholt stands as a permanent monument to the fragile relationship between human ambition and the natural world, a reminder that the sea which gives prosperity can also, in a single night of storm, take it all away. But our journey now takes us from sunken ports and desert mirages to a different kind of historical battleground, one where the lost city is not hidden by jungle or sea, but by the sheer weight of the history that unfolded upon it. We venture to the rolling hills of eastern France, to the story of Alesia, a name forever etched into the annals of military history. Most know Alesia as the site of Julius Caesar's defining victory in the Gallic Wars, the climactic siege where the Gallic chieftain Vercingetorix made his last desperate stand. The location of this epic battle, near the modern village of Olous, has been officially recognized for over a century and a half. Yet the star of that drama, the Gallic oppidum itself, the fortified city that was the heart of the Baiae tribe, and the stage for this world-changing event, remains shrouded in mystery, its full story still being unearthed from the very ground upon which it fell. Before it became a Roman siege camp, Alesia was a powerful symbol of indigenous Gallic strength. An oppidum was more than just a hill fort. It was a central place, a combination of fortress, economic hub, and spiritual center for a Celtic tribe. Perched high on Mount Auxois, Alesia was a natural fortress, its plateau offering commanding views of the surrounding valleys. For the Baiae tribe, it was their capital, a place of safety and governance. Within its mighty ramparts, which were formidable feats of earthwork and timber engineering, would have been a bustling community. There were the roundhouses of the tribal elite, workshops for metalworkers and potters, spaces for religious ceremonies, and storage pits for the grain that sustained the population. It was a vibrant, sophisticated urban center, a testament to the complex society that flourished in Gaul long before Caesar's legions marched across the land. This was the Alesia that Vercingetorix chose as his redoubt, believing its defenses could withstand any army and that its position would allow a vast Gallic relief force to trap the Romans. The battle itself, fought in 52 before the Common Era, was a masterpiece of Roman engineering and a tragedy of Gallic resistance. Caesar's response to the stronghold was not a simple assault, but an act of breathtaking audacity. He ordered his men to build not one, but two massive concentric walls of fortifications around the entire oppidum. The inner wall, facing Alesia, was over 10 miles long, designed to pen in Vercingetorix and his 80,000 warriors. The outer wall, facing away, was even longer, built to defend against the 250,000-strong Gallic relief army that was surely coming. These lines were studded with towers, trenches, booby traps, and sharpened stakes, a deadly, impenetrable belt of wood and earth. The Gallic cavalry launched furious sallies, and the relief army attacked with desperate bravery, but the Roman defenses held. After weeks of starvation and failed breakout attempts, a gaunt Vercingetorix rode out of the city, surrendered his arms at Caesar's feet, and was taken away in chains to be paraded through Rome years later before his execution. The Gallic dream of independence was crushed, and Alesia's fate was sealed. In the aftermath of the Roman victory, the story of the city takes a fascinating turn, one that explains why it became lost. Contrary to what one might expect, the Romans did not destroy Alesia. Instead, they recognized its strategic value and repurposed it. Under Roman rule, the oppidum was transformed into a thriving Gallo-Roman town. The thatched roof roundhouses were gradually replaced by stone buildings in the Roman style, a forum, temples, a basilica, and comfortable villas with underfloor heating. The city, now called Alesia, minted its own coins and continued to be an important regional center for centuries. This very success, however, is what led to the obscurity of its original Gallic form. As the Roman town grew and evolved, it was built directly on top of the older Celtic settlement. The wooden palisades and earthworks of the Mandubii rotted away or were dismantled, their outlines buried and forgotten beneath centuries of Roman stone and subsequent medieval construction. The memory of the pre-Roman oppidum was effectively overwritten by the success of its successor. The modern search for the true Gallic Alesia is a tale of national pride, scientific debate, and meticulous archaeology. The official identification of the site in the 1860s by Emperor Napoleon III was a monumental event. An ardent admirer of Caesar, Napoleon funded extensive excavations, erecting a grand statue of Vercingetorix on the mountaintop as a symbol of French heritage. His archaeologists uncovered the unmistakable evidence of Caesar's siege works, the ditches, palisade post holes, and Roman camps that perfectly matched the descriptions in Caesar's own commentaries on the Gallic War. This seemed to settle the matter for generations, yet confirming the location of the battle was one thing. Uncovering the complete layout of the Gallic city that stood at its center has proven to be a much more complex and ongoing challenge. The primary obstacle is the layered nature of the site. How do you find the traces of a predominantly wooden city that was subsequently built over by a stone one? The answer lies in the patient work of modern archaeology. Techniques like geomagnetic surveying and ground-penetrating radar allow researchers to map anomalies beneath the soil without breaking ground. These surveys have revealed the ghostly outlines of the Gallic oppidum's defenses, the deep V-shaped ditches, and the post holes for the massive Murus Gallicus, the distinctive Gallic wall made of a timber lattice filled with earth and stone. Excavations in undisturbed areas have uncovered Mandubii pottery, iron tools, and the remains of their circular homes, giving us glimpses of daily life before the siege. Each finding adds a piece to the puzzle, suggesting that the Gallic settlement was extensive and well organized, but also that much of it lies directly beneath the later Roman town, making it difficult to excavate fully without damaging the later ruins. This very challenge has inevitably fueled alternative theories. A small but persistent group of scholars and enthusiasts have argued for decades that Saeftinghe is not the correct location at all. They point to perceived inconsistencies between Caesar's detailed account and the topography of the site, suggesting that the scale of the Roman fortifications doesn't quite fit the landscape. The most prominent alternative theory places Alesia at Chaux des Scrotnes in the Jura Mountains, a site that its proponents claim offers a better geographical match for Caesar's descriptions. Despite extensive investigations, no conclusive evidence has been found there to support the claim, and the vast majority of the archaeological community remains firmly behind Saeftinghe. Yet, the debate itself is a testament to the powerful hold Alesia has on the imagination. It is more than an archaeological site. It is a foundational legend of France, the place where a national hero fell and a new Romano-Gallic identity was born. The search for the lost city of the Mandubii is therefore a quest to touch the authentic heart of that legend, to understand the true scale and nature of the world that Vercingetorix and his people fought so desperately to protect, a world that lies buried just beneath the stones of its conquerors. But if the story of Alesia is one of military conquest and cultural overlay, our next destination offers a strikingly different vision of Roman power, not as a force that overwrote a native settlement, but as a perfect, logical blueprint planted in the midst of what was considered untamed land. We travel now from the green hills of France to the sun-baked highlands of Algeria to the vanished city of Timgad. This was not a city that grew organically over centuries. It was a city that was willed into existence, a masterpiece of deliberate design. In the year 100 of the Common Era, the Emperor Trajan, one of Rome's most capable rulers, ordered the foundation of a new colony. Its purpose was both practical and symbolic, to serve as a bastion of Roman civilization and a secure home for veteran soldiers of the Third Augustan Legion who had served their time and were being rewarded with land. This was a classic Roman strategy to consolidate control over a territory by planting loyal, organized communities that would become centers of trade, administration, and Roman culture. The result was Thamugadi, known today as Timgad, and it stands as perhaps the most pristine example of Roman urban planning anywhere in the world. The city was laid out in a near-perfect square, a grid of streets so precise it feels as if it were drawn with a ruler. The primary design was based on the classic Roman military camp or castrum, with two main streets, the Cardo and the Decumanus, intersecting at the city's heart to form a central forum. Every block or insula was measured and allocated for specific purposes: public baths, a library, a theater, a ND Chinese letter rows of private homes. The city was designed for a population of around 15,000 people, and its very structure was an assertion of order, a declaration that even here, on the fringes of the empire in North Africa, the logic and discipline of Rome would prevail. Walking through its ruins today, you can still feel that original intent in the straight, colonnaded streets that stretch towards the distant horizon. For several centuries, Timgad thrived. Its veteran colonists, now farmers and merchants, prospered. The city grew beyond its original walls, and its public buildings became more elaborate. A magnificent library was constructed, one of the largest in the Roman world, a testament to the value its citizens placed on learning and culture. The 12-seat public latrines, with their sophisticated underlying sewer system, speak to a high standard of public hygiene and civic life. The Grand Theatre, carved into a hillside, could seat thousands for performances, its acoustics still remarkable today. Timgad was not just a military outpost, it was a full-fledged and prosperous Roman city, a vibrant community where the comforts and civilities of empire were enjoyed far from the capital itself. This golden age, however, could not last forever. As the Western Roman Empire began to fracture in the 4th and 5th centuries, Timgad's fortunes declined. The city's strategic location made it a target during periods of unrest and invasion. It was famously sacked by Berber tribes, and later it became a center for the Donatist Christian sect, which was considered heretical by the mainstream church in Rome, leading to further conflict. The final blow likely came with the Arab conquest of North Africa in the 7th century, which disrupted the old trade routes and political structures. Gradually, Timgad was abandoned. Its buildings, no longer maintained, began to crumble. Then the desert took over. The same Saharan winds that had once carried trade goods now carried sand, which patiently, grain by grain, began to blanket the city. Over the centuries, Timgad vanished completely, buried under a protective shroud of desert dust, its memory preserved only in a few vague references in Arabic texts. The city's slumber lasted for 1,000 years until it was dramatically awakened by the curiosity of a single man. In 1796, a Scottish explorer named James Bruce was traveling through the region when he came across the top of a massive arch protruding from the sand. He recognized it as Roman but had no idea of the scale of what lay beneath his feet. The true significance of the site wasn't understood until the mid-19th century, when the French, who had colonized Algeria, began systematic excavations. What they uncovered was nothing short of miraculous. The same sand that had hidden Timgad had also preserved it. Unlike many Roman ruins in Europe that were quarried for stone to build medieval towns, Timgad was almost perfectly intact beneath the dunes. Archaeologists carefully cleared the sand, revealing a city frozen in time. The streets were still paved, the inscriptions on the monuments were still legible, and the outlines of every building were perfectly clear. The most famous feature and the symbol of Timgad is the Arch of Trajan, the very structure Bruce had seen. This triumphal arch, standing at the western end of the Decumanus, was not part of the original city walls but was added later as the city expanded, a testament to its prosperity. But perhaps the most evocative experience for a modern visitor is to stand at the intersection of the Cardo and Decumanus and look down the perfectly straight streets. You can see the ruts worn into the stone pavements by centuries of cartwheels, a tangible connection to the daily lives of the people who walked these same paths 2,000 years ago. The city's library, with its niches for storing scrolls, allows us to imagine the scholars who studied there. The market stalls, the baths, the homes, all of it provides a complete, almost overwhelming picture of daily life in a Roman colonial town. Timgad is not a collection of scattered ruins, it is a fully articulated urban skeleton. Its value to historians is immeasurable because it shows us Roman urbanism not as a theoretical ideal, but as a lived reality. It is a preserved snapshot, a gift from the desert sands that allows us to step directly into the orderly, ambitious world of a Roman city at the height of its power. Now we move from the grand, planned cities of the Roman Empire to a civilization that left behind no stone metropolises, but whose artistic legacy is so profound it has sparked a mystery of a different kind. In the arid, rugged landscape of what is now southwestern New Mexico, a unique and remarkable culture flourished for centuries before vanishing with a suddenness that continues to puzzle archaeologists. This is the story of the Mimbres people, a branch of the larger Mogollon culture, and the haunting question of what became of their vibrant communities and the creators of some of the most evocative art in the ancient world. Their story is not one of a single, massive lost city, but of a whole society that seemingly disappeared, leaving behind a collection of ghostly villages and an artistic treasure that feels both intimately familiar and utterly mysterious. The Mimbres are best known for one breathtaking achievement, their pottery. Between approximately 1000 and 1150 of the Common Era, they produced ceramic bowls of an extraordinary artistic quality. These were not simple, utilitarian objects. They were crafted with a thin, white clay slip and painted with elegant, complex designs in a glossy black mineral paint. The early styles featured bold, geometric patterns, but it was in what scholars call the classic Mimbres period that their art truly ascended to another level. The interiors of these bowls became a canvas for a stunning array of figures from the natural and spiritual worlds. Artists painted incredibly lifelike depictions of animals, rabbits, deer, birds, and fish, all rendered with a keen observational eye and a fluid, dynamic line. But these are not mere portraits. The creatures are often shown in moments of action or integrated with geometric patterns and human-like figures, suggesting a deep, symbolic mythology. The most captivating and enigmatic of these images are the so-called kill scenes. Many bowls feature illustrations of animals with a small, dart-like line pointing towards their bodies, often shown piercing the heart. For a long time, these were interpreted literally, perhaps as hunting magic or a record of a successful hunt. However, many archaeologists now see a more profound ritual meaning. They believe these bowls were intimately connected to Mimbres' death rituals. There is a compelling and poignant practice associated with these vessels, known as killing the bowl. At the time of a person's burial, a perfectly crafted, beautiful Mimbres bowl was often placed over the face of the deceased. Then a small hole, called a kill hole, was ritually punched through the center of the vessel, usually right where the painted animal's heart would be. This act was likely meant to release the spirit of the bowl, allowing it to accompany the person on their journey to the afterlife. The art itself was not just for the living. It was a sacred object, a final companion for the dead, making the thousands of whole bowls found in museums today artifacts that were, in a sense, never meant to be recovered. This vibrant, sophisticated culture was centered in large, well-organized villages along the Mimbres River and its tributaries. Sites like the Swartz Ruin and the Mattox Ruin were not small, scattered camps. They were substantial settlements consisting of large, multi-story pueblos built around central plazas, with dozens of rooms housing hundreds of people. They constructed great kivas, large circular underground chambers used for communal ceremonies and political gatherings, indicating a complex social structure. Their society was supported by sophisticated agriculture, using irrigation canals to channel water from the river to fields of corn, beans, and squash, allowing them to thrive in a challenging environment. For generations, these communities prospered, creating their beautiful art and developing a rich cultural life. Then, around the year 1150, something happened. The villages were abandoned, not sacked, not burned, but simply left. The mystery of their disappearance is the core of the Mimbers' enigma. The archaeological record shows a sudden cessation of their most defining characteristic, the production of the classic black-on-white pottery. The villages themselves show no evidence of violent invasion or widespread conflict. So, where did they go? The leading theory, supported by a growing body of evidence, is that the Mimbers did not vanish in a catastrophe, but rather undertook a gradual migration. A combination of environmental pressures likely pushed them to make a difficult decision. Tree ring data from the period indicates a severe, prolonged drought that would have devastated their agricultural base, making it impossible to support a concentrated population. At the same time, there is evidence of significant deforestation around their villages from the demand for firewood and building materials, which may have led to soil erosion and a further degradation of their farmland. Faced with these challenges, the people probably made a practical, if heartbreaking, choice to disperse. They likely split into smaller groups and moved to more reliable sources of water and arable land. Archaeologists have traced cultural and artistic links from the Mimbers region to the north and east, suggesting that many of these migrants were absorbed into other, growing Puebloan communities, such as those at Casas Grandes in northern Mexico or the ancestors of the historic Zuni and Hopi pueblos. Their artistic traditions did not die out completely but evolved, influencing the styles of these neighboring cultures. In this sense, the Mimbers people may not have disappeared, but rather transformed, their cultural DNA blending into the broader tapestry of the Southwest. This theory of assimilation, however, leaves a tantalizing gap that fuels the idea of a lost city. If the migration was an organized, gradual process, is it possible that a significant group of Mimbers holdouts, perhaps clinging most strongly to their traditional ways, established a final, substantial settlement that has yet to be found? The mountainous and remote terrain of the Mogollon Datil region, riddled with canyons and hidden valleys, is notoriously difficult to survey completely. The search for this hypothetical last Mimbers city is a powerful lure for archaeologists. It would be a place dating to the very end of the Classic period or just after, a site that might show a blend of classic Mimbers traits with influences from the cultures they were beginning to interact with. Finding such a settlement would provide a crucial missing link, a window into the final chapter of this society, revealing how they managed their decline and what traditions they fought hardest to preserve. The legacy of the Mimbers, therefore, is a dual one. On one hand, their story is a powerful example of human resilience and adaptability in the face of environmental change. It reminds us that the end of a culture is not always an apocalyptic event, but can be a strategic dispersal, a merging of streams into a larger river. Their beautiful pottery survives as a direct connection to their worldview, a fragile yet enduring voice from the past. On the other hand, the empty plazas of their villages and the unanswered questions surrounding their final days maintain the aura of a lost world. The search for a final, undiscovered settlement continues to drive exploration, a quest to find not a city of gold, but a city of artists, a place where the last echoes of a unique and beautiful vision were heard before being swallowed by the silence of the desert. Venturing now from the deserts and highlands of the Old World, our journey takes us to the lush, volcanic islands of the Philippines, where a different kind of legend whispers from the mist-shrouded peaks. Deep within the rugged Cordillera Central mountain range on Luzon Island, there exists a tale not of a city built with stone blocks, but one carved directly into the living mountainside, a lost city of gold and impossible agricultural feats. For generations, stories have circulated among lowland communities of a magnificent settlement hidden in the highlands. a place where ancient peoples constructed vast, intricate terraces that shimmered like steps of gold under the sun, and where untold wealth was safeguarded by the indigenous communities who called these clouds home. This is the legend of the lost city of the Cordillera, a story that blurs the line between myth and a breathtaking, visible reality. The allure of this hidden metropolis is deeply intertwined with the very tangible wonder of the Philippine Cordillera, the Banaw Rice Terraces. Often called the eighth wonder of the world, these are not mere fields. They are a sprawling, ancient landscape engineering project of staggering scale and ambition. Carved into the mountains by the Igorot people over 2,000 years ago, the terraces stretch like giant stairways to the sky, following the contours of the slopes with an artistry that seems both natural and superhuman. If placed end to end, it's said they would encircle half the globe. For the Igorot, these terraces are the foundation of life, a sacred inheritance from their ancestors that represents a profound harmony with the environment. But for outsiders, their very existence sparked a different kind of imagination. To the Spanish colonizers who first laid eyes on them in the 16th century, the idea that primitive mountain tribes could create something so monumental was difficult to comprehend. This disbelief, mixed with a voracious hunger for gold, transformed the terraces in the colonial imagination. The way the sun glinted off the water-filled paddies could easily be romanticized into a vision of golden steps, fueling the belief that a city of immense wealth must lie at the heart of this engineered landscape. This is where the legend truly takes root. The stories speak of a specific hidden city, a place called Biringan in some versions, a mythical metropolis that appears and disappears mysteriously in the Cordillera's dense forests. Other tales point to a lost settlement even more ancient than the known Igorot villages, a place where the original master architects of the terraces lived in splendor. The legend served a dual purpose. For the colonizers, it was a classic El Dorado-style motivator, a prize to justify dangerous expeditions into the treacherous, unfamiliar highlands. For the Igorot people themselves, these stories may have functioned as a form of protective folklore. By encouraging the belief that a magical, elusive city lay just beyond reach, they could effectively deter unwanted intruders from plundering their actual villages and sacred sites. The mountains themselves, with their sheer cliffs, dense jungles, and often impenetrable fog, became the perfect guardian of this secret, making every expedition a gamble against nature. The fascinating truth, however, is that the real lost city may not be a single, hidden settlement at all, but rather the lost chapters of the terrace system itself. While the Banaw terraces are the most famous, the entire Cordillera region is a vast network of these ancient structures, built by different subgroups like the Ifugao. Over the centuries, as populations shifted and some areas became more remote, entire sections of terraces were abandoned to the relentless advance of the jungle. Modern LIDAR technology could potentially reveal the full, original extent of this agricultural civilization, showing terraces and village sites that have been completely reclaimed by the forest, invisible to the naked eye. These lost terraces would represent a forgotten scale of the Igorot achievement, a hidden city not of gold, but of abandoned, silent fields that once fed a thriving highland civilization. The legend, therefore, may be a metaphorical truth, a memory of a time when the terraced landscape was even more vast and interconnected than it is today. The real treasure of the Cordillera, then, is not a hoard of metal, but the living culture and knowledge of the Igorot people. The true gold is the sophisticated understanding of hydrology, civil engineering, and sustainable agriculture that has been passed down through countless generations. The terraces are a self-sustaining ecosystem with a complex irrigation system that channels water from the mountaintop forests down through each paddy in a carefully managed flow. This ancient wisdom, this ability to create abundance from steep mountain slopes, is a legacy far more valuable than any fleeting mineral wealth. The legend of the lost city ultimately leads us back to the enduring marvel of the rice terraces themselves. They stand as a monument to human ingenuity and perseverance, a lost city not in the sense of being hidden, but in the sense of being profoundly misunderstood by those who could only see value in gold. The real mystery is not finding a forgotten metropolis, but fully appreciating the breathtaking accomplishment that has been in plain sight all along, a testament to a civilization that literally moved mountains to shape their world. But while the legends of Olous and Rungholt speak of cities lost in single, catastrophic nights, the story of Dunwich is one of a slower, more patient apocalypse, a death by 1,000 cuts delivered by the relentless North Sea. On the coast of Suffolk, England, where the waves now crash against a crumbling cliff face, there lies the ghost of one of medieval England's greatest ports. Today, Dunwich is a tiny village, a quiet collection of cottages and a pub. But beneath the waves just offshore lies the skeleton of a metropolis that once rivaled London in size and importance. This is the story of the English Atlantis, a city that didn't simply sink, but was systematically dismantled by the ocean over the course of centuries, its very memory fading as its stones were claimed by the deep. In its heyday during the early Middle Ages, Dunwich was a powerhouse, granted a royal charter. It was a member of the powerful confederation of trading towns known as the Cinque Ports, sending 2 members of Parliament to London and operating a fleet of over 80 ships. Its harbour teemed with vessels carrying wool, fish, and other goods to and from the continent. The town's skyline was dominated by not one, but at least 9 churches, along with several monasteries, friaries, and a bustling marketplace. It had a mint, a town hall, and a population estimated to be as high as 5,000 people, a significant urban centre for its time. Dunwich was a vibrant, noisy, and wealthy hub, its prosperity built upon the sea that would, in time, become its executioner. The city's fate was sealed by its geography. It was built on a fragile coast of soft sandstone and clay cliffs, a landscape inherently vulnerable to the North Sea's ferocity. The process of erosion was gradual but inexorable. Great storms in the 13th and 14th centuries marked turning points. In 1286, a massive storm surge silted up the crucial harbour, crippling the maritime trade that was the city's lifeblood. Another series of storms in the 14th century battered the coastal defences and began swallowing the western parts of the city. The townsfolk fought back desperately, building seawalls and groins, but their efforts were like trying to hold back the tide with their bare hands. The ocean was simply too powerful. As the coastline retreated, street after street, building after building, toppled over the eroding cliffs and disappeared beneath the waves. The economic heart of the city was gone, and with it, the wealth and political will to mount a sustained defense. A slow exodus began, and Dunwich dwindled from a major port to an impoverished village, its glory days receding into memory. What makes Dunwich so hauntingly tangible is the inventory of its loss. We know precisely what was taken by the sea because the process was documented over hundreds of years. Records tell us of All Saints' Church, which fell into the water in the 1700s. The Grand St. John's Baptist Church was dismantled for its stone before it could be lost. The Franciscan Greyfriars Monastery slowly crumbled over the edge, its last remnant, a skeletal wall, finally succumbing in the early 20th century. It's a death by spreadsheet, a meticulous accounting of urban annihilation. The most poignant loss is that of St. Nicholas's Church. It once stood safely inland, but by the 18th century it was on the cliff edge. The townspeople held a service to deconsecrate the building, and then watched as over the following decades the entire structure, graveyard and all, slid into the sea. Today, the cliffs continue to retreat at an alarming rate, losing up to a meter per year, meaning that even the modern village of Dunwich is living on borrowed time. The ocean, however, is a capricious guardian of its secrets. During powerful storms that scour the seabed, Dunwich occasionally gives up its dead. Fishermen have long reported their nets snagging on underwater ruins. But more dramatically, after particularly severe weather, Human bones and fragments of coffins from the submerged graveyards have been known to wash up on the beach, a grim and sobering reminder of the community that lies just offshore. These sporadic discoveries have inspired a fascinating scientific endeavor. Marine archaeologists, using advanced sonar technology, have mapped the seabed where the old city lies. Their scans reveal the ghostly outlines of streets, building foundations, and the drowned walls of churches, perfectly preserved in the cold, silty darkness. It is a digital resurrection of the lost metropolis, confirming that the stories are not merely folklore, but the history of a real landscape now lying under several meters of water. The story of Dunwich is ultimately a powerful lesson in the transience of human achievement in the face of natural forces. Unlike Helike, which was destroyed in a single dramatic event, Dunwich's demise was a slow-motion tragedy, witnessed and lamented by generation after generation. There is no myth of a divine curse here. The cause was the simple, patient, and unstoppable work of coastal erosion. It stands as a stark warning to all coastal communities about the dynamic nature of our shorelines, a process now accelerating with climate change and rising sea levels. To walk the clifftop path at Dunwich today is to stand on the edge of a lost world. On a calm day, when the water is clear, you can sometimes see dark shapes on the seabed, the bones of a city that serves as a permanent monument to the power of the sea and the fragility of even our greatest settlements. And so we come to the final destination on our journey, a lost city that is perhaps the most profound of all because it is not made of stone but of earth itself. To conclude our list, we look not backward to a specific ruin, but forward to a discovery that is still unfolding, one that promises to completely rewrite the history of the world's greatest rainforest. This is the mystery of the Amazon's terra preta, the Black Earth and the vast, sophisticated civilization it points to, a civilization whose urban centers are the ultimate lost cities, hidden not by jungle, but by our own flawed assumptions. For centuries, the prevailing view of the Amazon, largely shaped by early European explorers, was that of a counterfeit paradise. The immense biodiversity was a mask, they argued, hiding an incredibly fragile ecosystem. The soil was notoriously poor, a thin, acidic layer of clay that was quickly exhausted by farming. This belief led to the inescapable conclusion that the rainforest could never have supported large, complex, sedentary societies. It was seen as a place for small, nomadic tribes, living in harmony with the forest but incapable of the large-scale agriculture needed to build cities. This narrative was so powerful that it caused even the most compelling legends, like Percy Fawcett's City of Z, to be dismissed as the fantasies of a deluded mind. The Amazon, it was thought, was simply too wild, too unforgiving for urban life to ever take root. But the earth itself held a secret, one that local farmers had known about for generations. Scattered across the Amazon basin, from Brazil to Bolivia and Peru, are inexplicable patches of soil so dark and fertile they stand in stark contrast to the surrounding nutrient-poor earth. The indigenous people call it Terra Preta do Indio, Indian Black Earth. For a long time, scientists considered it a curious geological anomaly. However, when soil specialists began to analyze it, they made a stunning discovery. Terra Preta is not natural. It is a man-made substance, a sophisticated biochar technology created by ancient Amazonians. It is a complex mixture of charcoal, bone, pottery shards, compost, and manure, engineered to create a super soil. The charcoal acts like a sponge, retaining nutrients and moisture and making them available to plants for centuries, even millennia. This is not simple slash and burn agriculture. This is a form of permanent, sustainable soil enrichment on an industrial scale. The existence of Terra Preta changes everything. It proves that ancient Amazonians were not passive inhabitants of a green hell. They were active, brilliant ecosystem engineers. They didn't just live in the rainforest, they actively improved it, creating the conditions necessary for large-scale agriculture. This technology would have allowed them to support populations far denser than anyone thought possible. We are not talking about small villages, but potentially about towns and cities capable of sustaining thousands of people. The scale of this undertaking is hinted at by the sheer volume of terra preta found. These patches are not small garden plots. Some cover many square kilometers, and the total area across the basin is enormous. This was a civilization-wide practice, a testament to a collective knowledge of land management that was lost after the catastrophic population collapse following European contact. This brings us to the heart of the mystery and the reason this is our final lost city. If the Amazon could support large populations, then where are their urban centers? The answer, supported by the revolutionary LIDAR scans we discussed earlier, is that they are all around us, hidden in plain sight. The cities of the Amazon were not built like the stone metropolises of the Maya or the Inca. In a rainforest devoid of easy-to-quarry stone, they built with wood, thatch, and earth. Their pyramids were not of limestone but massive earthen platforms. Their roads were not paved but raised causeways of soil. When these societies collapsed, their organic buildings decomposed with breathtaking speed. The jungle consumed them within a few generations, leaving behind only the most subtle traces, the terra preta they created, the geometric earthworks known as geoglyphs, and the altered landscape itself. The lost city of the terra preta civilization, therefore, is not a single location to be discovered like Machu Picchu or Petra. It is a lost paradigm. It is the understanding that the Amazon we see today, a vast, seemingly pristine wilderness, is in fact an abandoned garden, a managed landscape that reverted to forest after its caretakers vanished. The real lost city is the network of settlements that once thrived here, connected by roads and canals, sustaining a population that may have numbered in the millions. Their remains are not towering temples, but the very fertility of the soil beneath our feet and the ghostly shapes revealed by LIDAR beneath the canopy. The discovery of this lost world is ongoing, and it is arguably the most important archaeological story of our time. It forces a profound shift in perspective, showing us that the greatest legacy of the Amazon's lost civilizations is not a pile of stones waiting to be found, but a lesson in how to live sustainably within one of the planet's most vital ecosystems. The ultimate treasure they left behind is not gold, but the secret of the Black Earth, a key to understanding our past and perhaps to securing our future. And so our expedition across continents and centuries draws to a close. We have wandered through sunken ports where fish now swim through ancient temples, stood before jungle-choked pyramids that whisper of forgotten kings, and traced the outlines of desert metropolises that thrived where now only sand dunes roll. From the legendary gold of El Dorado to the sunken stones of Thonis-Heracleion, from the mountain refuge of Machu Picchu to the ghostly bells of Wise, these 50 lost cities represent an astonishing tapestry of human ambition. They are not merely a collection of ruins, they are 50 unique testaments to the heights of our creativity and the depths of our fragility. What unites these stories, from the meticulously planned Roman grid of Timgad to the organic, earth-built garden cities of the Amazon, is a powerful lesson about our relationship with the world around us. They show us that civilization is not a permanent state, but a delicate balance. A balance between human ambition and environmental reality, between the desire to build monuments that reach the heavens and the understanding that the ground beneath our feet can shift in an instant. The fall of these cities was rarely a simple matter of invasion or war. More often, it was a complex dance of climate change, geological forces, and societal choices. The people of the Mimbres culture adapted by dispersing, while the citizens of Dunwich fought a losing battle against the sea for generations. The story of the Amazon's terra preta reveals a civilization that mastered its environment, only to be undone by diseases from across an ocean it never knew existed. These vanished worlds challenge us to look at our own cities differently. The skylines we see as permanent are, in the grand scope of history, just as transient as the dunes that buried Ubar or the jungle that consumed Mahendraparvata. The lost cities remind us that the greatest threat to a civilization is often not a foreign army, but complacency, the belief that our way of life is immune to the forces of nature or the consequences of our own actions. They are haunting mementos, urging us to build with wisdom, to live in balance, and to remember that every metropolis, no matter how grand, is ultimately a guest upon the land. Yet, for all their lessons in fragility, these places also speak to an indomitable human spirit. The quest to find them, from Percy Fawcett's doomed expedition to the high-tech LIDAR scans of today, proves that our curiosity is just as powerful as our ambition to build. We are driven to uncover these stories, to piece together the puzzles of the past, because in understanding how these cultures rose and fell, we better understand ourselves. Each rediscovery, whether it's the skeletal remains of the Lulan beauty or the ceremonial cache of the city of the Jaguar, is a victory against oblivion, an act of reclaiming a chapter of our shared human story. The journey doesn't end here. History's map is still dotted with blank spaces, and every year new technologies and determined explorers bring another lost world back into the light. The true legacy of these 50 cities is the enduring mystery they represent, the thrilling possibility that incredible discoveries still await, just beyond the next dune, beneath the next layer of jungle canopy, or hidden in plain sight in a farmer's field. The past is never truly lost, it is merely waiting for the right moment to be found. Now we turn the search over to you. With 50 incredible stories to choose from, which of these lost cities captures your imagination the most? Is it the tragic, sunken splendor of Baiae, where you can snorkel through a Roman playground? The enigmatic, cloud-shrouded mystery of the Jaguar People's City atop the Tepuis? Or the poignant human story of Roanoke with its single cryptic clue? Let us know in the comments below which city you would most want to see rediscovered and why. Your curiosity fuels this adventure. If you enjoyed this journey to the corners of the map, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss our next expedition into the world's greatest historical mysteries. The search continues.